A special forces soldier is desperately searching for his girlfriend in the midst of zombie infestation in the apocalypse. He shuttled through ruins and desolate cities, facing countless zombies and harsh environments, embarking on a thrilling journey of survival. Every step is full of danger and unknowns, and he must use his combat skills and survival wisdom to survive in this apocalyptic world. He only has one belief in his heart: find his girlfriend and live with her. Chapter 1. Wake up. You are listening at novelfull.audio. In this battlefield hospital filled with gunpowder, the air is filled with a strong smell of blood, filling every corner. The walls were covered in bloodstains and bullet marks, as if silently recounting the cruelty of war. Doctors and nurses were busy back and forth, their figures weaving through the smoke, racing against time to treat the wounded. The mournful cries of the wounded soldiers echoed one after another, intertwined with painful groans and desperate cries, heartbreaking. Young medical staff member Li Hua knelt down next to a seriously injured soldier, his eyes focused and firm, and his hands skillfully performed hemostasis and bandaging operations. She comforted the wounded soldier softly, "Don't be afraid, hold on, we will save you." Nurse Wang next to her nervously said, "His injury is very serious, he must undergo surgery immediately." Li Hua nodded and loudly said, "Quick. Send him to the operating room." Another doctor rushed over and anxiously shouted, "The operating room is already full, there are no vacancies." Li Hua immediately stood up and said decisively, "Then open another temporary operating room, and we must not delay treatment." Nurse Wang agreed, "Yes. Let's start preparing immediately." At this moment, a journalist rushed in, his face covered in dust, and his eyes showed shock and pain. He asked with a trembling voice, "How serious is the situation here? What help do you need?" Li Hua, busy preparing the instruments and equipment needed for surgery, answered, "We need more medical supplies and human support. Every second is about life and death, and we cannot give up any wounded." The officer also walked over, his eyes firm and resolute. He said to the reporter, "Please truthfully report the situation here, so that more people can see the truth here. This is never just an infectious disease, but the end of the world." The reporter nodded solemnly and said, "I will definitely tell everyone about the situation here, so that they can see the truth. Time is tight, every second is about life and death." Li Hua and Nurse Wang quickly took action to prepare the necessary instruments and equipment for the surgery. Their heartbeat quickened rapidly, and fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, but their movements did not hesitate. Li Hua was preparing surgical tools while saying to Nurse Wang, "Hurry up. We don't have time." Nurse Wang responded nervously, "I know, I'm doing my best." The surgical instruments were transmitted in a tense atmosphere, as if every action determined the survival of a life. Finally, the temporary operating room is ready and the surgery begins. Li Hua and other medical staff were fully focused on the surgery, and their conversation was brief and tense. Blood pressure drops. Give it a blood transfusion now, hemostatic forceps, heart rate unstable, prepare for electric shock defibrillation. Every instruction carries urgency and determination, and they are well aware that every decision can be related to life and death. The surgery was carried out in a tense atmosphere, and medical staff went all out to save the lives of every injured person. They are the most beautiful angels in war, bringing hope to life with their own hands. Gao Su lay quietly on the operating table, his tall and burly body standing out under the white sheets. His face was handsome and resolute, with a determined strength between his eyebrows. His tightly closed eyes couldn't conceal his sharp gaze from the past. Under the high bridge of his nose, his lips slightly raised, as if showing his confidence and resilience. His hair was neatly combed at the back of his head, revealing a broad forehead, displaying a resolute and decisive temperament. His figure is sturdy and robust, with broad shoulders and a sturdy chest showcasing his strength and authority. Both arms are slender and powerful, as if ready to face challenges at any time. His face was pale, his breath weak, and the flame of life seemed to be about to extinguish. At his bedside, Chen Wei was wearing a white coat, and her tall and slender figure was perfectly displayed by the white coat. The texture of the white coat is soft and smooth, gently fitting her body curves, outlining her graceful figure. Her appearance is eye-catching, and her tall figure exudes confidence and elegance. Her beauty is like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, dazzling and warm. Her skin is like snow, crystal clear, emitting a natural radiance. Her face is delicate and three-dimensional, with distinct facial features and smooth lines, and every detail is just right. Chen Wei's eyes are bright and clear, like deep lakes, revealing wisdom and tenderness. Her eyebrows are long and thick, slightly raised, giving a firm and confident impression. Her nose bridge is straight and beautiful, her lips are rosy and full, and the corners of her mouth are slightly raised, always carrying a charming smile. Her hair was black and shiny, cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against her fair skin, adding an elegance and sexiness. Her every move is full of feminine charm and confidence, as if she was born for the medical profession. The appearance of Chen Wei wearing a white coat makes people feel her focus and enthusiasm for her profession. Her beauty and sexiness did not conceal her professional competence, but rather added a unique charm to her. Whether facing patients or colleagues, she exudes a convincing temperament, which fills people with trust and respect for her medical skills and character. At this moment, she tightly held her lover's hand, with a firm belief in her eyes. Her fingers trembled slightly, as if conveying strength and hope. Chen Yi's furrowed brow showed her inner anxiety and concern. Her lips were tightly closed, forming a resolute line, as if silently praying for Gao Su. The sky outside was gloomy, covered in dark clouds, and the strong wind was howling against the old windows, making a creaking sound. But in this ward, Chen Yi's voice penetrated the darkness like a warm sunshine, giving Gao Shusheng hope. "He's almost exhausted, Dr. Chen," someone shouted anxiously. "No. I must save him." Chen Yi's voice was firm and powerful, and her eyes were filled with determination. "Dr. Chen, Lao Gao cannot die." Someone shouted again. "Don't bother me, I will definitely save him." Chen Yi's voice carried a hint of anger as she focused on Gao Su, as if in a desperate battle with the Grim Reaper. Gao Su's eyes slightly opened and he saw the figure of Chen Yi. Her beauty is like a flower blooming in the flames of war, emitting a strong and warm atmosphere. Her skin is like snow, emitting a holy radiance. On that oval face, small dimples were faintly visible, as if a hint of sweetness in life. Her voice was like a heavenly melody, gently reaching his ears and soothing his soul. A surge of emotion surged in Gao Su's heart. He knew that whether it was a dream or not, Chen Yi would accompany him and cheer for him. Gao Su's memory gradually recovered. He remembered the Nightingale Squadron of the Southwest Theater Command 1174 Special Operations Brigade to which he belonged, as well as the joint operation they were participating in against the Global Group Biology Laboratory. 3 days ago, the United Nations listed the Global Group as a bioterrorism organization. This decision is not a hasty move, but a result of in-depth investigation and evidence collection. The biological laboratory of Global Group is involved in illegal experiments and research, and its behavior seriously threatens global biosafety and human life and health. Gao Su is in an abandoned factory shrouded in darkness. The air here is filled with a tense atmosphere, as if a major war is imminent. The members of the Nightingale Squad quietly shuttle through the darkness, their figures blending into the surrounding environment, as if they were ghosts. "Hi team, what is our current task?" team member Shaoli asked in a low voice. "We need to infiltrate the biological laboratory of Global Group, obtain their criminal evidence, and rescue the hostages. This operation is only allowed to succeed, not to fail." Gao Su's eyes were firm and resolute. "Understood, Captain. We will definitely complete the task," Shaoli responded. Gao Su looked up and saw that the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, gloomy and devoid of any moonlight. The entire factory was shrouded in darkness, with only a few dim yellow lights swaying in the wind, barely illuminating the road ahead. There was silence all around, except for distant gusts of wind, like the whispers of demons. Gao Su is well aware of the danger of this operation, but he also understands that it is a responsibility that must be taken to protect more innocent lives. They must act quickly to eliminate these terrorists at the minimum cost and prevent them from continuing dangerous biological experiments. During the operation, Gao Su and his teammates will face various challenges and difficulties. They need to rely on their professional skills, training, and teamwork spirit to overcome enemy defense measures, rescue hostages, and ensure that dangerous substances in the laboratory are not leaked or abused. This is a battle against time, every second is crucial. The four-member team of Gao Su engaged in a fierce battle with terrorists at the factory outside the experimental base. The factory was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, with flames and explosions echoing one after another. The team members shuttle between the ruins and engage in close combat with the enemy. "Hi team, the enemy's firepower is too strong, we need cover," Xiao Zhang shouted to Gao Su over the radio. As the team leader, Gao Su maintained close contact with the team members through gestures and wireless communication. He quickly responded, "Xiao Li, you and Xiao Zhang are flanking to attract the enemy's attention. Xiao Wang, you and I are flanking from the back, and we will take a pincer attack." Received, hi team. The team members responded in unison. Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang immediately changed their tactics, cleverly using cover to accurately target the enemy's key targets, causing tremendous pressure on the enemy. At the same time, as a medical soldier, Xiao Wang always maintains vigilance in combat and proficiently applies first aid skills to provide timely medical support for injured teammates. "Hi team, I have found an enemy command post, we can take the opportunity to destroy it," Xiao Wang reported to Gao Su via radio. Gao Su immediately made a decision. "Okay, Xiao Wang, you are responsible for marking the enemy's command post. Let's launch a surprise attack together and catch them off guard." "Understood, hi team." Xiao Wang quickly marked the enemy's command post, providing a clear target for the team's attack. The Gao Su four-person team demonstrated a high level of professionalism and tactical coordination in the battle. They adopted a tactic of alternating cover, with team members cooperating and constantly changing positions, making it difficult for the enemy to grasp their actions. They also cleverly used flash bombs and smoke bombs to create interference, causing the enemy to lose their sense of direction, thereby creating favorable attack opportunities for the team. With the close cooperation of the team members, they successfully broke through the enemy's defense line and gradually approached the enemy's core area. They quickly eliminated peripheral terrorists with efficient tactical actions, laying a solid foundation for the smooth completion of the mission. "Everyone stay vigilant, don't let down your guard," Gao Su reminded the team members. The four-person team led by Gao Su bravely charged inward amidst the rain of gunfire and bullets. They work closely together, support each other, and each person uses their strengths to contribute to the victory of the team. "Xiao Wang, you are responsible for covering us and paying attention to the enemy's movements," Gao Su commanded through the radio. Received, hi team. As the sniper of the team, Xiao Wang provided cover for his teammates from high altitude, accurately aimed at the enemy, and created opportunities for the team to break through. "Xiao Li, prepare your explosives. We need to destroy the enemy's defensive fortifications," Gao Su continued to command. "No problem, hi team." Xiao Li is the team's blasting expert. He cleverly arranged explosives, destroyed enemy defenses, and opened up a path for the team to move forward. "Xiao Zhang, take good care of your teammates and report any situations in a timely manner." Gao Su did not forget to remind medical soldier Xiao Zhang. "Don't worry, team." As a medical soldier, Xiao Zhang always maintains vigilance in battle and provides timely medical support for injured teammates. With the power of teamwork, they successfully found the internal building of the biological laboratory. Their actions are like a precise machine, with each link closely connected and cooperating with each other. They formed a small team of 4 and launched a surprise attack from the outside in. The battle went very smoothly, and Gao Su could hear his heartbeat thumping inside his helmet. He was panting heavily as he advanced towards the periphery, and sweat from his forehead flowed down his cheeks and into his collar. He extended his arm and pointed his index finger towards the other team member behind him, then bent his elbow and pointed his forearm perpendicular to the ground. The arms form an L-shaped shape, with fingers tightly closed and then swinging forward from behind. The arms are horizontally extended, and the hands form an L-shaped shape. Roll from behind towards the front. The team member extended his hand, forming a circle with his thumb and index finger. He entered the position, looked inside, and extended his 10 fingers towards Gao Su. Then, his fingers bent into claws and swept up and down in front of his chest, as if playing a guitar unintentionally. Gao Su was about to continue giving orders when he suddenly heard the voice of the team member through headphones. There are 10 enemies with automatic weapons inside, and 1 dog. Gao Su's heart suddenly quickened, and he felt his breathing becoming rapid. He immediately responded, "Got it, proceed as planned." He watched as the 2 people next to him clenched their fists, straightened their arms and body at a certain angle, and then swung back. The 2 of them reached out their hands at the same time, forming a circular shape with their thumbs and index fingers. As a flash bomb was thrown in, Gao Su issued an order. Action! The 4 of them rushed in a V-shaped formation, with bullets shining brightly in the night sky, intertwined with the sound of gunfire and shouting. After the tense exchange of fire, the room fell into a deathly silence. Gao Su walked into the room and nervously watched as the half-burned flag of the Fist of God hung inside, and the torn cloth swayed gently in the night breeze. He pressed the communicator and said, Eagle King, I am Borzoi. The target has been cleared and can be entered. Borzoi. A slightly hoarse voice came from the communicator. I am the Eagle King. I am the Eagle King. Gao Su took a deep breath and replied, I have entered Zone C, some team members have been shot, some team members have been shot. His voice was low and anxious. The communicator fell silent and could only hear the slightly heavy breathing of the other person. After a while, the voice rang out again. Leave the wounded. You continue the mission. Gao Su's heart sank. He knew the importance of this mission, but he couldn't just abandon his teammates like this. He looked at the injured soldier and saw that his face was pale, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and the wound on his calf was still losing blood. Captain. The injured soldier's voice trembled slightly. I'm fine, it's just a shot in the calf. Okay. Gao Su patted his face again, you wait here for support. The injured soldier opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something more, but in the end he remained silent. But I obey orders. Gao Su sternly rebuked, his eyes firm and cold. The injured soldier's body trembled slightly, but in the end, he lowered his head and whispered, yes. Without any hesitation, Gao Su tightly grasped the gun in his hand, resolutely pushed open the iron door in front of him, and walked into the darkness with the other 2 people. At that moment, his communicator rang again. There was no call sign coming from inside, but a voice that he was too familiar with. Boss. Let's go. Let's go. Don't keep moving forward. Deng Xian. You're crazy, you've used up a grenade, and now we have no way out. Before Gao Su could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the other party. Old Gao. Take your brothers and leave quickly. Deng Xian's voice became increasingly anxious, even with a hint of crying, as if experiencing immense fear. Old Deng, what's going on? Gao Su found a safe place, adjusted his breathing, and said, speak up. Old Gao. For the sake of our comradeship in recent years, you must believe me and leave quickly. Deng Xian could be heard desperately lowering his voice. Are you asking me to be a deserter? Gao Su said, are you crazy? Zombies. Zombies. What? Say it again. Gao Shuyue was surprised. Deng Xian's voice rang out again in the communicator, and this time his tone was extremely anxious. Old Gao, it's zombies. I saw them rushing towards us. The number is very large, and we can't resist it. You must take your brothers out of here quickly and find other ways out. Gao Su's heart sank as he knew that Deng Xian would not joke about such things. But now they have penetrated deep into this place and there is no way out. He took a deep breath and said to the communicator, Old Deng, don't worry for now. Tell me your current position, and we will find a way to break through after we meet. Deng Xian reported his position, and Gao Su and the other two quickly moved in his direction. In the darkness, they could hear the roaring of zombies getting closer and closer, which made their hearts beat faster and faster. Deng Xian said anxiously in the communicator, one of my subordinates was bitten on the back of his hand by the enemy and died in less than 5 minutes. I'm sure he's really dead. Gao Su interrupted him and asked in surprise, wait a minute. You said a soldier sacrificed his life after being bitten on the back of his hand. How could that be? Deng Xian's voice grew even lower. It's true, he's dead. But in less than 15 seconds, he actually came back to life. The first thing he did after resurrection was to pounce on the doctor's abdomen. After pouncing, he began to bite his stomach. The doctor screamed in pain, but still couldn't stop the soldier from biting his organs. He was so bitten that his face was covered in blood, devouring the doctor's heart and lungs like a fierce beast. We couldn't pull him away, we did our best. Finally, we hit him on the forehead with a bullet, thinking everything was over. But when the doctor collapsed in a pool of blood, without anyone noticing, his hands and feet began to twitch, and the frequency of the twitching increased a few times before he suddenly stopped moving. Then, he opened his gray and lifeless eyes and began to bite at the people who came to save him. One by one, and in the end, only 10 of us ran out of Area A. The Vietnamese and Thai teams were all killed in action. Gao Su clenched his fist and asked incredulously, is this true? Deng Xian gritted his teeth and said with a hint of despair in his voice, I've already. Forget it. You can contact the Eagle King. Okay. Gao Su felt his heart beating faster and faster. He quickly contacted the Eagle King and reported everything that had happened here to him. Gao Su knows that the seriousness of this matter has exceeded their imagination. Action must be taken as soon as possible. 2 soldiers looked at Gao Su, and they also heard the general content. Hi team, a soldier asked, what should we do? Gao Su adjusted his breathing and said calmly, don't worry, I'll think about it. A mournful cry came. The 3 of them nervously raised their guns, fearless of any enemy. In their past training and battles, they had developed a steel-like willpower, while strict discipline was deeply ingrained in their bodies. Prepare. As a voice rang out, Gao Su saw a person running towards the end of a dimly lit corridor. Upon closer inspection, it was a Thai soldier who shouted as he ran. Behind him were 2 people covered in blood, wearing the same military uniform as him. As Gao Su was stunned, the Thai army was knocked down by the people behind him. Shoot! Gao Su let out a loud roar and aimed his bullets at the front. It wasn't until the 3 of them cleared their magazines that he looked at everything in front of him incredulously. At this moment, he thought of what Deng Xian said about 15 seconds. 15.14.13.12.11.10.9.8.7 The Thai soldier lying in the pool of blood began to shake violently, as if all his bones were violently colliding and rubbing against each other. Suddenly, he stopped moving. 6.5.4.3.2.1 The Thai soldier stood up, his body tilted, his mouth making a mournful cry, his eyes covered in gray, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He had already been emptied, with half of his bright red intestines hanging from his abdomen, and his powerless hands reaching forward, but he stumbled towards Gao Shu-san. "Change the magazine." Gao Su shouted loudly, and the other two soldiers finally realized. They skillfully changed the magazine and rested their fingers on the trigger. Shoot. Da-da-da-da. The automatic rifle made a crisp sound, concealing their inner fear. To be honest, these zombies really have no advantage in modern weapons, but rather have a great spiritual impact on people. In less than 20 seconds, the Thai army's zombies were beaten into a hornet's nest, still thrusting on the ground. Borzoi to Eagle King. Borzoi to Eagle King. Received, please answer. Borzoi to Eagle King. Borzoi to Eagle King. Received, please answer. Borzoi to Eagle King. Borzoi to Eagle King. Received, please answer. There was no response to 3 consecutive calls. Gao Su adjusted the frequency and continued to call, "Old Deng. Old Deng. I am Gao Su. Old Deng. Old Deng. I am Gao Su. Old Deng. Old Deng. I am Gao Su." There was still no answer, and the gunfire coming at this moment was not as intense as the initial attack, but rather sporadic gunfire, followed by a series of roars. "Fuck your mother, retreat." Gao Su didn't hesitate at all. He knew that no one would hold anyone accountable for the retreat at this moment. Ah. 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 They hadn't taken a few steps back yet when the injured soldier dragged half of his body towards them. His lower body had already disappeared, his intestines dragging on the ground, and blood was all along the way. "Zhang Kai," a soldier exclaimed in a mournful voice, and his response was only a dying cry. "Get out of the way." Gao Su pushed away the soldiers, raised his gun, and pulled the trigger. Buckled 3 times in a row. He must have cleared the magazine just now and didn't have time to replace it. He pulled out his pistol and aimed it at the zombie soldier. Bang! With a gunshot, the zombie soldier fell into a pool of blood, devoid of any hope. "Captain." The soldier kneeling on the ground looked at his comrade lying in a pool of blood, and then at his own captain. Gao Su stood at attention with both legs and saluted his comrades in arms. "All right." He picked up the soldier kneeling on the ground and said, "Check your ammunition." "I still have a magazine." "Me too." Gao Su knew that from the beginning of the mission, he engaged in a firefight with the enemy all the way, and just now he cleared one, leaving only one of the 9 magazines on his body. Use a bayonet. They engaged in a bloody battle with zombies, their weapons constantly spewing flames, knocking down one after another of the incoming zombies to the ground. However, the number of zombies far exceeded their imagination, as if they were endless, constantly pouring in from all directions. They fought and retreated, gradually being forced into an office area. The rooms here are narrow and winding, and they use furniture and office equipment to build simple defensive structures in an attempt to prevent zombie attacks. However, the zombies did not give them much breathing time. Decadent hands broke through the doors and windows, their ferocious faces pressed against the glass, emitting a deep roar. A wave of despair surged in everyone's hearts, and they realized that this office area could not be their refuge. They decided to engage in a desperate battle against the zombies with their final strength. They worked closely together, covering each other up, and engaged in a thrilling battle with the zombies using every available weapon and item. Bullets were flying, flesh and blood were flying everywhere, and the brutality of the battle was beyond imagination. Their physical strength and willpower have reached their limits, but they have not flinched at all. In this small office area, they engaged in a life and death battle with zombies, and in order to survive, they put in their last bit of effort. After being forced into the office area, they did not sit idly by, but quickly used the furniture and office equipment in the area to build simple defensive fortifications, demonstrating extraordinary courage and wisdom. They pushed heavy desks and filing cabinets to the door, blocking the passage for zombies to enter. Then, they smashed chairs at the window, trying to break the glass and create an opportunity to escape. However, the glass was exceptionally strong, and their efforts were not effective. Faced with an increasing number of zombies, they did not panic. A soldier picked up a chair, with its back facing up, and used a shield to resist the zombies' attack. Another person found a bottle of cleaning agent and sprayed it on the ground, creating a slippery surface that made it difficult for zombies to approach. A large number of zombies rushed into the office area, and Gao Su and the three of them had no bullets left. They engaged in a heart-wrenching hand-to-hand combat with the zombies. Gao Su waved his large knife and fiercely slashed at the rushing zombies. He is skilled in swordsmanship, able to push the zombies back one step with every swing of his sword. A zombie pounced on him with open teeth and claws, and he dodged the zombie's attack with a flash on his side. Then, he cut open the zombie's head with a knife. Another soldier, holding an iron rod, engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. He struck the heads of the zombies hard with an iron rod, knocking them down to the ground. A zombie grabbed his iron rod, and he struggled to break free, kicking the zombie in the chest and flying it away. The third person uses surrounding objects to smash chairs, tables, etc. towards the zombies, creating obstacles and delaying their attack. He is agile and skillfully avoids zombie attacks, constantly searching for opportunities to counterattack. Gao Su felt as if his body was being electrocuted. Chen Wei was busy nervously, her eyes focused and determined, and the defibrillator in her hand became her weapon in the fight against death. Defibrillator. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Chen Wei shouted loudly, with urgency and anxiety in his voice. Her usually quiet image was cast aside at this moment, with only one belief in her heart, which was to save Gao Su's life. Gao Su. You can't die. You can't die. Chen Wei's voice was filled with tears, swirling in her eyes. She held Gao Su's hand tightly, as if trying to pass on her strength to him. You just put the ring on me, you can't just leave me like this. Chen Wei's voice trembled, her heart filled with pain and helplessness. She recalled their beautiful times, the days they spent together, the sweet moments. At this moment, Chen Wei forgot about her exhaustion and fear, and she was fully focused on the treatment. Her movements are skilled and decisive, with each step carrying a reverence for life and a love for Gao Su. Time seems to have solidified, and every second becomes particularly long. Chen Wei's heartbeat and Gao Su's heartbeat seemed to blend together, and she tried her best to pull him back from the brink of death. Finally, with Chen Wei's unremitting efforts, Gao Su's heartbeat gradually returned to normal. She breathed a sigh of relief and a pleased smile appeared on her face. Gao Su's thoughts were pulled back to that cruel battlefield. Yes, he and his comrades tried to break through, but in the end they were surrounded by the enemy. He witnessed with his own eyes a comrade surrounded by zombies, with no way to escape. In the end, he resolutely fired the glory bullet on his chest and chose to sacrifice his own life to fight for a glimmer of hope for the team. And another comrade retreated to a high platform with themselves, and they exerted all their strength to resist the enemy's attack. The bullets ran out, and they even engaged in close combat with the enemy using bayonets until the bayonets were sharpened. Just as they were in a desperate situation, with a loud bang, a hand grenade flipped over among the enemy, giving them a moment of respite. However, the soldier who fought side by side with him until the end had his calf bitten by a zombie. Gao Su looked at his painful expression and felt helpless and sad in his heart. They have faced countless difficulties and dangers together, but this time, their fate seems to have been predetermined. At that moment, Gao Su realized that the world they were in had completely changed. The emergence of zombies has plunged humanity into an unprecedented crisis. And as soldiers, they shoulder the mission of protecting humanity and defending their homeland. Despite facing enormous difficulties and challenges, Gao Su is determined not to give up. He will continue to fight, for the lost comrades and for the future of humanity. He deeply understood that only by persevering can there be hope of finding a way to fight against zombies and rebuild the world they used to be familiar with. "Is there any mutation?" someone shouted. "Nonsense. He was injured by a grenade." Every time Chen Yi's defibrillator hit Gao Su's chest, her heart hurt and tears couldn't stop. "Dr. Chen, he can't do it," a nurse cried out. "With me around, I won't let him die." Chen Yiqiang endured his grief and the defibrillator in his hand kept delivering electric shocks. "Ah!" A scream echoed in Gao Su's ear. Then came a commotion. Then, he knew nothing. The world fell into darkness. "Is this death?" Gao Su asked himself. It seemed like all the beautiful memories of his life floated in front of him one by one. When he was a child, he sat behind his father's bicycle, singing nursery rhymes and holding a windmill, while his mother took him to buy new clothes. His grandfather, who had already passed away, had a kind appearance and gentle words. When he grew up, he took the college entrance exam. Joined the army. Fell in love. No. I'm not dead. I shouldn't be dead. Mom and Dad. I also have Chen Yi. Gao Su tried hard to open his eyes, but couldn't open them, shook his head, and then shook his head again. His head hurts so much, it really hurts. It hurts so much. I feel all the muscles in his body ache so much. What kind of smell is this? A pungent smell enters his nasal cavity. What kind of smell? It's like the smell of a dead mouse that has been dead for a month. He can't see anything clearly now, and can only smell it with his nose, which is getting stronger and stronger. Gao Su's consciousness gradually blurred, as if he had entered a chaotic world. In this world, he saw some strange scenes. He saw some mutated creatures, their bodies were unusually large, their shapes were strange, and they were full of malice. They run rampant in this world, devouring all life. His heart was filled with fear. He didn't know where these mutated creatures came from, nor did he know why he saw them. He tried to escape from this world, but found himself unable to move. The outside world has been completely occupied by zombies, reduced to a lifeless wasteland. The once bustling city is now shrouded in ruins, filled with a sense of decay. Endless zombies roam the streets and alleys, their figures appearing and disappearing in the darkness, as if they were ghosts. The low growls and footsteps of these walking corpses echoed in the air, making people shiver. The entire city was shrouded in a deathly silence, with no signs of life. Human beings struggle for survival, but every step is full of danger. The hearing and smell of zombies are exceptionally sensitive, and any subtle sound or smell can trigger their frenzied siege. The fierce battle between the army and the zombies has entered a white-hot stage, and the battlefield is filled with strong smoke and the smell of death. The soldiers clenched their weapons, their faces tense, and their eyes fixed firmly on the front, as if they were a group of fearless warriors determined to engage in a final battle against the evil zombies. The zombies rushed in like a tide, their roar and stench filling the entire battlefield. These monsters have incomplete bodies and stumble, but their attack power is exceptionally strong. Their teeth and claws shimmered with cold light, like hungry beasts eager to devour human flesh and blood. The soldiers deployed in a tactical formation and used cover to shoot. Bullets poured out like rain, hitting one zombie after another. However, zombies seemed tireless, constantly pushing forward, ignoring their own harm. Soldiers had to engage in close combat with these undead enemies, using knives, guns, and even fists to confront them. In the fierce battle, the soldiers showed a tenacious fighting spirit. They engaged in a deadly battle with the zombies, as if they were fighters from two camps fighting for their own survival. Every kill is accompanied by a bloody aura, but they do not shrink back, firmly guarding the future of humanity. On this tense and bloody battlefield, the intensity of the battle exceeded imagination. Corpses piled up like mountains, blood soaked the earth, and every inch of the land was filled with the smell of death. However, the soldiers never wavered in their beliefs, knowing that this was a battle of life and death. Only by fighting steadfastly can humanity have a glimmer of vitality. On this cruel battlefield, the shadow of death hangs over everyone. But the soldiers were fearless, and with unparalleled courage and determination, they engaged in a desperate battle against the enemy. Their eyes revealed a firm will, and their actions showed a cherish for life and hope for the future. The intensity of the battle is suffocating, with every gunshot and explosion echoing in one's ears. The fusion of blood and sweat creates a tragic scene. But the soldiers did not flinch at all. They knew their mission well and fought for the future of humanity. However, they ultimately failed. Chapter 2. Apocalypse. You are listening at novelfull.audio. When the zombie virus fully broke out in Sualin City, the military and police quickly took action, fully covering the evacuation of the dangerous area for the masses. Their faces were stern, their eyes firm, and they exuded a well-trained temperament. They quickly set up checkpoints and defensive works on various major roads in the city, like a strong barrier, blocking the virus from outside. The police used warning lines and roadblocks to guide the crowd to a safe area. Their voice was firm and powerful. Please don't panic, follow us, we will protect your safety. They skillfully and orderly commanded the crowd, ensuring that everyone could pass safely. The army is deployed on the outskirts of the city, armed with weapons and ready for battle. The soldiers have resolute eyes, knowing that this is a life-and-death battle, and they must give their all. A captain stood high and shouted in a loud voice, "Brothers, our mission is to protect the citizens, and we must not allow any infected person to enter a safe zone." The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, Chief." Their voices were uniform, full of determination and courage. In the process of covering up for the masses, the military and police demonstrated unparalleled courage and spirit of sacrifice. They fought against the zombies regardless of their personal safety. Some soldiers blocked the zombies' attack with their own bodies, opening up a safe path for the masses. The police are also patrolling various streets to ensure that there are no missing crowds. They work closely with soldiers to develop emergency plans and respond to various possible situations. A police officer said to an old man, "Don't worry, we will continue to protect you until the crisis is resolved." The old man was grateful and held the police officer's hand tightly. "Thank you, without you, we wouldn't know what to do." The army is stationed on the outskirts of the city, quickly building solid defensive fortifications. They set up powerful strongholds, equipped with advanced weapons and equipment, ready to fully resist the invasion of zombies. The soldiers work together to forge an indestructible defense line, buying precious time for the people. On the battlefield, the sound of gunfire was deafening and flames splattered everywhere. The soldiers held their weapons tightly, their eyes firm, and their faces cold and stern. They systematically launched attacks with well-trained tactics, strafing with machine guns and throwing hand grenades, successfully forcing the zombies back. In the fierce battle, a soldier was unfortunately bitten in the leg, but he did not flinch, gritted his teeth, and continued to shoot at the zombies with his rifle. His comrades rushed forward without hesitation, providing him with cover and jointly repelling the zombie attack. These zombies are incredibly fierce, their skin rotting and emitting a foul odor. Their teeth are sharp, like sharp blades, sparkling with cold light. The zombies rushed frantically towards the soldiers, their numbers numerous and seemingly endless. The soldiers fought hard, their heartbeat and breath blending with the sound of gunfire on the battlefield, and their willpower was as hard as steel. The police are patrolling each block carefully, their hearts filled with emotion and determination. The night shrouds the city, the moonlight is like silver, casting a cold radiance, intertwined with mist, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. The faint light pierced through the mist, illuminating people's faces, bringing them a touch of warmth and hope. The residents evacuated in an orderly manner under the organization of the police, and their eyes showed trust and gratitude. Everyone held each other's hands tightly, their bodies no longer trembling, and their hearts silently conveyed strength and courage. The cold wind blows through the empty streets, making a rustling sound, like a whisper of hope, soothing people's hearts. The police tried their best to remain calm, knowing that they were the support of the masses. They provide food, water, and medical assistance, comforting residents with warm voices and telling them that everything will be okay. However, their inner emotions could not be completely concealed. Tears flickered at the corners of their eyes, which was a reverence for life and a steadfast commitment to duty. At this tense moment, people's hearts are intertwined and facing unknown challenges together. They hope to get through this crisis and regain peace and tranquility. The night in the city is quiet and beautiful, as if silently cheering and encouraging people to strengthen their beliefs and move forward courageously. However, humanity ultimately cannot escape the fate of failure. They tried their best, but still couldn't resist the astonishing and surging swarm of corpses. These walking corpses mercilessly broke through human defenses, deeply imprinting despair and fear in everyone's heart. Humans once thought they had enough wisdom and strength to face any challenge, but in the face of this endless tide of corpses, their efforts seemed so small and powerless. They watched helplessly as their homes were destroyed, their loved ones and friends were devoured, yet they were powerless. People have also fallen into a maddening state of chaos, where their rationality seems to be engulfed by fear and despair. The social order has completely collapsed, and morality and ethics have disappeared. People began to attack each other and engage in cruel behavior without mercy. Their eyes were filled with madness and killing intent, as if they had turned into a group of irrational beasts. In this chaotic state, people's behavior becomes increasingly insane, and their psychology is distorted by fear, despair, and anger. Some people hold their last hope and try to find a safe shelter, their eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. But others fell into complete madness, their rationality blinded by anger, and their hearts were only filled with a desire for violence. Some people have ferocious smiles on their faces, enjoying the pleasure of chaos and transferring their pain and anger onto others. Their hearts are filled with hatred and malice, and they are full of aggression towards everything around them. Some people have completely lost themselves, and their actions become blind and crazy, as if driven by an invisible force. Their psychology has collapsed, they can no longer bear any pressure and pain, and can only vent their inner fears through violence and destruction. The ugliness of human nature is also infinitely magnified, and human atrocities such as rape and plunder of the same kind occur from time to time. Social order collapses, moral bottom lines are broken, and people are willing to harm others in order to satisfy their own desires. Violence and aggression have become a daily routine, and everyone lives in fear. Once friendly neighbors have become enemies, and family members have betrayed each other. The streets were filled with broken corpses, and the ground was stained red with blood. Women and children have become the most vulnerable groups, suffering unimaginable hardships. Men kill each other in order to compete for resources and power. In such a world, kindness and justice seem to have disappeared. People only focus on their own survival and turn a blind eye to the pain of others. However, in this darkness, there are still some people trying to uphold their conscience, organizing themselves to protect those who cannot protect themselves. These brave people prove through their actions that even in the most difficult times, human conscience still exists. In addition, every corner of this city is filled with zombies hunting for humans, and survivors struggle to survive in this desolate world. They searched everywhere for food and water, carefully avoiding those terrifying zombies. The ruins of the city are filled with the smell of death, and the streets are piled with wreckage and bones. The zombies wandered aimlessly, their eyes only filled with a desire for flesh and blood. Human survivors have to hide in hidden places, making as little noise as possible to avoid attracting the attention of zombies. However, even the most careful survivors find it difficult to avoid encountering zombies. Every encounter is a life and death struggle, and they must use their last strength and courage to confront those ruthless enemies. On the third day of his coma, Gao Su finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, trying to adapt to the surrounding environment. However, a pungent odor suddenly entered his nasal cavity, causing him to feel a wave of discomfort. Unconsciously, Gao Su pulled off the tube and infusion needle inserted on his body, trying to get rid of the unpleasant smell. He groped around, following the direction of the scent, and finally touched a body. It can be certain that this foul odor emanates from this person. He shook the body but received no response, confirming that it was a corpse. Gao Su tried to stand up, but his body was so weak that he almost exhausted all his strength. He supported the infusion stand and struggled to prop himself up, gradually making the scene in front of him clearer. He rubbed his eyes and carefully observed the surrounding environment. This looks very familiar. Yes, it should be Chenyi's 3374 hospital. Suddenly, Gao Su's gaze was drawn towards a corpse on the ground. That's Xiao Li. He remembers this soldier who always likes to follow behind him. Gao Su's heart sank suddenly. He slowly approached Xiao Li's body and found that he was covered in 7 or 8 bullet holes, and his eyebrows were also hit, with blood flowing all over the ground. What's even more nauseating is that there are many disgusting deworming creatures rolling and wriggling on his body. This scene is simply chilling. Gao Su felt his stomach churning, and he suppressed the discomfort as he looked around. The surroundings of the consultation room were in disarray, indicating that there had just been a fierce battle here. Has the virus already entered the country? This terrible idea flashed through Gao Su's mind, and he couldn't imagine the consequences of this virus spreading domestically. When Gao Su thinks of his parents and Chen Yi, his heart is filled with worries. Are they safe now? Gao Su calmed down, supported the infusion stand, and pushed open the door of the consultation room. When he arrived at the corridor, the sight in front of him made him take a deep breath. The corridor was also a mess, with bloodstains everywhere and bullet holes on the walls. He picked up the phone from the nurse station and nervously pressed the number, but after repeatedly pressing it, he didn't hear any sound. Gao Su's heartbeat became increasingly rapid, and it can be confirmed that communication has been interrupted. The lights on the hallway kept flickering, and in the empty hospital, except for the sound of water dripping from the bathroom pipes, there was no other sound. As a soldier, Gao Su should have been fearless, but at this moment, a sense of fear enveloped his whole body, as if his soul had been pinched by demons at the throat. At this moment, a piercing whistle pulled Gao Su's thoughts back to reality. That was a police car, and its appearance gave Gao Su a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the police have already grasped some information, and they can work together to confront this crisis. Gao Su took firm steps and walked towards the direction of the police car. He knew that waiting for him ahead could be a huge challenge and danger, but he did not back down. He is determined to investigate to the end and protect the security of the country and the people. Gao Su took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. He knows that this is not the time for fear. He must remain calm and rational in order to face the challenges ahead. He silently told himself that no matter what difficulties he encountered, he would not give up. The sound insulation effect in the hospital is very good, but at this moment, he has become extremely sensitive, and any slight disturbance can make him alert. At the moment he heard the sound of the police siren, his heartbeat instantly accelerated, almost subconsciously supporting the infusion stand and rushing towards the windowsill, eagerly pulling open the curtains to look down. Sure enough, countless police and military vehicles roaring past on the street, their flashing red and blue warning lights seemed to indicate something to him. A bad idea flashed in his mind, and his heart suddenly fell into the ice cellar. An unprecedented fear and tension enveloped him, and he felt his breathing becoming rapid. He heard intermittent roars, filled with despair and pain, as if a distress signal emanating from the abyss. Gao Su tightly grasped the infusion stand, and his knuckles turned white due to force. His nerves were tense to the extreme, as if they were about to break at any moment. Terrifying images kept popping up in his mind. As the city became unrecognizable under the ravages of the virus, people fled everywhere, and social order collapsed. He couldn't imagine what his parents and Chen Wei would encounter, whether they were still okay. Gao Su knows that he cannot panic now. He must quickly find Chen Wei and then return to his hometown together to find his parents. He silently told himself to stay calm in his heart, but another voice rang out in his mind. You are still a soldier now, and you have a military mission. This voice put him in a dilemma. However, no matter how conflicted he was inside, he knew very well that he had to leave the hospital at this moment. He cannot sit idly by, he must take action, for himself and for the people he loves. As the elevator door in front of Gao Su slowly closed, he heard a mournful scream. Ah! This scream pierced through the tranquility of the night sky, causing Gao Su's heart to instantly accelerate. His body trembled involuntarily, his eyes fixed on the elevator door, as if he could see the outside world through the tightly closed door. That is a voice of fear, filled with despair and helplessness. A strong sense of unease surged in Gao Su's heart as he realized that the world might have undergone tremendous changes. He pressed the negative first-floor button of the down elevator without hesitation, his eyes still fixed on the elevator door, silently praying in his heart not to have any accidents happen. The elevator began to slowly descend, but Gao Su's thoughts were running rapidly. He recalled the movies and novels he had watched about the apocalyptic zombies, and those scenes made him shudder. He knows that in this situation, crowds are the most dangerous. Once surrounded by zombies, the hope of survival will become slim. He must find a safe place as soon as possible, away from those who may have turned into monsters. When the elevator door finally opened, Gao Su rushed into the dark subway station without hesitation. This place has long been shut down and there is no light, only his rapid breathing echoes in the air. He skillfully pried open the door of the subway station using his professional skills and successfully slipped in. He didn't dare to stop and headed all the way towards the direction connected to the mall. The C exit of the subway station is his target, as it is connected to a shopping mall under repair. The shopping mall, which was originally planned to open at the end of this month, may now truly become a deserted area. In this apocalyptic world, Gao Su understands that only by staying away from crowds can he increase his chances of survival. He must remain vigilant and constantly seek safe refuge. Finally, Gao Su arrived at the entrance of the mall. He carefully pushed the door open, and in front of him was pitch black. As expected, there was no light here, and the silence was frightening. He took a deep breath and mustered the courage to step into this unknown field. Every step was full of danger, but he didn't back down. He knows that only by facing it bravely can he find a glimmer of hope in this apocalypse. Gao Su's heartbeat became increasingly intense in the darkness, but his determination remained unwavering. He wants to live, no matter what awaits him ahead. It's 8 o'clock in the morning now, and there are constant screams outside, and even the sound of someone tapping the iron doors of the mall can be heard. He instinctively glanced out of the window, and sure enough, the street was already in chaos. He saw with his own eyes a man covered in blood rushing out of an internet cafe on a nearby street and pouncing on a passing woman. He pounced on the woman's abdomen and then threw her to the ground, starting to bite her belly. The woman screamed in pain, but couldn't stop the man from biting her organs. The man's face was covered in blood, and his large mouth was like a hungry beast, greedily devouring the woman's heart and lungs. 2 special police officers saw this behind the scenes and immediately rushed over, raising their guns and firing several shots at the man. The woman who was rescued fell into a pool of blood. When no one noticed, her hands and feet began to twitch, and the frequency of the twitching became faster and faster. After a few strokes, she suddenly stopped moving. "Not good," shouted a special police officer. At this moment, the woman suddenly opened her gray and lifeless eyes, then opened her mouth, revealing sharp fangs and biting at another special police officer. Bang bang. 3 more shots were fired at the woman, but it didn't have any effect. She bit into the neck of the special police officer, and at that moment, the man who had just been killed also came back to life. He hugged the thigh of another special police officer and bit it hard. The scene was instantly chaotic. Gao Su stood by the window, witnessing this scene. He clenched his hands tightly, but couldn't help it all. He could only watch helplessly as this chaotic scene filled his heart with fear and helplessness. The situation has completely spiraled out of control, with hundreds of police and special police officers all killed in action. The army that came to support also suffered heavy damage, and many soldiers fell one after another. Their blood dyed the ground red, merging into dark red streams. And those who fell did not die. When they stood up again, their eyes were filled with killing intent, and their mouths let out low growls, as if they were evil spirits crawling out of hell. In just half an hour, there were no living people on the street, only a bloody scene left. The body lay on the ground in all directions, some of which had been torn to pieces, with organs and meat scattered everywhere. The air is filled with a strong smell of decay and blood, making people nauseous. And those wandering zombies, their skin grayish-white, covered in blood and wounds, their mouths wide open, revealing sharp fangs, they stumble back and forth, searching for the next prey. Gao Su closed his eyes slightly and let out a deep sigh. He stood in this quiet mall, surrounded by tension and stillness in the air. Gao Su opened his eyes and began to carefully search for useful things in this unopened shopping mall. Time is tight, he must find the necessary supplies for survival as soon as possible. An hour has passed, and Gao Su has already visited all these floors. He leaned against the wall, ate something, and gradually regained his strength. He felt like he was full of strength again and no longer needed to support the infusion stand. The outside world has fallen into chaos. The zombie virus has just erupted, and people are panicking and fleeing everywhere. Gao Su had only one thought in his heart, that he must return to the army within these 2 hours. If the troops have already been deployed, he can only find Chen Wei and his parents first. Gao Su carefully climbed over the isolation fence and entered the large supermarket in the underground food area. His heart was beating faster and his palms were slightly sweating, but he tried to keep himself calm. He quickly shuttled between the shelves, scanning every convenient food that could be taken away. He thought to himself, I must find enough food and water, which is the key to my survival. When he saw the canned lunch meat, ham sausages, and compressed biscuits on the shelf, a small excitement surged in his heart. He picked up these foods and put them in a mountaineering bag, while also not forgetting to put a few bottles of pure water. Gao Su's thoughts were racing as he thought of the chaos and danger in the outside world. He knows that every second can be a matter of life and death, so he must prepare enough supplies as soon as possible. During this process, he constantly reminded himself to stay calm and rational. He cannot be controlled by fear and anxiety, he must rely on his own wisdom and courage to face the challenges ahead. Gao Su has only one goal in his heart: to survive. He firmly believes that as long as he is well prepared, he will have the opportunity to find a glimmer of vitality in this chaotic world. He immediately arrived at the pharmacy. A faint smell of medicine permeated the pharmacy, and a sense of urgency surged in his heart. He knew that time was running out and he needed to collect as many emergency medicine, cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, and other medications as possible as soon as possible. He quickly scanned the drugs on the shelf, with a hint of determination in his eyes. He knew that these drugs could be the key to saving lives in times of crisis. Finally, he arrived at the gym. His heart was beating faster because he knew there might be important equipment hidden here that he needed for survival. His gaze searched eagerly, finally fixed on a composite bow and 20 arrows. He felt a wave of ecstasy in his heart, as these weapons would provide him with more self-protection abilities. However, the surprise did not end. In the store manager's office, he unexpectedly discovered a military-grade dagger. This dagger flickered with a cold and stern light, as if telling him about the battles it had experienced. He held the dagger tightly and felt a force transmit from his fingertips to his whole body. He has prepared all the necessary equipment and is filled with uncertainty about the future. He knows that whether he can reach the military base smoothly depends on fate. He took a deep breath, put on his backpack, and took firm steps. The outside world is full of danger and unknowns, but he is ready and determined to face all challenges. Every step feels like a struggle against fate, and his determination and courage will accompany him until he reaches his destination. No matter what is waiting ahead, he will steadfastly move forward, hoping to find a glimmer of vitality in this ruins. Gao Su decided not to take the elevator because he was concerned that the sound of the elevator's operation could potentially pose a danger. He rolled the elevator to his own floor and then pressed the button to go to the underground parking lot. He chose to go down the stairs to keep a low profile and avoid unnecessary attention. In this quiet and dangerous environment, every decision may be related to life and death. Gao Su acted cautiously, each step carrying caution and vigilance. He knew very well that any sound could attract the attention of the zombies, so he kept as quiet as possible. Gao Su's heartbeat appeared particularly clear in the silence, and every breath seemed like a promise to life. He hopes to find a glimmer of hope, a safe place to stay away from the threat of zombies. Along the escalator passage, Gao Su gradually penetrated into the underground parking lot. His eyes scanned the surroundings with vigilance, paying attention to any possible signs of danger. A dull atmosphere permeated the air, as if suppressing endless fear. However, Gao Su was not defeated by fear. He walked forward firmly, with a longing for survival in his heart. He knows that only by staying calm and brave can he find a way out in this dangerous world. Every step feels like a struggle against fate, and Gao Su's determination and courage will accompany him until he finds his own vitality. As soon as he stepped into the garage, the elevator door opened slowly and made a soft, ding sound. At the same time, Gao Su heard a gunshot, which echoed through the empty garage and was chilling. The garage was filled with a strong smell of blood, mixed with the smell of car exhaust and dust, making people feel suffocated. The light above was dim and flickering, as if heralding a terrifying battle about to unfold. What kind of person? Gao Su thought to himself, it's so foolish to dare to shoot in such a place. It's like seeking your own death. As he expected, a young policewoman ran towards him while shooting, shouting, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Behind her, two people covered in blood, dressed in police uniforms, followed closely. "Don't come over. Don't come over." The female police officer continued to fire until all the bullets in her hand were depleted. She instinctively wanted to replace the magazine, but was surprised to find that there were no spare magazines left. Just as she was stunned, a senior brother suddenly rushed over and crushed her to the ground. "Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Look clearly, I'm Shermengling. Don't bite me." She struggled hard, trying to break free from her senior brother's control. However, the senior brother seemed to have lost his sanity and ignored her plea for mercy. In this bloody and terrifying atmosphere, the entire garage seemed to be frozen in fear and despair. The policewoman screamed loudly when she suddenly saw someone rushing towards her. This person looks very burly, dressed in outdoor equipment and holding a composite bow in his hand. Behind him was a dark garage, with the lights above swaying as if they were about to go out at any moment. "Help me! Help me!" Her heart was filled with fear and despair. She didn't know if this person was an enemy or a friend, but instinctively waved to him for help, hoping to get a glimmer of hope. "You save me! I beg you!" Her voice echoed in the empty garage, with a crying and trembling tone. "Help me! Ah!" Her heart was beating rapidly, as if about to jump out of her chest. She was afraid that this person would also turn into a zombie, so she threw her down and bit her. At her most desperate moment, Gao Su quickly filled the bowstrings, let go of his hand, and fired arrows. 2 flying arrows rushed out like lightning, accurately hitting the heads of 2 zombie police officers. 2 zombie police officers died instantly, fell to the ground and twitched a few times before stopping moving. Gao Su then drew 2 more arrows and placed them on the string, ready to deal with any other possible dangers. His gaze was cold and firm, without any hesitation. The female police officer struggled to sit up straight, her hair disheveled, and she covered her injured left shoulder. The blood had already dyed her red, and her blue police uniform was also soaked in blood. "Thank you. Thank you. You." Her voice trembled, filled with gratitude and fear. She didn't know why this person would save her, but she felt like she saw a glimmer of light in the darkness. Gao Su didn't speak, just nodded slightly, and then reached out to pull the female police officer up. "I'll take you out." His voice was deep and firm, making the policewoman feel a wave of peace of mind. Gao Su supported the female police officer, carefully avoiding the corpses and bloodstains on the ground, and walked towards the garage exit. The policewoman pushed aside Gao Su, who looked at her and shook his head helplessly. He silently counted in his heart, 15.14.13.12.11.9.8.7.5.4.3.2.1. In the dark garage, the cold air was filled with a strong smell of death. The female police officer's face was filled with fear, and her lips trembled as she made a faint cry for help. Suddenly, she spurted out a mouthful of blood, her body convulsing violently, as if controlled by an invisible force. Her eyes gradually turned gray, staring blankly at the void, and her mouth was still shouting intermittently, I can't do it anymore." Gao Su stood quietly on the side, his eyes cold and firm. He drew a dagger and aimed it at the policewoman's forehead, with the dagger in his hand flickering coldly under the dim light. His voice was deep and resolute. "Sister, you can leave with peace of mind." After speaking, the dagger slowly pierced her forehead, as if announcing her fate. As the dagger penetrated, the policewoman's body trembled violently, and the last hint of anger disappeared from her eyes. Her mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something more, but in the end she only let out a deep sigh. At the last moment, Gao Su heard her say in a faint voice, "Thank you." Looking at the three corpses, there was no ripple in Gao Su's heart. He closed his legs together and bowed slowly with his right hand, expressing his final respect to the three deceased lives. "All three of you go well." His figure gradually disappeared in the darkness, leaving only endless silence and a gloomy atmosphere of terror. Boom! Stepping on the gas pedal, Gao Su rode a motorcycle and rushed out of the garage at full speed. Not only did he get a pistol, but he also found 5 magazines on the other 2 male police officers. The city is gradually awakening, but the next 2 hours have left everyone in a state of confusion and fear. The first area affected is densely populated areas, and if there is a mutation, the entire place will fall into chaos. People were running around in fear, competing to escape this terrible place. However, they soon discovered that all functional departments in the city were paralyzed and unable to provide any assistance or support. When Gao Su arrived at the military camp, it had already fallen and was in chaos. The former training ground is now filled with death and ruin, making people shudder. Gao Su's heart was filled with anxiety and concern. He knew that the most important thing now was to find Chen Wei and seek his help and guidance. On the way, Gao Su originally wanted to help rescue some survivors. But he soon realized that the situation had exceeded his imagination. Some survivors saw someone on the road covered in blood and stumbled towards them, offering to help out of kindness. However, these people immediately became companions of zombies and launched a deadly attack on the survivors. This terrifying scene shocked and left Gao Su feeling hopeless. He realized that the city had fallen into complete chaos and disaster. Before the outbreak of the virus, there were rumors that there would be an unknown round of virus outbreak. Many people have developed the habit of hoarding food as a result, hoping to survive the disaster. Now, there must be many people hiding at home, trying to wait for the crisis to pass. But with the consumption of food, there will definitely be a large-scale escape wave in the end. At that time, transportation will be completely paralyzed, and the order of the city will further collapse. Faced with this series of disasters and crises, Gao Su felt that his strength was so insignificant. But he is determined to continue searching for Chen Wei, working together with other survivors to find hope for survival. They must unite and fight against this disaster together, rebuilding order and tranquility in the city. He was riding a motorcycle on the road when he suddenly saw some survivors covered in blood ahead. A surge of sympathy and compassion surged in his heart, wanting to help these survivors. But he also remained vigilant, slowed down the speed, and prepared to approach them. However, just a few meters away from the survivors, one of them suddenly let out a deep roar. The sound suddenly lifted Gao Su's heart to his throat, and he realized that something was wrong. Immediately after, the survivors began to tremble violently, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a group of terrifying zombies. Gao Su increased the throttle in terror, the motorcycle roared, and he quickly escaped from the terrifying zombies. Fear and tension made his heart race faster, and he felt his chest about to explode. The roar and footsteps of the survivors echoed in his ears, as if chasing him. Every acceleration was like a race against death, and Gao Su dared not turn back or stop at all. There was only one thought in his mind. He must find Chen Wei, seek help, and fight against this disaster together. During this thrilling escape, Gao Su's thoughts were like chaos, never expecting to personally experience such a terrifying scene. He realized that the outbreak of the virus had exceeded his imagination, and the city had fallen into chaos and despair. But Gao Su was not defeated by fear, and he was determined to live on. He told himself that he must be even more cautious, not only to protect himself, but also to find other survivors and work together in order to survive in this ruins-like city. Gao Su rode his bike through this ruins-like city, seeing terrifying scenes everywhere along the way. Zombies roam around, their roar and footsteps echoing in the open streets, like a sonata of death. The buildings on the street collapsed, the windows were shattered, and the walls were covered in blood and claw marks. The once bustling commercial street has now turned into a barren wasteland, with tightly closed storefronts and a stench filled inside. Gao Su saw some corpses lying on the street, their eyes lifeless, their faces twisted, and their wounds flowing with pus and blood. Gao Su's heart was beating faster and faster, but he suppressed his fear and continued to ride his bike. He passed by a park, which used to be a place for children to play, but now it has become a Shura field. The amusement facilities were destroyed, and the lawn was covered in blood and debris. The zombies wandered aimlessly in the park, seemingly searching for the next prey. Every intersection may contain hidden dangers, and Gao Su had to carefully choose his route. He bypassed places where zombies might gather, trying to maintain a distance and avoid attracting their attention. This city has completely fallen and shows no signs of life. Gao Su felt a wave of despair surge in his heart, but he knew he couldn't give up. He wants to find other survivors and work together to find hope for survival. On this road full of terror and death, Gao Su rode his bike steadfastly, his fate closely linked to this city. Only through courage and perseverance can he find a glimmer of vitality in this ruins. Gao Su stopped in a relatively safe place and briefly ate something to replenish his energy. His body was already exhausted, but he knew he couldn't stay too long and had to leave the city as soon as possible. Gao Shu rode his motorcycle, and the roar of the engine was particularly piercing in the silent ruins. He increased his horsepower and rushed towards the direction outside the city. The road out of the city is not flat, with debris and obstacles everywhere. Gao Su carefully navigated through these obstacles, filled with fear of the unknown and a desire for survival. Along the way, he saw more terrifying scenes. The ruins of the city are filled with the smell of death, and the figures of zombies wander in the darkness. But Gao Su did not stop, he made up his mind to escape this nightmare-like place. Finally, Gao Su saw the main road outside the city. That is a threshold of hope, crossing it may lead to finding a chance to survive. He accelerated towards the outside of the city, feeling an inexplicable excitement in his heart. However, as he approached the exit, he realized that he had been blocked by a large number of zombies. They smelled the scent of humanity and rushed frantically towards Gao Su. Gao Su's heartbeat accelerated rapidly, but he did not flinch. He clenched the throttle of his motorcycle and prepared to engage in a deadly battle with the zombies. He knows that only by crossing this level can there be a glimmer of vitality. In the midst of chaos, Gao Su drove his motorcycle into the zombie swarm. He waved his weapon and resisted the zombies' attack with all his might. Every swing carries his desire for survival, and every dodge shows his courage and determination. After a fierce battle, Gao Su finally broke through the blockade of zombies and successfully escaped from the city. His motorcycle raced through the wilderness, far away from the city of death. Looking back, Gao Su's heart was filled with complex emotions. He didn't know how many survivors there were in this ruins, but he vowed to continue living and find more hope. Chapter 3. Chaos. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Gao Su left the city occupied by zombies and embarked on a long and dangerous journey. He rode his motorcycle through one small town after another, where every place had fallen and become a paradise for zombies. These zombies are different from the images in general film and television works. Their skin is grayish-white, covered in ferocious cracks, as if it were a mark of death. Their eyes were dim and lifeless, revealing a chilling void. The zombies are moving at an astonishing speed and agility, without consciousness, only an endless thirst for flesh and blood. Gao Su's heart was filled with fear, but he knew he couldn't be controlled by fear. He must remain calm and think about strategies to deal with it. He recalled the training he had received, and those skills and knowledge became his reliance for survival in this apocalypse. When the zombies discover Gao Su, they will emit a deep roar, as if a curse on the living. They rushed towards him in groups, trying to tear him into pieces. Gao Su utilized his agile skills and familiarity with the environment to seek opportunities for evasion and counterattack. In the battle with the zombies, Gao Su constantly pondered the effects of each action and attack. He learned to use surrounding objects as weapons to create temporary obstacles to block the pursuit of zombies. He also learned to observe the behavior patterns of zombies and search for their weaknesses. Gao Su understands that in this dangerous world, survival is not only dependent on physical strength, but also requires wisdom and strategy. Despite being in a desperate situation, he did not give up. He continued to travel through one small town after another with hope for the future, moving towards an unknown future. He was riding a motorcycle through a residential area, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, and every subtle sound made his nerves tense. Suddenly, a terrifying roar of zombies echoed into his ears, and his heart beat faster in an instant, with tense emotions surging into his heart. Grasp the handle of the motorcycle tightly, increase the throttle, and try to escape this terrifying place as soon as possible. The streets in the residential area appear unusually quiet, with only the roar of zombies echoing in the air, as if announcing their existence. Stop. Suddenly, an old lady appeared in front of Gao Su and extended her arms to stop him. Her husband is holding a child covered in blood on the roadside. Please stop. My grandson is injured, can you take us to the hospital? The old lady stood in the middle of the road, waving at her to stop. Because at this moment, only Gao Su is riding a motorcycle on the entire street, and ambulances and police calls cannot be reached. My grandson was bitten by old Li's granddaughter yesterday and has been running a fever and vomiting blood all night. There's really no way, the old couple can only come out to block the car. At this moment, I finally saw a car, even if it was just a motorcycle, I had to stop it. She stood in the middle of the road. Gao Su believes that people who are bitten can mutate within a maximum of 30 seconds, but he is unaware that some people will not change and become asymptomatic. Some people may lurk for more than 12 hours. Gao Su looked at the old lady and the child in the old man's arms in front of him, his eyes cold, and he stepped on his right foot all the way. His inner monologue echoes in his mind. These people have been bitten and come out, isn't it harmful? They dared to stop my car. Really unaware, he drove a motorcycle and skillfully shuttled through the streets, performing a series of thrilling stunts such as drifting and jumping over obstacles. The roar of motorcycles and the roar of engines echoed in the air, attracting the attention of people around them. I can't stop, who knows if they have been infected. I must leave here quickly. Gao Su thought to himself and accelerated the speed. He is like a lone ranger, courageously advancing without fear. But at the same time, his heart was also filled with contradictions and struggles. Do I have to face death without saving? But if they have already been infected, I will also be in danger. Gao Su's inner monologue continued. At this critical moment, Gao Su must make a quick decision. Whoosh! An old lady stood in the middle of the road, trying to stop a speeding car. Driver Gao Su not only failed to slow down, but also almost got knocked down. Those who have suffered 1,000 blows. Even if you don't help, it's okay. You still want to kill my old lady. Bastard. Bastard. Mischievous. No sympathy. Crazy. Grandma, are you okay? An old man hurriedly ran to her side. Old man, I have lived my whole life and have never seen such a person, the old lady said in shock. You stand on the roadside to stop the car, be careful. This bastard almost hit you, it's hard to die. The old man suddenly shouted before he could finish speaking. Originally, his neck was fiercely bitten by his grandson in his arms, and blood spurted out. Old man. The old lady quickly took 2 steps back and then rushed up to pull the child. You let go of your grandfather. You let go of your grandfather. She tugged and tugged, quickly helping the old man up while the little boy let go. Old man, are you okay? Are you okay? Don't scare me. The old lady supported the old man with one hand, continuing to shake off the little boy's zombie. She found that no matter how much she fought, the other person was fine. What's even more frightening is that Sun Tzu's hands and feet have shown a bend that goes against human common sense. His grayish-white face was devoid of blood, his lifeless eyes fixed on them, his toothless mouth wide open, covered in crimson. At this moment, she suddenly felt a powerful force knocking her down to the ground. She turned around and saw that it was the old man who had been bitten through the main artery in his neck. He drooped his head and fiercely tore at her neck. Ah! Old man! It's me! What are you doing? The old lady struggled hard, but her strength was far inferior to that of the old man. She felt that her life was gradually slipping away. At the same time, the zombie of the little boy who had just arrived also rushed forward together. His teeth fiercely tore open the old lady's abdomen, biting at her internal organs. The old lady groaned in pain, and the moment she saw her intestines being forcefully pulled out, the final scene was a towering figure. Gao Su was riding a motorcycle and saw this terrifying scene in the rearview mirror. But he only took a glance, then withdrew his gaze, without hesitation, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed away. The roar of motorcycles echoed on the open road, as if a cold confession to the world. Gao Su's heartbeat was thunderous, but his expression was unusually calm. He knew that the world had changed, and the ugliness of human nature had nowhere to hide in this disaster. Gao Su rode his bike through one ruins after another, with abandoned vehicles and corpses scattered throughout the way. This once bustling city has now become a place of death. But he didn't stop, his goal was to find a safe place, a place where he could survive. In this world full of fear and despair, Gao Su can only rely on himself. He doesn't know what the future holds, but he knows he must persevere, for his own life and for those who have already passed away. He raced non-stop for 5 days and finally arrived at Chen Wei's old house in Fuyang, only to be surprised to find it empty. A day has passed. 2 days have passed. 3 days have passed. A week has passed. A month has passed. The frequency of daily news broadcasts is decreasing, and in the end, there is only one prominent line of black background and white text left on the large screen. Urgent notice. Please do not leave the house. Close the doors and windows. Wait for rescue. Wait for rescue. Wait for rescue. At first, people believed deeply in the content of the announcement and believed that the crisis would soon pass. However, they did not know that this was a devastating disaster. The zombie virus is incurable. In the end, comprehensive rescue was forced to be abandoned, and people could only rely on local self-rescue. In the later stage, water and electricity were also cut off, and the national machinery no longer existed. When all the food supplies in households were depleted, people realized that the true end had come. 1 year later, Gao Su returned to his hometown and was lucky enough to find his parents, who had already joined the local survivor base. In the past year, Gao Su has joined the base defense forces and engaged in fierce battles with countless zombies. Every time, when the tide of zombies surged like a raging tide, Gao Su stood fearlessly at the forefront, using his courage and intelligence to repel the enemy's attack. With the passage of time, Gao Su's combat skills have become increasingly sophisticated. He learned how to effectively utilize terrain and weapons to eliminate the most zombies with minimal cost. Not only that, his leadership skills have also gradually emerged. He is able to organize his comrades, formulate ingenious strategies, and enable them to unleash their maximum potential in battle. However, despite achieving great success in the base guard forces, Gao Su always had an unfinished wish in his heart. He has been missing Chen Wei, the friend who once faced the crisis with him. The emotional bond between them is so close that even in the most difficult times, they can support and encourage each other. Gao Su firmly believes that Chen Wei is still alive, and his heart is filled with hope. He imagined that Chen Wei might be waiting for rescue in a corner of Tsuelin City, eager to reunite with him again. Gao Su's longing for Chen Wei is like a never-ending flame, driving him forward and searching for his friends. In the depths of his heart, Gao Su knew that only by finding Chen Wei could he truly feel complete and satisfied. They have faced the threat of death together and fought together for survival. That kind of tacit understanding and trust cannot be described in words. Whether in battle or in life, Gao Su firmly believes in the emotional bond between them. He is willing to take an adventure for Chen Wei, crossing through a city plagued by zombies and searching for his whereabouts. Because in his heart, Chen Wei is not only a friend, but also a person worth guarding. After careful consideration, Gao Su finally decided to embark on another journey to Tsuelin City. He bid farewell to his comrades, packed his bags, and embarked on a dangerous journey alone. He crossed the barren land, avoided the lair of zombies, and approached Tsuelin City step by step. During the search for Chen Wei, Gao Su encountered a serious shortage of food and water. The resources in the city are extremely scarce, and there is almost no edible food found in the ruins and debris. In order to survive, Gao Su had to search everywhere for food and water sources. He carefully traversed through the ruins, paying attention to every possible place where food could be found. Sometimes, he will find expired cans or dry food in abandoned shops or houses, but these foods have far exceeded their shelf life and eating them may cause harm to his body. However, in order to fill his stomach, Gao Su had no other choice. The shortage of water sources is even more severe. The city's water pipe has ruptured, and no water can flow out of the faucet. Gao Su can only search for other water sources, and sometimes he takes the risk of entering contaminated water sources, hoping to find some drinking water. But these waters are often filled with bacteria and viruses, posing a huge threat to his health. In order to solve the problems of food and water, Gao Su had to learn to conserve and make reasonable use of every resource. He learned to control his appetite and only eat small amounts of food every day to prolong the supply of food. For water sources, he also learned to collect rainwater and dew, minimizing waste as much as possible. The shortage of food and water gradually weakened Gao Su's body, but his will never wavered. He knows that only by persevering can there be hope of finding Chen Wei. He constantly encourages himself, believing that he can overcome difficulties, find a way out for survival, and find Chen Wei. On the 10th day back in Suilin City, Gao Su walked with heavy steps into an abandoned gas station. This place is desolate, filled with sand and dust, and all the fuel pumps are empty, as if silently recounting their past glory. Just as he was preparing to leave with disappointment, suddenly a faint cry for help came from the gas station supermarket, breaking the silence. The voice appeared so abrupt in the empty ruins, as if it was the last trace of longing for life. Gao Su pulled out a baseball bat from the car, held it tightly in his hand, and walked cautiously towards the direction of the cry for help. Hearing the sound coming from inside, he probably knew what was happening. In this dimly lit supermarket, a woman's hands were tightly tied behind her back, her body unable to move, and she could only let a man mercilessly tear open the remaining lingerie on her body. Every tearing sound was like a sharp blade, cutting through the air and making her tremble with fear. She tried to struggle, but the rope made her ache and she could hardly breathe. Despair and fear enveloped her, tears blurred her vision. She heard the man's cursed voice, filled with hatred and anger. "You bitch, how dare you resist me?" The man's voice was filled with anger. I didn't resist, please let me go." The woman's voice was filled with tears, helplessness, and begging for mercy. "Let you go? Who do you think you are? You're just my plaything." The man's voice became increasingly fierce, and every word pierced the woman's heart like a needle. "What are you two waiting for? Come and play together." The man turned to the other two men and shouted. On the side, two other men anxiously urged, their breathing becoming rapid, their eyes flickering with a greedy light, as if eager to join this cruel torture. "Hurry up, we also want to taste the taste of this woman," said one of the men. "You bastards, you won't have a good ending." The woman shouted at them with all her strength. The man's violent behavior became increasingly fierce, and his fists rained down on her, each with endless malice. Her body trembled as if she could collapse at any moment. However, her inner courage was not crushed. She gritted her teeth tightly and stared at them with hatred, without saying a word. Blood oozed from the corners of her mouth, and her body trembled under the violent impact, but she did not beg for mercy. At this moment, she fell into the abyss of despair, with both her body and heart severely damaged. However, there is still a glimmer of hope, hoping that someone can save her and rescue her from this nightmare like hell. Suddenly, Gao Su kicked open the door, jumped up, and rushed forward without giving the other person any time to react. As he dodged to the left, he lifted his right knee and hit one person forward to the left with a baseball bat, shouting loudly, "Fuck you." When the other two reacted, he hit the other person down from the outside of his right knee with the baseball bat and knocked over another, shouting angrily, "Damn it." Then, he landed his right foot backwards in a left lunge and hit the other person's waist and abdomen forward with the baseball bat. His left hand then tightly squeezed the last person's throat forward. As soon as he exerted force, the other person's neck bone was crushed. Then came the screams of the woman, and in the dim light, a naked woman could be vaguely seen. Gao Su's eyes darkened and he fainted. Before losing consciousness, he heard a voice in his ear saying, "What's wrong with you?" What he didn't know was that, due to days of exhaustion, he didn't realize that his waist and abdomen had been cut by the opponent's dagger, which was also covered in hallucinogenic drugs. After an unknown amount of time, in a daze, Gao Su vaguely felt a woman taking care of him, wiping his body, changing clothes, treating his wounds, and even feeding him water. Finally, one night, he woke up and the sight he saw made him take a deep breath. He lay on a rudimentary marching bed, with candles lit inside the tent. The dim lights illuminated the rudimentary tent, with two coarse cloth backpacks hanging on both sides and pots and pans placed next to it. Gao Su felt a chill in his heart and patted his head. At this moment, a light footstep sounded, and as the door was gently pushed open, a young woman dressed in simple clothes walked in. Her skin is fair as snow, and her face exudes a classical beauty like a jade carving. Her eyebrows are as slender as willow leaves, her eyes are as bright as stars, deep and hot, as if they can penetrate his soul. Her nose bridge is straight and delicate, and her lips are slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. Gao Su stared blankly at her, as if attracted by her beauty, forgetting his own situation and the pain on his body. His heart was beating faster, his cheeks were slightly burning, and he unconsciously wanted to approach her, but he was unable to move due to his weak body. His gaze followed every movement of her, as if he wanted to engrave her beauty in his own memory. The woman walked up to his bed and looked down at him, her eyes filled with concern and tenderness. She gently grasped his hand, felt his body temperature, and then said in a pleasant bell-like voice, "You finally woke up. How do you feel? Is there anything else uncomfortable?" Her voice was warm like a spring breeze, making Gao Su feel comfortable and relaxed. Gao Su regained his senses, tried to squeeze out a smile, and whispered, "Sister. Sister, could you speak a little slower?" His voice was a bit hoarse. The woman smiled and nodded, then gently touched his forehead, as if confirming whether his temperature was normal. Her fingers were soft and warm, making Gao Su feel a wave of peace of mind. Gao Su tried to sit up, but the pain in his body made him frown. The woman saw this and quickly supported his shoulder, whispering, "Don't worry, your wound hasn't fully healed yet, you need to rest well. I will take care of you, don't worry." Gao Su looked into her eyes and felt her sincerity and concern. A warm current surged in his heart, and at the same time, a special emotion developed towards this unfamiliar woman. At this moment, he realized that his admiration for her beauty was not just an appreciation, but also an indescribable attraction. This girl's accent sounds a bit like people from the southern Guangdong region. "Big brother, where are you from?" the woman deliberately slowed down and said. Gao Su now listens clearly. "I was just about to ask, what is this place?" The woman looked at Gao Su's handsome face and replied, "This is Tsuelin City." "I know it's Tsuelin City." The woman smiled and said, "Then why don't you ask?" Gao Su smiled, he was naturally optimistic, maybe Chen Yi also came here. So he set aside everything and tried to stand up. After drilling out of the blanket, he realized that he didn't seem to be wearing a shirt. Suddenly, he felt a spinning sensation and tightly grasped the woman's shoulder to support his body. When the woman saw this tall and handsome man, her face immediately turned red and she forgot to help him. As a soldier, Gao Su didn't care about being topless. Instead, he naturally smiled and said, "Sister, can you tell me everything here?" The woman shook her head and said, "I can't say for sure. Originally, I came here from southern Guangdong for tourism, but after the crisis broke out, I couldn't go back and stayed here alone for a year." "Did you survive alone for a year?" Gao Su smiled and shook his head. "How could a woman survive alone?" The woman thought for a moment and replied, "Don't you believe it?" Gao Su looked at her beautiful face and smiled, "Even a man cannot survive alone, not to mention you as a woman." The woman said, "I don't blame you. Actually, we had more than 20 people at the beginning. During this period, except for the couple who left, almost everyone else was either bitten to death by zombies or brutally murdered by the Afrikaans." "Afrikaans?" Gao Su looked surprised. "Who is it? I've never heard of it before." In the north of Tsuelin City, a group of Afrikaans established the Afrikaans Brigade, which often harasses us. 3 days ago, you killed the patrol team of the Afrikaans Brigade. Gao Su frowned and said, "Where did these Afrikaans come from? This is an inland province, and there shouldn't be a large number of Afrikaans. As far as I know, there were many Afrikaans in southern Guangdong before the apocalypse. After the outbreak of the virus, these people followed suit and quickly gathered together to form a large group." The woman saw Gao Su touch her rumbling stomach and awkwardly smiled, "Big brother, are you hungry? I'll go cook." Gao Su also appeared a bit embarrassed. "I'll trouble you then. After the woman left, he saw a set of folded clothes on the marching bed and immediately changed it on. This set of training clothes has been washed very clean. Even the hole on his knee had been patched up. Gao Su chuckled to himself, realizing that having a woman by his side was different. Wiped the sweat off my forehead. The weather is so hot, it would be great if there were cold beer. Raising the tent, fresh air rushed in, and Gao Su gazed at the stars in the sky, a beautiful sight he had never seen before. Under the night sky, the wisps of cooking smoke accompanied by a gentle song echoed in his ears. His heart trembled, his physical strength quickly recovered, and curiosity reignited. What exactly is this place? Can I really find Chen Yi myself? He followed the sound of the song and saw a woman wearing denim shorts standing by the stove, cooking soup with a relaxed and contented expression, singing an unknown southern Cantonese tune. At first sight of spring, Gao Su couldn't help but blush when he saw her with a picturesque expression. As he walked over, he accidentally knocked over a nearby bucket of water. The woman was taken aback, put down her work, and came to him. Gao Su was also walking towards the woman when he accidentally bumped into her. His heart shook and he instinctively pushed away the woman, asking, "Are you okay?" The woman blushed and lowered her head. The woman was stunned for a moment, stared at him with wide eyes, and whispered, "It'll be fine in a while." Gao Su realized that he was a bit reckless, scratched the back of his head, and awkwardly smiled, "I'm really sorry." At this moment, the two stood facing each other, with a blush on Gao Su's face, while the woman's clothes were thin and soaked in sweat, revealing her body lines. The woman noticed that Gao Su's scorching gaze fell on her chest, and couldn't help blushing. She quickly turned her back. Gao Su quickly retreated. The woman who had changed clothes sat opposite Gao Su at the table, eating the grilled fish and wild vegetable soup she had made. She wondered if she was hungry, but Gao Su enjoyed it with relish. As the woman ate, she looked at him with great interest, occasionally showing a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. "Don't dislike it," the woman whispered a few words. Gao Su looked up in shock, still chewing on delicious food. "What? No." The woman's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she quickly lowered her head and continued to eat the food in her bowl. "How could I despise it? When I was training before, I ate even worse." Gao Su's words were filled with determination and emotion. "Training?" The woman looked up curiously, her eyes full of questions. Gao Su smiled and put down the dishes in his hand, proudly saying, "I have served in the army." "Oh." The woman suddenly realized and smiled heartily, "No wonder you're so amazing." Gao Su scratched his head with embarrassment and smiled humbly, "It's okay. It's okay." In fact, Gao Su's statement is completely unfounded. Wherever in the world, there are very few people like him who are exceptionally skilled and tall and strong. At this moment, he stared intently at the petite woman in front of him and casually asked, "What's your name?" The woman's cheeks flew with two blushes and shyly replied, "He Kalen." "He Kalen. Well, He Kalen. I'm curious, what's this place?" The small bridge and flowing water don't look like the post-apocalyptic scene at all. Gao Su looked around suspiciously. "This is Tsuishan Park." The park had not been opened before the virus outbreak, so there were no people here, He Kalen explained softly. "You really know how to find a place." Gao Su's face showed admiration. "I'm just lucky," He Kalen smiled awkwardly. The two of them looked at each other with smiles, and Gao Su readily reported his name. Meanwhile, on the other side of Tsuilin City, a thrilling battle is taking place at the survivor base. Countless zombies surged towards this base like a tide, and their numbers were so numerous that it made one's scalp tingle. Survivors faced unprecedented pressure and challenges. The zombies let out eerie roars and approached the walls of the base step by step. Their eyes flickered with a thirst for blood, as if they were about to devour the survivors alive. The survivors picked up their weapons and fought desperately against the zombies' attack. However, there are too many zombies, and they keep pouring in as if they can never be completely killed. As night falls, darkness envelopes the entire battlefield. Under the moonlight, the figures of the survivors shuttle through the ruins, their faces pale, and their eyes revealing despair and fear. However, they did not retreat and remained steadfast in guarding their homeland. On the battlefield, smoke and fire filled the air. Survivors engaged in a fierce battle with zombies amidst gunfire, bullets, and swords. Their sweat and blood soaked the land, and every shot and slash carried their thirst for survival. Every drop of sweat and blood represented their persistence in life. In this world shrouded in death, there is no retreat, only courage to move forward. They must use their courage and wisdom to engage in a deadly battle against these immortal monsters. Despite their bodies trembling and their hearts filled with fear, their eyes were filled with determination and determination. This battle will determine their fate and witness their courage and perseverance. The sound of battle echoed through the ruins, intertwined with the roars of survivors and the howls of zombies. Hold on. We must not let these demons break through our defenses. One survivor shouted loudly, his voice echoing on this dead land, as if inspiring all survivors. We must fight to survive, to fight for our tomorrow. Another survivor responded, his eyes revealing firm faith and endless courage. The battle has entered a white-hot stage. The survivors engaged in a deadly battle with the zombies, their bodies covered in blood, but their eyes were filled with determination and determination. They know that this is a life-and-death battle, and only by persevering can there be a glimmer of hope. Despite the survivors resisting with all their might, the zombies still broke through the defense line, and countless zombies rushed in, biting every person they saw and cruelly devouring fresh flesh and blood. At this critical moment, the survivors had to make a difficult decision. They could only break through in batches and seek a glimmer of hope. One of the teams is composed of several former special police officers who have experienced numerous battles and are rich in experience. They drove two modified assault off-road vehicles, charging towards the crowd of corpses in an attempt to break through the encirclement. This is a life-and-death breakthrough, and they must give it their all without any slack. Amidst the roar of the assault off-road vehicle, they engaged in a thrilling battle with the zombies. They shoot with guns, chop with knives, and do everything in their power just to survive. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in breaking through the encirclement and moving away from the land of death. However, they do not have time to rest because they know that in this dangerous world, only by constantly moving forward can they survive. They continue to drive assault off-road vehicles, traversing the ruins of the city, searching for new safe places. In this process, they encountered various dangers and challenges, but they never gave up and persisted in moving forward. Two assault off-road vehicles were speeding through the ruins, with smoke and dust splattered from their wheels permeating the air. Outside the car window, dilapidated buildings and debris flashed past, as if telling the story of past glory and destruction. The assault team members clenched their weapons and watched the surrounding environment with vigilance. Their heartbeat accelerated in a tense atmosphere, and each breath was filled with fear of the unknown and a sense of mission towards the task. The captain's gaze was firm and sharp. He knew the importance of this mission, but he couldn't help but worry about the safety of the team members. He said over the radio, "Everyone stay vigilant and pay attention to the situation around you." The heartbeat of the team members is getting faster and faster. They understand that this mission may face great danger, but they also understand that they bear the responsibility of saving lives. They are the hope in this ruins, the savior of those trapped. Suddenly, a huge ravine appeared ahead, blocking their way. The drivers quickly brake and the vehicle stopped at the edge of the ravine. The captain's heartbeat paused for an instant, but he quickly regained his composure and said over the radio, "We need to find another path to bypass this ravine." The team members got off the car one after another, their hearts constantly accelerating as they explored, each step carrying a fear of the unknown. They carefully crossed through the ruins and walls, avoiding buildings that could collapse at any moment. A damp atmosphere rushed in, and the graffiti and peeling paint on the walls seemed to tell stories of the past. The heartbeat of the team members became increasingly intense, and they were alert to potential dangers. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed through the passage from a distance. The heartbeat of the team members instantly stopped, and fear spread in their hearts. "It's a zombie. Prepare for battle." The captain's voice sounded on the radio, breaking the silence. The team members quickly formed a formation, with their guns pointing forward. When the zombies appeared, the team members' heartbeat was as rapid as a drumbeat, but they didn't hesitate to fire, turning fear into courage. In the fierce battle, the heartbeat of the team members was intertwined with the sound of gunfire. They cooperated and supported each other, gradually repelling the zombies' attack. The special police officers rushed into the police station, their hearts beating rapidly in a tense atmosphere. They searched for the traces of survivors in this dilapidated building. "Pay attention to safety and remain vigilant." The captain's voice sounded on the radio. Received, the team members responded. "Captain, we have found a survivor." The shout of the special police officers shattered the silence of the night. The captain immediately ran over upon hearing the news, his heart racing due to nervousness. They arrived at the weapons storage room and found a trembling girl, her eyes filled with fear and despair. "Girl, please calm down. We are police," the captain said in a firm and gentle voice, trying to calm her down. The girl lifted her head and looked at the captain and the special police officers behind him, with tears flashing in her eyes. After a while, she seemed to confirm that these people could bring her safety, so she spoke up and said, "I am a doctor, and more than 10 of us have been living here, trying to find a glimmer of life in this world ravaged by zombies. However, 2 hours ago, something small caused a commotion, and the zombies attacked, and everyone else died." Her voice trembled, filled with pain and sadness. At this moment, a roar came from afar, filled with terror and despair. A large number of zombies rushed towards the police station like a tide, with only a bloodthirsty desire in their eyes. The special police officers immediately entered a highly guarded combat state, with determination as firm as steel and courage as fearless as tigers. They know that they must defend this last pure land, for survival and hope. The captain calmly commanded the special police officers, who worked closely together like an efficient combat machine. Bullets streaked through the night sky, and the flames emitted from the muzzle illuminated the surroundings, as if tearing open a hole in the darkness. They do not retreat, do not give up, and everyone is doing their best to protect survivors and safeguard the future of humanity. Bullets rained down densely, and the flames from the muzzle illuminated the entire night. The warhead shuttles rapidly in the air, emitting a piercing whistling sound with a deadly threat, making people tremble with fear. The heartbeat of the special police officers was like a drum, as they tightly grasped the weapons in their hands with firm and resolute eyes. Every time the trigger is pulled, there is a determination to die. They know it is a life and death battle, and only by giving it their all can they survive. Blood splattered everywhere inside and outside the police station, with severed limbs and wreckage visible everywhere, and the smell of death permeated the air. However, the special police officers were not knocked down by fear, their hearts burning with a desire for life and a steadfast commitment to responsibility. The police station was ultimately engulfed by raging flames, reflecting everything as terrifying as hell. The flames licked the skin of the special police officers, creating a scorching heat wave that made it impossible to breathe. But their eyes remained firm, with only one belief in their hearts: to live. After a fierce battle, the special police officers repelled the zombie attack. They also found 2 submachine vehicles in the chaos, and a wave of joy of survival and hope for the future surged in the hearts of the special police officers. They are well aware that this battle is just the beginning, and they will face more challenges and difficulties. Chapter 4. Devils. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The Afrikaans generally refer to the residents of the Negro ethnic group in Africa south of the Great Desert. Their languages are divided into 4 groups. The Khoisan language family, the Congolese language family, the Bantu language family, and the Sahara language family. Due to the fact that the majority of residents in the areas south of the Afrikaans desert are black-skinned, the Afrikaans often refer to black people. Sometimes the Afrikaans include desert people in the north and white people in the south. Africa is the oldest continent in human civilization history. After many scientists proposed the idea that humans originated in Africa, the world archaeological community provided a large amount of physical evidence, indicating that Africa, especially in the east and south, may be the earliest birthplace of humanity. The oldest black kingdom in the world is the Harewood Kingdom, founded by the Pedro people in the middle reaches of the Nyen River. It was founded in the 10th century BC and is also known as the Kingdom of Meroe due to its relocation to Meroe. The kingdom used to have a large number of exquisite temples, stone carvings, and stone tablets, but still retains many relics. They also invented their own unique script. Pedriovan. From the 3rd to the 16th century AD, the Western River Basin successively established the Meg Kingdom, representing the Western Grassland Civilization, the Griffin Kingdom, representing the Western Rainforest Civilization, and two empires, the Amber Empire and the Lacroix Empire. Around the 3rd century AD, the Kales people established the Zafra Kingdom between the Zeta River and the upper reaches of the Niger River. At the end of the 8th century, the territory included the upper reaches of the Shamali River and the Zeta River Basin in the west. Rich in gold. Prosperous due to the flourishing trade between the west and the north. Desert merchants brought salt, fabrics, groceries, and shells in exchange for gold, slaves, and ivory. Cities such as Ouagla, Daïn, Timbuktu, and Gao have emerged near the commercial route. The Murid dynasty in the north captured the capital of Meg, Kunbi, and thereafter the Meg Empire began to decline, eventually being annexed by the Amber Empire. Amber Ben was a small chieftain in the Sankarani River region, a tributary of the Shamali River. It was composed of the Kata tribe who spoke the Mandingo language and was a vassal of the Meg Kingdom. It was known for its gold trade and gradually became stronger by the mid-11th century. Subsequently, later generations continued to fight and expanded the territory of the kingdom. After the 14th century, Western colonialists gradually invaded the coastal Shanzada River and Huffman River. The Western trade, especially the Afrikaner slave trade, caused internal conflicts in Amber society and ultimately led to the collapse of Amber. The Afrikaans were sold as slaves to various parts of the world, and with the end of World War II, liberation movements emerged in various regions. In the 1980s, China's economy opened up, and a large number of Afrikaans illegally flooded into the coastal areas of China. With the outbreak of this crisis, some people entered the internal areas. Gao Su was very clear in his heart that their killing of the Afrikaga patrol team would eventually be exposed, and the enemy would definitely come knocking on him. At the thought of these, he couldn't help but feel a pang of irritability. He clenched his fist tightly, slowly released it, and then vigorously rubbed the center of his brow, trying to calm himself down. Gao Su looked up at the sky, which was gloomy and shrouded in dark clouds, seeming to herald the arrival of a storm. He took a deep breath and felt the damp and cold air filling his lungs. This weather made him feel even heavier, as if the whole world was suppressed. He looked into the distance, where the land was filled with unknown dangers and challenges. Gao Su knew that in this land, there were not only the influence of the Chinese people, but also many other external forces. These forces often clash with each other, and they spare no expense in competing for resources and territory. These separatist forces are not a civilized group, they have no rules and regulations to speak of, and everything is barbaric growth. There, the law of the jungle is eternal, and ordinary people find it difficult to survive. They have to constantly fight and fight for survival. Gao Su knows that they cannot hide forever and must find ways to deal with the upcoming crisis. However, he doesn't have a better way now, he can only prepare first. He brought Hikalan to the edge of the park, surrounded by a dense forest. The trees were tall and dense, with branches and leaves intertwined, forming a green sky. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, forming light and shadow, like natural paintings one after another. Gao Shu needs to establish the most basic defense works, and this is not something that can be completed in 1 or 2 days. This park, covering an area of 21 hectares, has high walls and a protective iron mesh with blades. The front and rear doors are both large iron gates, and there is an artificial lake surrounding the key points of the exterior wall. The artificial lake connects to Kunchi, the largest freshwater lake in China. Now he only needs some aggressive facilities. Due to Gao Su's inability to obtain large-scale offensive weapons, he decided to dig some traps. He asked He Kalen to guard his home, while he began setting traps on the roadside in the mountains and forests outside the park. Gao Su spent 3 days digging 10 traps, taking into account most of the paths that outsiders could enter, which was on their inevitable path. Gao Su was satisfied and led He Kalen up the highest mountain in the park. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking around, he had a feeling of looking at the small mountains. Gao Su tightly held He Kalen's hand, firmly believing that as long as they worked together, they could definitely survive in this chaotic world. It should be safe here. Gao Su smiled and looked around to confirm that there were no signs of zombies, feeling relieved. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds and gloomy, as if it was about to be suppressed, making people feel a bit oppressive. The wind blew quietly, with a hint of coolness, gently brushing against Gao Su's face. He took a deep breath, and the air was filled with a smell of decay, the smell of death, a reflection of this apocalypse. Gao Su turned his head to look at He Kalen. Her face was pale, and her eyes showed fear and unease. She hugged her body tightly, as if searching for a hint of warmth and comfort. "Don't be afraid, I'm here," Gao Su patted He Kalen's shoulder and whispered. His gaze was firm and warm, giving He Kalen a glimmer of strength. The park they are in is in ruins, with withered flowers and trees. The once beautiful scenery is now only barren, as if silently recounting the changes of this world. Gao Su walked with He Kalen towards the management center of the central island of the park. The road was littered with wreckage and ruins, a mess. Occasionally, I can still see the figures of some zombies wandering aimlessly, emitting a foul odor. Those Afrikaans are really scary, they are like a group of demons. He Kalen's voice trembled slightly, and she remembered the evil deeds of those Afrikaans towards her, still filled with fear in her heart. "Don't be afraid, we will find a way to deal with them," Gao Su comforted. "Although the world has changed, we cannot lose hope. The dark clouds in the sky are getting thicker and a storm is about to come." But Gao Su and He Kalen did not stop. They wanted to survive in this desolate world and find their own hope. Finally, they arrived at the management center. This is an abandoned building, but it can still provide some shelter. "We can temporarily settle down here," Gao Su said. "When the weather improves, we will go look for other resources." He Kalen nodded, she was already exhausted. They walked into the management center and sat down in a relatively clean corner. In this post-apocalyptic world, nothing is predictable, Gao Su sighed long. "Don't think too much either." He Kalen frowned slightly. She knew that Gao Su was right, but she still couldn't let go of what the Afrikaans had done to her. "By the way," He Kalen suddenly said, "I know there's a cold storage here, and it's also solar-powered." Gao Su's eyes lit up, which was good news. Cold storage means having food reserves, while solar power can provide electricity. "Great." Gao Su smiled, "Let's go take a look." They stood up and walked towards the cold storage that He Kalen had mentioned. The dark clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower, and a storm was approaching, but they did not retreat. In this apocalypse, every hope is precious, and they must seize every opportunity to survive. Gao Su and He Kalen gradually drifted away, their figures appearing so small in this dilapidated park. But their determination and courage are like a bright lamp, shining with a ray of hope in this dark world. Gao Su and He Kalen returned to the management area, where there was still no electricity supply and it was pitch black, feeling a bit gloomy. "Give me 2 more days." Gao Su said, "I'll connect the power supply of the cold storage here, so I won't have to light candles at night. Also, there's the water problem. I can modify the external pipeline and connect it directly to the reservoir. I'll find some rainwater filtration devices in the warehouse." After the zombie outbreak, the city's water supply system was quickly affected. The large clean water tank of the water plant is filled with countless corpses, and the water source was immediately infected. Those who continue to use tap water have now become part of the zombies. Over the past year, Kaylin had to rely on collecting a small amount of rainwater to make a living. If she was lucky, she could find some bottled water, but her strength was not strong enough, and in the end, she only filled a few bottles and brought them back. And electricity is something she dares not think about. "What's wrong?" Gao Su asked. "I'm thinking, how lucky I was to meet you." Kaylin hugged Gao Su. "I really dare not think." "Really? All right." Gao Su comforted, "Everything will slowly get better. After I improve the basic defense facilities here, we will slowly find some survivors to come in. At least 20 to 30 people can live here. When today passes, I will train you." Gao Su said, "A girl like you cannot survive in the end world. Isn't there still you around?" Gao Su smiled and shook his head. "There will always be times when I'm not around, and besides that, I have to go find someone." "Are you leaving?" Kaylin looked up at the man in surprise. Gao Su smiled, "But don't worry, I won't leave until your base is built." "I don't want any base." Kaylin's words were a bit excited. "I just want to stay by your side." "Silly girl." Gao Su said, "I have a fiancé AE. It's already the end of the world." Kaylin said loudly, "Who cares about monogamy?" "No." Gao Su gently pushed away Kaylin. "I care, I am a soldier." "Soldiers." Kaylin sneered coldly, "Then tell me where the army is." "Indeed, where is the army?" Gao Su couldn't answer her. At this moment, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with no moonlight visible. The surroundings were pitch black, accompanied by gusts of cold wind, making people feel even more eerie and terrifying. Kaylin stood there dumbfounded, tears swirling in his eyes, his heart filled with despair and helplessness. In this world, she has no relatives, no friends, only a stranger like Gao Su can rely on. And now, Gao Su is also leaving her. She doesn't know if she can still survive. Kaylin gazed at Gao Su's handsome face, his emotions surging like a tide in his heart. She bit her lips and suddenly reached out to lift her T-shirt. The red bra reflected her snow-white skin, emitting a charming temptation in the darkness. Although she may not be as glamorous as before the apocalypse, she is still a 22-year-old girl with curves that exude the hormones of youth. She held Gao Su's right hand and without hesitation pressed it onto her left chest, feeling the warmth of his palm. Her voice trembled with a hint of despair and pleading in her eyes, "I can give you everything, just don't leave me." At this moment, time seemed to solidify. Gao Su's heartbeat accelerated, and he could clearly feel the changes in his body. However, reason still overcame impulse, and he struggled to swallow his saliva, trying to stay calm. "Kaylin, calm down." Gao Su stared at the seductive creature in front of him, trying to control his emotions. He knew that survival was the most important thing in this apocalypse, and he couldn't let emotions affect his judgment. Kaylin's tears slid down like broken beads, and her voice was filled with despair. "How can I calm down? Every day has been like the last day for a year. I don't want to live this kind of life again, and I don't want any base. I just want to follow you, even if it's death." Gao Su broke free from her hand, quickly took off his training uniform and draped it over her, trying to make her feel a hint of warmth. He took a deep breath and whispered, "I didn't save you for nothing." His gaze was firm and sincere, as if conveying a power to her. Kaelin gathered up in her training uniform, tears blurring her vision. She turned around and ran away without looking back, feeling the pain and despair sweeping through her heart like a storm. Gao Su stood quietly in place, watching her departing figure, filled with helplessness and contradiction in his heart. He knows that love is so fragile and precious in this cruel world, but he also understands that survival is their top priority. The night is deep, and darkness envelopes the entire world, as if narrating the insignificance and fragility of humanity. Gao Su followed Kaelin outside and saw her sitting by the lake holding her legs and sobbing. The night breeze accompanied her low sobbing voice, which made people feel a pang of heartache. Gao Su touched his pants pocket, found half a cigarette, lit it with a lighter, took a deep breath, and exhaled a cigarette ring. Half of the cigarette was quickly finished, and the people on the shore also stopped crying. He walked up to her and whispered, "All right, let's go back." "Why don't you want me?" Kaelin's voice carried a hint of anger. "I told you, I am a soldier." Gao Su's brow furrowed tightly, he didn't understand why Kaelin thought so. "Damn it!" Kaelin roared, "You must think I've been raped by those people." Upon hearing these words, Gao Su furrowed his brows even tighter and said, "I really don't have such thoughts." "I don't believe it." Kaelin's eyes were firm. "I never lie." Gao Su's voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Okay." Kaelin wore a loose training uniform, rolled up sleeves, and looked very cute in the moonlight. "You swear?" Gao Su smiled and said, "What oath do you make?" "I never swear." "Okay. You can leave tomorrow. I don't want you to care about whether I live or die." Kaelin's temper flared up. Gao Su looked at the little woman in front of him and remembered Chen Wei from the past. They were all like this, they liked to get angry and make things difficult. "I can treat you like my sister," Gao Su tried to calm Kaelin down. "Fuck you. I'm not going to be your sister." Kaelin's emotions were still very excited. Gao Su had no choice but to say, "Okay, if you can promise me to train well from today on, and when you can also become a warrior, I will consider it." "Are you serious?" A glimmer of hope flashed in Kaelin's eyes. "I'm serious." Gao Su helplessly raised his right hand. "Swear." Kaelin persisted. Gao Su had no choice but to raise his right hand and swear, "I swear." "Okay, I believe you." Kaelin's face showed a smile. "Can we go back for dinner now?" Gao Su asked. Kaelin said happily, I still have a few cans. They haven't expired, Plum Blossom brand luncheon meat." Gao Su shook his head and let Kaelin take his arm as he walked towards the room. The next morning, Gao Su began preparing for his trip. He put on the thickest training uniform at home, wrapped his hands and feet 3 times with tape, put on a helmet found in the management center, and carried a bag. He carefully planned the route, targeting the nearest pharmacy. Although there is almost nothing lacking there is a lot of frozen meat in the cold storage, and wild vegetables can also be found on the mountains. There is really very little medicine left. To reach the pharmacy, he must cross a block where countless zombies may be hidden. Before departure, Gao Su handed the pistol to Kaelin and taught her how to use it, as well as giving her a grenade. "Kaelin, this grenade is not meant to blow up zombies or people," Gao Su said with a serious expression. "What is that used for?" Kaelin asked with confusion. After thinking for a moment, Gao Su explained, if you encounter a dilemma that you can't escape from, just sound the grenade and give yourself a relief. Do you understand?" Kaelin tightly grasped the grenade and nodded firmly, "I understand." "Good girl." Gao Su patted her shoulder, arched her back, checked her equipment again, and left Kaelin without looking back. The sky outside was gloomy and dark, seeming to herald the arrival of a storm. Gao Su hopes to find the necessary medicine before the weather gets worse, and also hopes that he Kalen can be safe in this dangerous world. He probably saw a trace of Chen Wei's past on this little girl. From the bottom of his heart, he hoped that he Kalen could survive and that this trip to find medicine would go smoothly. After leaving the park, Gao Su walked for about 2 hours, and the scenery along the way was in ruins, as if the whole world was shrouded in death. He carefully walked through the ruins and debris, wary of potential zombies. Gao Su carefully shuttled between the ruins and wreckage, when suddenly a strong smell of decay wafted through his nose. He immediately realized that he might have encountered a small group of corpses. Gao Su's heart suddenly accelerated, but he did not panic. He quickly stopped and cautiously observed the surroundings. The sight in front of him sank his heart, and he saw several ragged and terrifying zombies walking towards him. His body instinctively entered a state of combat, and he tightly grasped the weapon in his hand, ready to face this life and death struggle. Gao Su's gaze became firm as he told himself that he couldn't be controlled by fear and must remain calm. He took a deep breath and suddenly let out a roar, attracting the attention of the zombies. He took advantage of this brief time difference and quickly charged towards the nearest zombie, fiercely attacking its head with the weapon in his hand. The zombie fell, and Gao Su did not stop at all, immediately turning to the next target. His actions are quick and decisive, with each attack carrying deadly power. In his fierce battle, zombies were knocked down one by one, no longer posing a threat to him. However, Gao Su knew that this was only a temporary victory, and he must leave this place as soon as possible to avoid attracting more zombies. He remained vigilant while searching for a safe evacuation route. In the end, Gao Su successfully freed himself from the entanglement of the small group of corpses, his heart still beating rapidly, but his eyes were filled with determination. This encounter made him more aware of the cruelty of the world and strengthened his determination to survive. Gao Su encountered sporadic zombie attacks on the road. Every encounter made his heart beat faster and his nerves tense, but he was not knocked down by fear. Passing through a block, Gao Su was surrounded by several zombies in a narrow street corner. He leaned against the wall, tightly holding the weapon in his hand, ready to engage in a deadly battle with these terrifying monsters. The zombies let out low growls and approached him step by step. Gao Su's heart beats like a drum, but he tries to keep himself calm. He told himself not to be afraid and to find a way to survive. Gao Su noticed that the zombies seemed to be moving slowly, and their bodies seemed to be gradually stiffening. He realized that this could be an opportunity. Taking advantage of the slow movements of the zombies, Gao Su quickly charged towards the nearest zombie and fiercely attacked its head with his weapon. The zombie fell and he didn't stop, immediately turning to the next target. His movements are agile and decisive, with each attack carrying deadly power. At this critical moment, Gao Su had only one belief in his heart. He must defeat these monsters and live on. The dagger in his hand drew lines of light and shadow in the air, accurately hitting the vital parts of the zombie. With each swing, he could feel his strength growing and his confidence doubling. Gao Su's heart was filled with firmness and determination. He knew it was a battle of life and death, and he could not shrink or fear at all. He wants to fight for a glimmer of hope for himself and fight to the end for survival. Finally, the last zombie also fell to the ground. Gao Su breathed a sigh of relief, but his nerves remained tense. He knew that in this dangerous world, zombie attacks could happen again at any time. He wiped the sweat off his face and examined the surrounding environment. The narrow streets were filled with a strong smell of decay, and the bodies of zombies lay on the ground in all directions. Gao Su took a deep breath, then took firm steps and continued on the road to the pharmacy. He knew that only by constantly fighting and advancing can he find a glimmer of vitality in this apocalypse. Chapter 5. Biographies of Best Friends. You are listening at novelfull.audio. On the other side, in a prison on the outskirts of the city. The gaze of the leader of Africa was as sharp as an eagle, staring closely at the Chinese woman in front of him, as if he wanted to see her through completely. His hands were like iron pliers, firmly gripping the woman's shoulder and pressing her tightly onto the desk, making her unable to move at all. The woman's face was filled with fear and helplessness. She desperately wanted to break free from the control of the leader of Africa, only to find that her power was so insignificant in front of the other party. She could only helplessly look at the leader of Africa, tears of despair flickering in her eyes, and her heart filled with fear and unease. Her heart was in chaos. She didn't know why the leader of Africa was treating her like this, nor did she know how to deal with the situation in front of her. She tried to calm down and think about ways to escape, but the pressure from the leader of the Afrikaans made it almost impossible for her to breathe, leaving her brain blank. The voice of the leader of Africa was cold and firm, and he said to the woman, "You'd better not try to resist, because it will only make you more painful. You are now my prisoner and must obey my orders." The woman could only silently shed tears, knowing that she had fallen into a desperate situation and could not escape the control of the leader of Africa. The hands of the leader of Africa were like iron pliers, tightly clasped around the woman's waist, unwilling to relax at all. There was a pathological fervor in his eyes, as if he was unusually excited about this behavior. The woman tried to struggle, but the power of the leader of Africa was too strong, and her resistance appeared pale and powerless. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were filled with fear and despair. However, the leader of Africa did not soften his heart as a result, but instead grinned even harder. He enjoys the pleasure of controlling others, as if only in this way can he satisfy a certain desire deep within him. Under the oppression of the leader of Africa, women felt unprecedented fear and helplessness. She doesn't know how long she can hold on, nor does she know what the future holds. Her heart was filled with despair, as if the whole world had collapsed. She didn't understand why she was treated like this, nor did she know how to get out of this predicament. Dudu. The knocking on the door sounded, and the leader of Africa stopped his movements and released the woman. At this moment, the woman is already limp and has no strength left. She looked at the back of the leader of Africa, feeling secretly grateful that everything had finally come to an end. The leader of Africa impatiently asked, "What's going on?" The Afrikaans at the door spoke in a frightened tone, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and stuttered, "Report. Report, 3 of us are missing." The leader of Africa furrowed his brows and asked, "In which area did they disappear?" "It should be near Tsuishan Park." The Afrikaner's voice trembled slightly, with fine beads of sweat rising from his forehead. The leader of Africa exclaimed in surprise, "That should be an uninhabited area now." His eyes were full of confusion, and his voice increased by an eighth. "Yes. Yes, we have already investigated before." The Afrikaner's tone was filled with helplessness and grievance, and his body instinctively curled up. The leader of Africa lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then sighed, "Let's go see if it's really a deserted area in a few days." He saw his subordinates constantly looking inside, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing a mocking smile and sneering, "You go. Thank you very much, Colonel." The Afrikaans rubbed their hands and rushed into the room. His eyes were filled with anger and longing, as if he was about to devour everything. He grabbed the woman's hair and lifted her up, lifting her feet off the ground. The woman looked at the Afrikaans in terror, her plea for mercy drowned out by their roar. The power of the Afrikaans was fully unleashed at this moment, as he vigorously shook the woman's body as if to shake her soul out of her shell. His fists rained down on the woman, each with his anger and resentment. His heart is dominated by anger, and he wants to vent all his anger on the woman and make her feel his pain. The hearts of the Afrikaans are filled with a desire for destruction. He wants to destroy the woman and make her beg for mercy at his feet. He kicked the woman's abdomen with his foot, causing her to curl up on the ground. Then, he grabbed her arm and twisted it vigorously, as if trying to twist them off her shoulders. The woman's pleading for mercy became increasingly weak, and her consciousness gradually blurred. But the Afrikaans did not stop because of this, and his violent behavior escalated. He threw the woman onto the table, then pounced on her and pressed her body with his knees, continuing to ravage her. In the process of venting his power, the rationality of the Afrikaans was gradually blinded by desire, and he was completely immersed in the pleasure of violence. His every move was full of malice and venting, as if he wanted to vent all his desires on women. Finally, the physical strength of the Afrikaans gradually depleted, and their violent behavior gradually eased. He stood up and looked at the woman lying on the table. She had lost consciousness, covered in scars, and the hearts of the Afrikaans were filled with satisfaction. The leader of the Afrikaans walked downstairs and saw more than a dozen Afrikaans watching him. A wave of dissatisfaction surged in his heart. Why are these people still lingering here? He shook his head, showing a bitter smile, and whispered, "You bastards, why don't you go?" His voice, although not loud, was full of authority. He knew that these people were all his subordinates and they needed his orders to take action. He also knew that they were all waiting for his instructions because they believed in his abilities and wisdom. "Thank you, Colonel." More than a dozen people rushed upstairs in a hurry. The leader of Africa looked at their backs and felt a surge of pride in his heart. He knew that these people were all his warriors, willing to fight for him and fight for their ideals. The woman's screams echoed through the entire room again, and the mournful voice lasted for over an hour before gradually weakening. During this long time, the woman's heart was filled with fear and despair. She realized that her life was coming to an end, and her heart was filled with reluctance to part with the world and longing for her family. She recalled her past life, and those beautiful times had become fleeting memories. She didn't understand why she was treated like this, why these people could treat a living person so cruelly. Finally, someone came down to report to the leader of Africa. "Report, Colonel, that woman is dead." Upon hearing this news, the leader of Africa pinched his nose and whispered, "It's strange that she's not dead with so many of you. You'll wash her clean later and have a meal tonight. You bastards." A woman's heart is filled with anger and unwillingness. She wants to resist, but her body can no longer move and can only silently curse these people in her heart. She hopes that her death can attract more attention and allow these people to receive the punishment they deserve. She didn't want to die in obscurity like this, she wanted the world to know the pain and injustice she had suffered. At the last moment of her life, she exerted all her strength to release her grievances and curses, hoping that these curses would continue to haunt these people and never be able to escape. As the last breath dissipated, the woman's eyes slowly closed, and her soul gradually left this cruel world. But her resentment and curse filled the air, as if telling the world about her experiences and misfortunes. Night fell quietly, and the cafeteria in building one of the prison was crowded with people. These Afrikaans come from different age groups, including elderly people with white hair, innocent children, gentle and graceful women, and strong men. They gathered together happily, singing cheerful songs, dancing passionately, and the entire cafeteria was filled with a joyful atmosphere. In this lively occasion, the aroma of grilled meat permeates the air, tempting to drool. These Afrikaans are well aware of the source of these delicious grilled meats, but they seem to have no interest in the story behind them. They are immersed in a joyful atmosphere, enjoying the satisfaction brought by the delicious food without any mercy. Perhaps it is because they have become accustomed to this lifestyle, or because they have different views on the value of life. Regardless of the reason, they chose to ignore the source of these meats and focus on the joy and enjoyment in front of them. The air is filled with the aroma of grilled meat, rich and tempting, making people drool. However, behind the laughter and joy, does anyone realize where these delicious grilled meats come from? Some people's eyes seem to flicker with an imperceptible worry amidst joy, their thoughts drifting in the joyful atmosphere, and their hearts involuntarily recalling those once living lives. Their eyes pierce through the crowd, as if they could see the gaze of those who had been slaughtered, feeling their fear and pain before death. But others are immersed in a joyful atmosphere, their psychology seems to be occupied by a numbness, turning a blind eye to the disappearance of those lives. They enjoy the satisfaction brought by the food and choose to ignore the story behind it. In this place, everyone's psychological state is not the same. Some people struggle between joy and conscience, trying to appreciate the value of life while enjoying delicious food. Some people are completely blinded by joy, and their respect for life is temporarily put on hold. The women imprisoned in Building 2 are curled up in the prison, bowing their heads one by one, as if waiting for the judgment of fate. At this moment, an Afrikaner walked over with 2 buckets and struck the iron fence with a wooden stick, shouting, "We're eating." A woman smelled the fragrance emanating from the barrel and said, "It looks like grilled meat." As the 2 buckets were placed in front of the warehouse, all the women eagerly reached out to grab them. There was a woman who moved very quickly. She immediately took a piece of meat and without hesitation, stuffed it into her mouth and wolfed it down. She saw that her friends around her had no intention of eating and were still shedding tears, so she asked, Duo, why don't you eat? I haven't had barbecue for a long time." The woman Duo raised her head, her eyes filled with sadness and helplessness, and whispered, "Do you know what you're eating?" "I don't know, it's really delicious anyway." The woman's tears surged even more, crying and saying, "What you're eating is Nana." Everyone stopped their movements when they heard this sentence, and their stomachs began to churn and vomit one after another. The Afrikaans outside heard the commotion inside the prison and mocked, "Is it delicious? Don't worry, it's your turn soon. You sows." This sentence made all the women feel creepy, and they began to understand that their fate was no longer in their own hands. The women looked at each other with lifeless faces, their eyes filled with despair and fear, as if they had seen the end of the world. At this point, they realized that the imprisonment imposed by the Afrikaans on them was not only a physical constraint, but also a ruthless deprivation of their dignity and humanity. These once friends and family companions have now become their food, and this absurd and terrifying reality makes it unbearable for them. However, Duo was not defeated by despair. She wiped away the tears from her face, and a determined light flickered in her eyes. She looked at the other women, her voice trembling but full of determination. "We can't just sit idly by like this, we must pick ourselves up and find a way to escape this nightmare." Her words were like a glimmer of dawn in the darkness, evoking hope and courage in the hearts of the other women. Before in that vibrant and dreamy university campus, the 3 girls, Duo, Nana, and Rue, spent many beautiful times together. Now, they have graduated for many years and embarked on different paths in life. However, their most precious memory in their hearts is still that time as college girlfriends. One day, Duo, Nana, and Rue gathered in a cozy coffee shop. The traces of time have not changed the tacit understanding between them, but rather made this friendship even deeper. They sat by the window, the sun shining on the table, reflecting their smiles. In each other's eyes, there is a longing and concern for many years. "Long time no see, how have you been lately?" Duo broke the silence first. "Me, it's going smoothly. Although I'm busy with work, I still feel a sense of accomplishment," Nana replied with a smile. Rue continued, "I have been preparing my own entrepreneurial project recently. Although it is full of challenges, I really enjoy the process." They shared each other's life experiences, and laughter echoed in the air. The time we once spent together has now become a precious treasure for them. "Do you remember the days when we ran together on campus?" Rue recalled. "Of course I remember. At that time, we always encouraged each other and fought for our dreams together." Duo agreed. Nana sighed and said, "That was really the best time of our lives. Thank you for always being by my side." Their topic extends from campus memories to the bits and pieces of real life. Despite experiencing different setbacks and difficulties, they always support each other. Time flies in the midst of laughter and joy, and parting always comes so quickly. But this separation is not the end, but a new beginning. No matter how life changes, our friendship will never change. Duo tightly grasped the hands of Nana and Ruerue. Nana and Ruerue nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, we will always be the best friends." In that sunny CAFA, the three girls made a promise to reunite again. However, what they did not expect was that a sudden outbreak of the virus broke this agreement. The streets and alleys of the city are filled with tension and panic, and people are putting on masks to avoid going out as much as possible. Duo, Nana, and Ruerue have also been involved in this epidemic, and their lives have undergone earth-shattering changes. Duo is a doctor who, without hesitation, devoted herself to the front line of the fight against the epidemic, fighting day and night in the hospital ward. She tried her best to treat every infected person, even though she was physically and mentally exhausted, she never gave up. Nana is a journalist who delves into the scene of the epidemic, reporting on the real situation and touching stories. She uses her brushstrokes to convey hope and courage to people, allowing more people to understand the severity of the epidemic. Ruerue utilized her professional knowledge to participate in the research and development of vaccines. She studies day and night, hoping to find effective ways to combat the virus as soon as possible. Under the shadow of the epidemic, the chance for the three girls to reunite again has become slim. But they stay in touch through phone and internet, supporting and encouraging each other. Duo, you must pay attention to your own safety and not be too tired, Nana said with concern over the phone. You must also take good care of yourself. We will definitely overcome this epidemic. Duo answered firmly. Ruerue also shared her progress during the video call. I believe our efforts will not be in vain, and there will be good news soon. After the outbreak of the epidemic, the three girls, Duo, Nana, and Ruerue, all contributed to the fight against the epidemic in their respective fields. However, as the epidemic continued to worsen, the situation gradually lost control. One day, while going out to purchase supplies, they were attacked and captured by a group of unidentified people. These people are masked, unable to see their appearance clearly, nor do they know what their purpose is. They were taken to a prison by a group of unidentified people. 2 days ago, these people were supposed to take Ruerue away, but Nana decided to replace her because she thought she was a journalist and might be able to persuade these people. And seeing Nana again, she has become someone else's flesh and blood. Chapter 6. Flying Cars. You are listening at novelfull.audio. The nearest pharmacy is far from the park, and there is also a place filled with terror and danger between them. There is a vocational high school ravaged by zombies, and the campus is filled with a strong smell of death. There is also a large sports hall emitting a decaying atmosphere. The once bustling place is now rarely visited, shrouded in the shadow of death and turned into a desolate ruin. However, even ferocious Afrikaans dare not easily venture into such a harsh environment. They are well aware of how cruel this battle against zombies can be, and each step may face a life and death test. The sun is rising, and the zombies during the day are not as crazy as those at night. Gao Su's heart was filled with tension and unease, and he didn't know if he could safely pass through this dangerous area. Gao Su did not ride a motorcycle, but carried an empty mountaineering bag and walked cautiously. Every step he takes is full of vigilance and caution, as he strives to avoid the traps he has set. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, and his ears were also alert to the movements around him. Any slight disturbance could put him in danger. Gao Su's body was tense, his heart racing as if he was about to jump out of his chest. His fingers tightly grasped the strap of the mountaineering bag, ready to respond to any possible emergencies at any time. His mind was running rapidly, constantly thinking about what to do next and how to avoid those hidden traps. Every step felt like walking on a tightrope, and Gao Su's breathing became rapid and heavy. He knew that any carelessness could trigger a trap and lead to a siege by zombies. However, he also understood that only by staying calm and focused can he leave this place of death. This abandoned city is so quiet that it is frightening, and any faint sound is magnified several times. As the pigeon skimmed through the air, the sound of its wings flapping seemed to awaken the sleeping zombies, and occasionally a few roars came, making his heart even tighter. Gao Su is also very nervous at this moment because he has already entered the gymnasium area. Several abandoned police cars were parked in front of the gate, covered in mottled rust and dust, as if silently recounting their past glory. More than 10 skeletons were lying around the police car, all of which were incomplete and emitting a nauseating stench. And a few zombies outside the gymnasium hung their heads low, slowly swaying in place. Their bodies have decayed, revealing dense white bones, and their clothes are also in a state of disrepair, barely covering their intimate parts. Gao Su cautiously moved slowly step by step, afraid of making any noise. He knew well that if these zombies were alarmed, he would face thousands of corpses. He tightly grasped the engineering shovel in his hand, as if it could bring him some sense of security. Cold sweat kept rising from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks, and he could even hear his own heartbeat. He kept telling himself to stay calm and not be controlled by fear. He observed the surrounding environment, searching for possible ways out. He found that there were some abandoned buildings around the gymnasium, and perhaps these buildings could lead to the back of the gymnasium. Gao Su took a deep breath and began moving towards the direction of the abandoned building. His footsteps were light and slow, trying not to make any noise. His eyes kept scanning his surroundings, alert to potential dangers. Suddenly, a zombie appeared in front of him, its eyes filled with emptiness and killing intent, and it rushed towards him with open teeth and claws. Gao Su was instantly scared and his hands and feet stiffened. He had no choice but to widen his eyes and watch the zombie get closer and closer to him. At this critical moment, Gao Su came to his senses and quickly lifted his engineering shovel, smashing it fiercely at the head of the zombie. Only a dull sound was heard, and the zombie's head was smashed open, with black blood and white brain splattering all over the ground. Gao Su didn't stop, he continued to run forward until he got away from the zombie. Gao Su stopped to catch his breath, his heart beating like a drum. He realized that he had just gone through a life and death test, and if he hadn't reacted in time, he might have become one of those zombies. He decided to be more cautious and not put himself in danger anymore. Sweat slid down his cheeks, and he could even hear his own heartbeat. Holding an engineering shovel in the right hand and a dagger in the left hand, ready to respond to any unexpected situation at any time. He also knows that if he wants to establish a base in the park, he must eradicate the zombies here, because the hidden dangers here are too great. When Gao Su left the gymnasium area, the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. However, his relaxation did not last for 5 minutes as he entered the vocational school area and faced even greater challenges. Unexpectedly, all the zombies in the vocational school ran onto the street. Although they were all in a sleeping state, the hundreds or thousands of zombies wearing school uniforms on the street still made Gao Su feel scalp tingling. His brain was running rapidly, suddenly recalling an event that happened 6 months ago. In Yunzhou, he once saw a person who could safely pass through a group of corpses. Out of curiosity, he followed the person. What surprised him the most was that the person was actually a young girl, covered in the flesh and blood of zombies. The pungent smell and her eerie smile made Gao Su unforgettable for life. Perhaps this is the only way to get through here. Gao Su found a plastic cloth and also found a lonely zombie on the street corner. He took a deep breath and started doing the most disgusting thing in his life. This zombie is a fat man. When he separated his coat and saw the discolored belly, a putrid odor rushed towards him, making him vomit incessantly. After vomiting, there is still something to do. He cut open the flesh with a dagger, and the yellow fat layer had changed color, making the stench even stronger. His internal organs have turned black, but this is exactly the scent he needs. Gao Su wrapped himself in plastic cloth, his heart racing as he grabbed the flesh and blood of the zombie and began to apply it to himself, including his face. Finally, he cut off a large intestine and hung it around his neck. No, his stomach couldn't bear it anymore. He propped himself up and retched a few more times. Although disgusting, it is really effective. Gao Su slowly walked through the group of corpses step by step, and a few awakened zombies came over to smell and then walked away. His heart had already reached his throat, and if it was slightly wrong, these zombies might not even give him a chance to mutate. In half an hour, his heart rate has at least doubled. As he passed the last zombie, his rapidly beating heart finally calmed down. After walking a street, he took off the plastic cloth and hid it in a garbage bin, which he might need later. He simply cleaned his body with water and then continued on the road. At this moment, night had already fallen, and darkness enveloped the entire city, so quiet that it was frightening. The street lamps on the street emitted dim yellow light, illuminating the road ahead of Gao Su. A cold wind blew by, rolling up a few fallen leaves and swirling in the air. Gao Su couldn't help but shiver and tighten his clothes. It took another 15 minutes to arrive at the pharmacy. Standing at the entrance, Gao Su was shocked. This was not a pharmacy, it was clearly a community hospital. Gently pushing open the glass door of the hospital, walking slowly down the hallway, it was strange that there was not much damage here, except for the spider webs and dust everywhere. There was nothing unusual. He looked around anxiously and followed the prompts to the pharmacy. There is an apple on the table at the pharmacy, and its plump and shiny appearance has already withered. The air was filled with a suffocating smell, and I shook my flashlight a few times, looking at the various names of medicines on the medicine cabinet. Although he is a soldier, he still has some knowledge about medicine, which is not only related to his professional needs, but also to Chen Wei's daily nagging. The first thing he needs to take is antibiotics, such as amoxicillin, ceftonib, azithromycin, amoxicillin clavulinate potassium, minocycline. He tries to take drugs that do not require skin tests and have minimal side effects. I remember it seems that Kalen is suffering from gallstones, and there is no shortage of medication in this area. Finally, he brought some cold medicine and cardiac emergency medicine, and his backpack was almost full. It seems necessary to come a few more times. This pharmacy is very effective. The cold storage in the park can help store these medicines, although theoretically some of them have expired. But if the chemical preparation is in an ideal state, it will not expire because the storage method of chemicals is sealed. Chemicals do not have expiration dates, it's just that the substances inside have changed, and the content may also be different. Captain Gao. A deep female voice came from outside the door, which startled Gao Su. He instinctively grasped the bow and arrow in his hand, his body tense, and looked towards the door with alertness. The city at night is quiet yet dangerous. The street lights appear dim in the mist, illuminating a small area, while the surrounding darkness is like an invisible big mouth, ready to devour everything at any time. Gao Su stood at the door, staring closely at the figure, his bow and arrow ready to be fired at any time. "Who?" he whispered, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. The figure took a step forward and entered the range of the light. Gao Su fixed his gaze and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It turned out to be Pei Xiaoya, who is a colleague of Chen Wei. "It's me, Pei Xiaoya," she said softly, with a hint of trembling in her voice. Gao Su's heart tightened as he noticed Pei Xiaoya's nervousness. In this apocalypse, everyone lives in fear, even these survivors are no exception. Pei Xiaoya took a step, her eyes revealing despair and confusion. Her body looks very weak, as if she will collapse at any moment. "Gao Su, I didn't expect it to be you." Pei Xiaoya's voice had a hint of bitterness. In the dim light, Gao Su could see a faint smile on Pei Xiaoya's young and beautiful face, although it looked a bit yellowish due to long-term malnutrition. "Is Chen Wei with you?" Gao Su asked. Pei Xiaoya shook her head, her eyes dimmed as she said, "That day while giving you first aid, your subordinate suddenly underwent a mutation, and we were all pulled out of the emergency room. Then there was a large scale mutation in the hospital, and Wei Wei and I evacuated separately. Finally, I was arranged to the Huangdong District Security Base, and Wei Wei went to the Provincial Security Zone. 7 months ago, there was a million-level corpse outbreak, and both security zones no longer exist. The last time I communicated with Wei Wei was 7 months ago, and the only thing I knew was that she might still be in this city. Pei Xiaoya's tone seemed calm, but her concern was. It is clear at a glance. Gao Su's heart sank as he couldn't imagine the scene of a million-level corpse tide. He and Chen Wei fought side by side in the apocalypse and have become each other's most trusted partners. Gao Su calmed down and said softly, "Just live." The city at night is so quiet that one's heart palpitates. The cold wind howled through the ruins, making a gloomy sob. Under the moonlight, Pei Xiaoya's figure appeared lonely and determined. Pei Xiaoya also put aside her nervousness and said, "Well, I'm planning to find some medicine and leave this city. Maybe the suburbs will be safer." Suburbs, it's not safe. There are many people forming cliques and forming scattered survivor bases. There is no good for the isolated survivors, believe me, I have seen survivor bases that make a living by eating human flesh before. Gao Su's voice was cold and deep, with a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Pei Xiaoya nodded, but she had no confidence in what she would face if she left the city and entered the suburbs. In recent times, her understanding of reality has undergone significant changes, and nightmares have become a natural occurrence. She has also seen the self-destruction among survivors. Gao Su walked out of the pharmacy, and when he turned around and closed the door, he held the doorknob in his hand and frowned, thinking about everything Chen Wei was facing and couldn't help but worry. If she survived, why never did she find herself? Although he couldn't understand, the idea was very strong and even made him feel uneasy. It seems like something bad is going to happen. Hey, are you okay? Pei Xiaoya's voice pulled Gao Su back from his thoughts to reality. Gao Su looked up at Pei Xiaoya and noticed that her face was full of anxiety. The impending unease has disappeared, replaced by chaos and panic. Gao Su worked hard to drive this emotion out of his heart because he knew that Chen Wei would not always wait for him to immerse himself in analysis. Moreover, worrying and imagining things beyond one's control is useless. "Xiaoya, don't be afraid," Gao Su whispered, reaching out to grab Pei Xiaoya's hand, trying to give her some comfort. Pei Xiaoya's eyes flashed with a hint of gratitude, but her voice still trembled. "Gao Su, I don't know how long we can hold on. The world has become so chaotic, and I'm afraid we can't handle it." Gao Su tightly grasped her hand and said firmly, "Don't be afraid, we will find a safe place together. I will protect you, and we will get through this difficult time together." Pei Xiaoya's tears welled up in her eyes and said, "But I'm really scared. I don't know what the future will be like, I don't know who else we can rely on." Gao Su smiled slightly and said gently, "It's okay, haven't you met me now?" Pei Xiaoya nodded and took a deep breath, "Okay then." After saying these words, the two of them walked into the darkness and left the community hospital, which was as quiet as a tomb. As the sun sets in the west, the afterglow fills the towering city buildings, and the colorful glow on the horizon drapes a hazy purple veil over the buildings. This once bustling city has now been reduced to ruins, with dilapidated roads constantly extending forward in the pursuit of darkness. Surrounded by towering buildings, their shadows envelop the entire city, as if silently recounting the glory of the past. On the mountaintop, the TV tower rises into the clouds, and a star at the top of the tower emits a faint light in the darkness, as if it is the last hope of this city. If it weren't for the apocalypse, Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya might have stopped to admire this beautiful scenery. However, at this moment, they had no time to attend to anything else and had to rush back to the park before the sun set, which was their last refuge. Gao Su never imagined that they had walked all day for such a short distance. They traveled through countless ruins and debris from one end of the city to the other. Every step is full of danger and uncertainty, and every moment may be attacked by zombies. When they crossed the vocational school area again, Gao Su's disgusting method almost made Pei Xiaoya collapse. The air is filled with a foul odor that is suffocating. The sight in front of her was shocking, even as a military doctor, Pei Xiaoya couldn't bear it. What's going on? Are you scared? Gao Su's lips curved slightly, with a hint of mockery on his face. His gaze revealed a sense of firmness and determination, as if he had already become accustomed to all of this. I'm not afraid. Pei Xiaoya's voice trembled slightly as she tried to show off her strength, but her inner fear could not be concealed. Gao Su put a new plastic cloth on her, grabbed the flesh and blood with both hands, and applied it to her body. When Gao Su wrapped a large intestine around her neck, Pei Xiaoya finally couldn't hold on and fainted. Hello. Gao Su patted her face, wiped his hands clean, and pinched among her people. After a while, Pei Xiaoya slowly woke up. The first thing she woke up to was watching Gao Su. Tears welled up in her eyes. Her eyes were filled with fear and despair, as if she was in a nightmare. Don't cry. Be careful not to attract zombies. Gao Su quickly said, with a hint of anxiety and concern in his voice. Gao Su. This is so disgusting. Pei Xiaoya's voice was filled with tears. She couldn't bear such torture, which had already exceeded her psychological limit. Gao Su silently looked at her, filled with helplessness and bitterness in his heart. He knew that all of this was for survival, but for Pei Xiaoya, it was too cruel. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Xiaoya, we have no choice. This is the only way we can survive. There was a hint of determination in Gao Su's voice, and he knew that they must face all of this, otherwise, all that awaited them was death. Pei Xiaoya looked at him with confusion and helplessness in her eyes. She knew Gao Su was right, but she couldn't accept such a reality. She tried to cheer herself up, but her inner fear followed closely. Let's go, we need to leave here quickly. Gao Su helped Pei Xiaoya up and they continued to move forward in the darkness, hoping to return to the park base as soon as possible. Gao Su supported Pei Xiaoya as she struggled through the darkness. Their bodies have been exhausted and their souls have been greatly traumatized. However, they did not give up. They knew that only by persevering could they find a safe place. As night fell, darkness enveloped the entire city, and the howls of zombies echoed in the distance, making people shudder. Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya carefully walked through dilapidated streets, trying to avoid making any noise. Their breathing was heavy and rapid, as if every breath could attract the attention of zombies. Suddenly, a group of zombies appeared ahead. They wander aimlessly, emitting a foul odor from their bodies. Gao Su tightly grasped the weapon in his hand, preparing for a deadly battle. Pei Xiaoya followed closely behind him, too nervous to breathe. Gao Su rushed forward with an arrow step, waving his long sword and slashing towards the nearest zombie. His swordsmanship is skilled and ruthless, with every cut carrying a determination to die. Pei Xiaoya was also unwilling to be outdone. She held an iron rod and forcefully threw it at the head of the zombie. Their cooperation is tacit, they take care of each other, and try to minimize being attacked by zombies. After a fierce battle, they finally got rid of the entanglement of these zombies. Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya supported each other and continued to move forward in the darkness. Their clothes have been stained red with blood, and their bodies are exhausted to the extreme. However, their eyes still sparkled with determination. Xiaoya, we can definitely survive, Gao Su gasped. Pei Xiaoya nodded, tears swirling in her eyes. I believe you, Gao Su. We will definitely find a safe place. They didn't know how long they had been walking, but finally saw a glimmer of dawn. There is an abandoned building ahead, which looks relatively safe. Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya supported each other and walked into the building. They hoped to find some food and water there, as well as a place to rest. After entering the building, they found that it had been abandoned for a long time. However, fortunately, they found some expired food and bottled water. Although these foods are not very fresh, they are already a gift from heaven for them. Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya sat in the corner, wolfing down their food. Their hunger has surpassed everything, and at this moment, they only hope to fill their stomachs and regain some strength. After finishing, they leaned against the wall and closed their eyes. Despite the dangers and unknowns surrounding them, their souls found a moment of peace at this moment. Gao Su, thank you for always being by my side, Pei Xiaoya said softly. Gao Su smiled and looked at her, reaching out to grab her hand. We are comrades in arms, Xiaoya. No matter what happens, I will protect you. After leaving the abandoned building, Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya continued to move forward in the darkness. Suddenly, a group of motorcycle enthusiasts rushed past them, and these Fusang people emitted an evil aura. Their motorcycles made a piercing roar, making people shudder. Gao Su nervously said, "Be careful, Xiaoya. These are the Fusang flying car party." Pei Xiaoya clenched her weapon and replied, "We must quickly find a place to hide." However, the surrounding streets have been occupied by zombies, and they have nowhere to hide. Pei Xiaoya anxiously asked, "What should we do?" They're getting closer and closer. At this moment, a group of zombies rushed towards them. Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya joined the battle without hesitation. They fought fiercely with the weapons in their hands, each time they swung their knives with a desire for survival. Gao Su shouted, "Don't be afraid, Xiaoya." Pei Xiaoya firmly replied, "That's right, we can definitely survive." Gao Su's sword technique was as swift as lightning, accurately hitting every approaching zombie. Pei Xiaoya, on the other hand, dodged the zombies' attacks with her agile skills and gave them a fatal blow with an iron rod. Pei Xiaoya reminded, "Be careful on the left, Gao Su." Gao Su dodged sideways and said, "Be careful too." While fighting against zombies, Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya also need to be constantly vigilant against the attacks of the flying car party. These motorcycle enthusiasts occasionally fly past them, attempting to hit them with motorcycles. Gao Su angrily cursed, "These bastards. They want to use zombies to deal with us." Pei Xiaoya gritted her teeth and said, "We can't let them succeed." A motorcycle belonging to the racing party rushed towards Pei Xiaoya, and without hesitation, Gao Su pushed her away while he dodged on his side. The motorcycle brushed against his body and almost knocked him down. Gao Su angrily cursed, "Damn it." Pei Xiaoya asked with concern, "Gao Su, are you okay?" Gao Su shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya worked closely together and took care of each other. They used terrain and buildings to evade the attacks of the flying car party, while constantly eliminating nearby zombies. Pei Xiaoya encouraged, "Gao Su, we can survive." Gao Su smiled and replied, "As long as we live, there is hope." As soon as she finished speaking, a motorcycle enthusiast suddenly rushed out from behind and launched an attack on Pei Xiaoya, who was instantly knocked unconscious to the ground. Two racing enthusiasts quickly flipped her over, and when they saw that Pei Xiaoya was a beautiful woman, an evil smile appeared on her face. They threw her onto the motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle sped away like an arrow leaving a string. Gao Su's heart sank as he knew very well what a woman would face after being captured by a villain. Without hesitation, he took out his bow, hitched the only arrow, pulled the bowstring full, and aimed it at one of the racing enthusiasts. In the moment of letting go, the arrow cut through the air like lightning and accurately hit the heart of the racing enthusiast. The racing party fell to the ground in response and died on the spot. Gao Su quickly climbed onto the motorcycle of the motorcycle enthusiast and chased after the person who had captured Pei Xiaoya. His heartbeat quickened rapidly, the wind howled in his ears, and the road in front of him was rapidly retreating. He knows that this is a race against time, and he must catch up with that motorcycle as soon as possible in order to save Pei Xiaoya. Gao Su and about 10 motorcycle enthusiasts engaged in a thrilling chase in the ruins of the city. The motorcycle enthusiasts were driving their motorcycles through the narrow streets, laughing wildly while provoking Gao Su. "Do you think you can catch up with us?" the leader of the racing party shouted loudly. "You're just a guy who can't measure your own abilities." Gao Su remained silent, but his eyes were firm and full of determination. He tightly grasped the handle of the motorcycle and leaned forward slightly, as if to merge with the motorcycle. The racing party swiftly shuttled through the ruins, their movements skillfully and smoothly. They occasionally make thrilling drifts, intentionally showcasing their driving skills in front of Gao Su. "Give up, you don't have a chance." One of the members of the flying car party sneered, "We are the rulers of this city, no one can stop us." However, Gao Su was not swayed by their words. He focused on chasing the racing party, and every bend was a life-threatening challenge. His heart beats like thunder, but his will is as firm as steel. During the pursuit, Gao Su constantly searched for opportunities. He cleverly avoided the attacks of the racing party by utilizing obstacles and terrain in the ruins. His body is tense and ready to react at any time. Finally, on a narrow bend, Gao Su found an opportunity. He accelerated towards the motorcycle enthusiasts and slammed the motorcycle into them. The racing party lost balance and fell to the ground. Gao Su quickly jumped out of the car and rushed towards Pei Xiaoya, who was tied to the motorcycle. He untied the rope from her body and held her tightly in his arms. Pei Xiaoya's eyes were filled with fear and gratitude. She tightly grasped Gao Su's arm, as if she had found the support of life. Behind them, 10 racing enthusiasts are relentlessly pursuing each other, staging a thrilling chase in this ruined city. "Gao Su, they are catching up," Pei Xiaoya said nervously, with a hint of fear in her voice. "Don't be afraid, I will protect you," Gao Su comforted her, while his eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead. "But there are too many of them, what should we do?" Pei Xiaoya's voice revealed helplessness. "Believe me, I have a plan," Gao Su whispered, his tone making Pei Xiaoya feel a little relieved. "Okay, I believe you." Pei Xiaoya tightly hugged Gao Su's waist and decided to hand over her fate to this man. Behind them, 10 racing enthusiasts chased closely like a pack of wolves. Their motorcycles made a deafening roar and smoke splattered everywhere. "These guys are really tough to deal with," Gao Su cursed. "Why are they chasing us?" asked Pei Xiaoya. "Because they are a group of fugitives who want to catch us in exchange for a bounty," explained Gao Su. "Then we can't let them succeed." Pei Xiaoya gritted her teeth and said. "That's right, we need to do everything we can to get rid of them," Gao Su made up his mind. The entire city seemed to have become their stage, with motorcycle lights flashing in the darkness, reflecting their tense faces and resolute eyes. The ruins and wreckage of buildings flew past them, as if they were the background of their pursuit. Zombies seemed to become spectators, as they can see flames spewing from the exhaust pipes of motorcycles, hear the roar of engines and the piercing sound of brakes. Gao Su was carrying Pei Xiaoya and driving a motorcycle, speeding like an arrow in the dark night. The cold moon hangs high, and the night wind howls, as if they are engaged in a life and death battle against darkness and fate. He displayed superb racing skills and engaged in a thrilling confrontation with 10 extremely vicious motorcycle enthusiasts. In the fierce collision and roar, Gao Su defeated each enemy one by one. His body seems to blend seamlessly with the motorcycle, with every movement precise and smooth. However, the huge noise also attracted countless zombies, who rushed in from all directions as if they were about to devour everything. Amidst the ruins of surrounding buildings, zombies stumbled along, emitting low growls that were chilling. The cold light of the cold moon shone on their ferocious faces, reflecting the breath of death. Gao Su's heartbeat surged like the sound of a motorcycle engine, and he demonstrated extraordinary courage and wisdom in the crisis. Their fate hangs on the line, and only by relying on mutual trust and firm will can they find a glimmer of hope in this battle of survival. In this world shrouded in darkness, they are the only glimmer of hope. Every decision, every evasion, is about life and death. The howling of the night breeze echoed in their ears, like the whispers of death, reminding them of the urgency of time and not allowing for any retreat. Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya raced through the darkness, engaging in a thrilling battle with the zombies. Their courage and resilience will determine whether they can survive in this dangerous environment and find a bright future that belongs to them. The locomotive eventually ran out of fuel, and the engine let out its last mournful cry before completely stalling. Gao Su stopped the motorcycle and looked around at the surroundings. It was pitch black, with only the low roar of zombies in the distance, which was chilling. He opened the map and, under the moonlight, confirmed that they had deviated from the direction of the park base. If you choose to walk back, it will take at least half a day. Considering the safety and physical condition of the two, Gao Su decided to first find a safe place for Pei Xiaoya to rest. Under the leadership of Gao Su, the two eventually found an office building. This office building stands tall in the clouds and looks relatively sturdy, making it a good place to avoid zombies. They cautiously entered the building, trying to make as little noise as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. They arrived at the top floor, which was relatively quiet with no obvious signs of zombies. Gao Su found a corner and asked Pei Xiaoya to sit down and rest, while he patrolled around to ensure there was no potential danger. Exhausted Pei Xiaoya leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. Gao Su sat quietly beside her, guarding her safety. Despite being in danger, they relied on each other, giving each other a glimmer of comfort and courage. In this temporary shelter, they can take a little breath and recover their strength. Gao Su knows that they must find other ways out as soon as possible and replan the route to the park base. But at this moment, they need to rest, conserve their strength, and prepare for the upcoming adventure. Gao Su gazed into the distance, his heart filled with determination. No matter how great the difficulties he faces, he will continue to move forward with Pei Xiaoya, seeking hope for survival. Looking at Gao Su's back, Pei Xiaoya's heart couldn't help but throb. She used to silently love this man, but the motorcycle chase just now completely trapped her. She slowly took off her clothes, as if wanting to break free from constraints, and then tightly hugged Gao Su from behind. And Gao Su also felt the soft body behind him approaching him, his heart racing and his body involuntarily reacting. Gao Su, you don't have to take responsibility for me. Under this apocalypse, I am already satisfied with a moment of joy. Pei Xiaoya's voice sounded in his ear, full of temptation and determination. Gao Su is also a normal man, he cannot resist this temptation and is tempted. At this moment, Chen Wei's figure was temporarily forgotten in his mind. He turned around and without hesitation picked up Pei Xiaoya, placing her whole on his desk. The passion between the two was instantly ignited, their bodies intertwined as if they were about to merge into each other's bones. In this apocalyptic world, they temporarily forget everything and focus only on each other's bodies and feelings. At this moment, they are each other's reliance and redemption. The passion of Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya is like a burning flame, filling the entire space. Gao Su's breathing became rapid, and his eyes were filled with eager desire. He held Pei Xiaoya tightly, as if trying to integrate her into his body. His fingers were walking upstream of her back, feeling her delicate skin, and every touch made his heart beat faster. Pei Xiaoya's moans echoed in the air, and her fingers tightly grasped Gao Su's back, leaving red marks. Her eyes were blurred, her body involuntarily trembled, and pleasure surged like a tide, making her unable to extricate herself. Her heart was filled with a longing for Gao Su, longing for him to bring her more joy. Gao Su's lips gently kissed Pei Xiaoya's forehead, cheeks, and neck, leaving a hot mark. He felt her warmth, her breath, and every subtle reaction. His heartbeat intertwined with hers, forming a unique melody. At this passionate moment, they temporarily forgot about the outside world and the threat of the end. They only focus on each other's bodies and feelings, enjoying the joy of this moment. Their passion seemed to ignite the entire office, filling this abandoned place with vitality. At this moment, they are each other's redemption and reliance. Their passion blooms in this apocalyptic world, like a brilliant flower, beautiful yet fragile. They prove the power of love through the fusion of body and mind. Even in the end of the world, love still exists. The passion of Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya burned in this abandoned office, their bodies intertwined, and their breathing and heartbeat seemed to blend together. In this apocalyptic world, their love is so firm and passionate. Gao Su's fingers gently caressed Pei Xiaoya's face, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. He whispered, "Xiaoya, I." Pei Xiaoya's tears rolled in her eyes as she hugged Gao Su tightly and responded, "Gao Su, I fell in love with you before the end of the world. I never thought I could see you again. I know you love Chen Wei." Gao Su's body suddenly stiffened, and a hint of pain and confusion flashed in his eyes. He released Pei Xiaoya and silently lowered his head. "I'm sorry to you." Gao Su's voice was filled with self-blame and regret. Pei Xiaoya's face showed a bitter smile as she gently shook her head. "Gao Su, it's not your fault. I know your feelings for Chen Wei, and I also know the past between you." Gao Su lifted his head and looked into Pei Xiaoya's eyes. He saw the firmness and sincerity in her eyes. He took a deep breath and then grabbed Pei Xiaoya's hand. "Xiaoya, I will be responsible for you." Gao Su's voice was filled with determination. Pei Xiaoya's tears flowed down again, but this time it was tears of happiness. She tightly grasped Gao Su's hand and nodded with a smile. At this moment, Gao Su suddenly felt that his subordinates were a bit damp. He saw the blood sticking to his hand through the moonlight, and when he just entered, he actually felt it. "Xiaoya, you still..." Gao Su's voice was filled with regret and heartache. Pei Xiaoya gently shook her head and said, "It's okay, I'm already satisfied to give it to my beloved man for the first time." Gao Su hugged Pei Xiaoya, his heart filled with guilt and emotion. Chapter 7. Companions. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Under the careful care of Hekalin, the park base is surprisingly clean. It's hard to imagine that all of this is the result of her own efforts. This park, which has not yet been opened, has now become a place of hope for her survival. After Gao Su left to search for the medicine bottle, Hekalin guarded the land alone and created a clean and orderly shelter with her hands. In the early morning of these 2 days, she will carry a worn-out broom and start the day's cleaning work. She carefully swept away every fallen leaf and wiped every bench, keeping this small park base clean and beautiful. Despite facing the challenges of resource scarcity and harsh environment, Hekalin never gave up. She used her wisdom and perseverance to find ways to keep the park base running. Whenever night falls, Hekalin sits on a bench in the park, looking up at the starry sky, filled with hope in his heart. She believes that as long as Gao Su and she work together, we can definitely rebuild a better future. The drizzle continued to drizzle, but in Hekalin's heart, the flame of hope never extinguished. This afternoon, it drizzled like a thread, and the whole world seemed to be covered in a thin layer of gauze. In this quiet yet slightly mysterious atmosphere, Gao Su returned. What's even more surprising is that he was accompanied by a woman. The beauty of this woman is beyond words to describe. Her appearance resembles that of a celestial being descending to earth, and her figure is even more curvaceous, with every curve perfectly fitting, making people unable to help but fall in love with it. Moreover, it is evident from her gaze towards Gao Su that she is very dependent on him. Her every frown and smile exudes a charming charm, as if every movement is telling her deep affection for Gao Su. Her eyes were bright and fiery, like burning stars, staring at every move of Gao Su. When Gao Su spoke, she would listen attentively, her eyes filled with tenderness and concern. And Gao Su's feelings for her were also undisguised, his gaze always falling on her, as if she was the center of his world. He will carefully take care of her needs, shield her from wind and rain, and give her a warm hug. Their interaction was full of love, making people unable to help but be moved. "Hello. My name is Pei Xiaoya and I am a friend of Gao Su. He Kalin looked at Pei Xiaoya's outstretched right hand with a hint of shock. After hesitating for a moment, she still reached out to grab it and introduced herself, "Hello, I'm He Kalin." However, the next second she suddenly pinched her nose and asked with disdain, "What's the smell?" Pei Xiaoya watched He Kalin's movements, her lips slightly raised, revealing an imperceptible smile. She looked at the clearly jealous girl in front of her with great interest. "Did you misunderstand something?" Pei Xiaoya asked softly. "I misunderstood. What can I misunderstand?" He Kalin's tone unconsciously increased a few points. "I am not Gao Su's girlfriend, let alone liking him, you can rest assured about this." Pei Xiaoya's tone was very sincere. "Really?" He Kalin's eyes showed a skeptical expression, but her hand movements did not stop. Instead, she grabbed Gao Su's arm. They were standing inside the gate of the park base, the rain gradually stopped, and a ray of sunset fell on them, reflecting their figures. Gao Su looked awkwardly at Pei Xiaoya. After noticing her smiley expression, he quickly pulled out his arm held by He Kalin and said with a dry smile, "Kalin, I smell even worse than her." Pei Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the two of them. He Kalin saw half of the zombie's large intestine hanging around his neck, and instantly felt his stomach churning. Not only did he vomit up for dinner, but he almost vomited up for breakfast. "Ah!" Pei Xiaoya sneered, "Little girl, you're guilty of being with this guy. The night has fallen, and the moonlight sprinkles like water on this abandoned land. Gao Su, He Kalin, and Pei Xiaoya are in a dilapidated building, surrounded by silence, with only distant gusts of wind, as if telling the terrifying stories that have happened here." Gao Su took off the plastic cloth and handed the heavy backpack to Pei Xiaoya. "You are a military doctor, and in the future, you will be responsible for managing all the medicine here." Pei Xiaoya held her bag and smiled, saying, "Gao Su, actually you don't need to run around. You can really use this place as a starting point and plan to divide the area to find Chenwei." Gao Su lit a cigarette and took a puff before saying, "On the way back, I also thought about it. Indeed, this is a way, but..." Pei Xiaoya put down her bag and asked, "But what?" "There is still a bandit gang lurking here. If we want to establish a base, we must first eliminate them," Gao Su frowned and said. "Oh." Pei Xiaoya continued, "How many people do they have?" He Kalin wiped his mouth and glared at Gao Su before saying, "About 100 people. More than 100 people." Pei Xiaoya smiled, "What kind of people are they all?" Gao Su replied, "It's illegal immigrants from Africa, and we encountered that group of motorcycle enthusiasts. When it comes to the racing party, Pei Xiaoya can't help but think of the passion of that night, and her face blushes." This scene was seen by He Kalin, who pouted and asked, "To be honest, have you ever had anything happen?" Upon hearing He Kalin's words, Pei Xiaoya's smile remained unchanged and she said, "No. No. Really. I don't believe it." He Kalin pouted. Gao Su frowned and said, "I think you just have nothing to do. Training will start tomorrow." "Training?" Pei Xiaoya asked, "Let's exercise together." "Exercise?" He Kalin looked at the two people in front of him and thought to himself, "I also want to work together." "Exercise?" Looking at He Kalin's puzzled gaze, Pei Xiaoya patted her shoulder and said, "What do you think? You also need to practice together." "No." He Kalin wailed in sorrow. The next morning, the sun had just risen, and the golden sunlight shone on the shimmering lake surface. The three of them had already arrived at the park and started a day of physical training. Gao Su is sweating profusely during training in order to reach the peak of his physical fitness in the past few days. He Kalin trained under the guidance of Pei Xiaoya, and her resolute expression and agile posture seemed to tell people that she would never give up easily. "Sister, your performance is really weak," Pei Xiaoya said to He Kalin with a hint of severity in her tone. "Damn it, are you really a woman? Why are you so powerful? He Kalen responded while gasping for breath. Of course I am a woman, to tell you the truth, I used to play CrossFit, said Pei Xiaoya proudly. CrossFit? What is that? He Kalen asked curiously. He Kalen widened his innocent eyes like a little white rabbit and looked straight at Gao Su, with sparkling beads of sweat hanging on his forehead, sliding down her flushed cheeks. On the side, Gao Su was also sweating profusely, but he showed a relaxed smile and said, let me tell you this. I used to know a fitness guru, and his evaluation of this sport was that it requires full body effort, from toes to the top of the head. Brother Su. He Kalen said in a coquettish clip-like voice, don't do that. They don't want to practice anymore. She twisted her body as she spoke, her coquettish appearance making people both angry and amused. Pei Xiaoya turned her head in disgust, rubbed her arm, and said, I have goosebumps all over my body. This damn clip sound. Her expression and movements were full of resistance to He Kalen's clip sound. Ha ha ha. Their laughter echoed in the air, as if the whole world was filled with joy. The sunlight shone through the window on them, making their smiles even brighter. Pei Xiaoya started self-worth training with He Kalen. She first showed He Kalen some basic movements, such as how to stand, squat and push-ups correctly. He Kalen widened his eyes and carefully observed every movement of Pei Xiaoya. Remember, these movements need to be done slowly and feel the muscle contraction, Pei Xiaoya said softly. He Kalen nodded and followed Pei Xiaoya's demonstration to start trying. At first, her movements seemed a bit clumsy, but with continuous practice, she gradually mastered the essentials. Yes, that's it, you did a great job. Pei Xiaoya encouraged. He Kalen's face showed a confident smile, as she felt the changes in her body and also experienced the joy brought by exercise. As time passed, He Kalen's physical strength gradually increased. Pei Xiaoya began to increase the difficulty of training, guiding her to perform more challenging movements. Come on, try this one-leg squat, said Pei Xiaoya. He Kalen took a deep breath and carefully lifted one leg, trying to maintain balance. Despite some difficulty, she persevered. Sure, it's not considered useless. Pei Xiaoya praised. Gao Su no longer chatted with the two women and continued his intense military physical training. He silently counted his push-ups, 200. 201, 202. Beads of sweat slid down his forehead and dripped onto the floor beneath him. His clothes were already soaked in sweat, but his movements did not slow down at all. 300. Finally, Gao Su completed the last set of push-ups, panting heavily and feeling the soreness in his muscles. After taking a short rest, he resumed his training in lunge squats. Group after group, his legs were as heavy as if filled with lead, but he still persevered. When the last set of actions ended, Gao Su felt like he was about to fall apart and had no strength at all. However, his body soaked in sweat made him feel an unprecedented sense of comfort. He knew that his physical fitness was gradually recovering and his body was also becoming stronger. Gao Su remembered all the things that happened in the apocalypse before, when he didn't have these two women by his side and could only face various difficulties alone. And now, he has their company. Gao Su looked at tired Pei Xiaoya and whispered, Xiaoya, why don't you go make dinner? Me. Pei Xiaoya pointed to her nose and widened her eyes. How dare you eat the food I made? Forget it. He Kalen stood up forcefully, let me go. Wait. Pei Xiaoya asked with her hands on her hips, why don't you go? Gao Su smiled and said slowly, if you don't want to be able to power on today and take a hot shower, I can go cook for you too. Are you telling the truth? He Kalen was a little excited. Pei Xiaoya tried to restrain her inner joy and secretly glanced at Gao Su. Gao Su gently pinched Pei Xiaoya's face and said softly, what's wrong? You still don't believe it. Pei Xiaoya knocked off his hand and said angrily, damn it. Gao Su had a wicked smile on his face and leaned in her ear, whispering, "Who do you want to fuck? Don't forget, who is fucking who? Gao Su, you guy. Why are you becoming more and more rogue?" Pei Xiaoya looked at the handsome man in front of her with embarrassment and anger. "Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go fix the electricity." Gao Su dragged his tired body towards the distribution room. During this period, He Kalen had already skillfully steamed a pot of rice, made a delicious soup with frozen chicken from the cold storage, and then went to the mountain to pick some wild vegetables. "Do you still know wild vegetables?" Pei Xiaoya looked curiously at He Kalen. He Kalen smiled proudly and said, "Of course, you are a doctor, and so am I. However, I am studying traditional Chinese medicine, which emphasizes the homology of medicine and food." Ji, Gao Su really found a treasure. Pei Xiaoya said, putting down the chicken soup in her hand and glaring fiercely at He Kalen. When the lights in the control center lit up, the two women immediately became excited. When Gao Su walked into the room, he held 2 bundles of black cloth in his hand and said, "Don't rush to eat yet. Let's cover the windows with black cloth so that neither humans nor zombies will notice us." "Okay." Pei Xiaoya said she could do it. She took the black cloth, used scissors and knives, and soon cut out a black cloth that fit the size of the window. The 3 of them spent an hour covering all the windows. Due to the high physical exertion, the appetite has also increased. Gao Su couldn't wait any longer when he saw the delicious food. After serving a large bowl for the 2 women, he covered half of the chicken and half of the soup with the rice, opened a bottle of carbonated cola, and began to enjoy it with an electric rice cooker. After dinner, he charged his already dead phone. "Let's tidy up later and go out for a walk." He walked over the wooden bridge with 2 women and took a walk in the empty park, checking the surroundings. After returning, the 3 continued their training for an hour. After the training, the 3 of them felt a bit tired, so they decided to rest on the grass in the park for a while. He Kalen lay on the grass, looking at the sky and sighed, "It's been a long time since I've relaxed like this. It feels really good." "Yes, this peaceful life is really precious," Pei Xiaoya agreed. Gao Su looked at the 2 women and felt a sense of happiness in his heart. He felt lucky to find such 2 like-minded partners in this chaotic world. Suddenly, He Kalen sat up and said to Gao Su with a smile, "Gao Su, let's play a water battle." "Alright, I was just about to get active." Gao Su immediately responded. So, the 3 of them started a fierce water battle by the pool in the park. They picked up water with their hands and threw it at each other, playing and laughing heartily. "Huh, Gao Su, I hit you." He Kalen said proudly. "Don't be complacent, see how I fight back." Gao Su refused to be outdone and poured a bucket of water at He Kalen. Pei Xiaoya watched from the sidelines, occasionally cheering for them. She felt a warmth in her heart as she watched the scene of Gao Su and He Kalen playing and frolicking. Gao Su pulled Pei Xiaoya into the water and saw that her clothes were wet and her figure was uneven. Gao Su's heart throbbed again. He tried his best to control his emotions and not let his gaze linger on her for too long. However, Pei Xiaoya didn't seem to notice the change in Gao Su. She was still playing in the water, like a happy fish. Gao Su tried to shift his attention to other things. He remembered the base they had built in this park and the days they worked hard to survive. He knew that in this chaotic world, they needed to rely on each other to survive. "Xiaoya, we should go back now," Gao Su said softly. Pei Xiaoya nodded, realizing that it was not time to play. They need to remain vigilant and always be prepared to deal with potential dangers. The 3 of them left the pool together and returned to their command and control center. Moonlight shines through the window and forms a silver spot on the ground, creating a serene and mysterious atmosphere for the entire room. "Gao Su, what's wrong with you?" Pei Xiaoya noticed Gao Su's abnormality and turned around, showing concern in her eyes. Gao Su silently looked at Pei Xiaoya, his throat twitching, wanting to say something, but reason told him to stay calm. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the restlessness in his heart. Should we? Again. Gao Su swallowed hard and said in a slightly hoarse voice. A blush appeared on Pei Xiaoya's face, and she lowered her head, feeling conflicted in her heart. She knew that Gao Su had a special emotional attachment to her, but she also knew that at this moment, Kalin in the other room was already softly snoring. But. Pei Xiaoya whispered, her gaze fixed on the other room. Gao Su felt Pei Xiaoya's hesitation and understood her concerns. He felt a pain in his heart and didn't know how to face this complex situation. Don't be fooled. With a hint of determination in Gao Su's voice, he picked up Pei Xiaoya and walked towards the room. His heart was beating rapidly, as if he was about to jump out of his chest. Pei Xiaoya's body stiffened, and she felt Gao Su's determination. Her heart was filled with contradictions. On the one hand, she also had a deep affection for Gao Su, and on the other hand, she was worried about hurting others. In Gao Su's arms, Pei Xiaoya felt his body temperature and heartbeat, and her heart gradually softened. She decided to follow her heart and bravely face this emotion. But after a while, I heard the woman moaning softly, and the man gasping for breath. Kalin, who pretended to be asleep, covered his head and said, "It's really annoying. You said there's nothing wrong." Shit. The next morning, Gao Su woke up and began physical training. He clearly felt an increase in his strength and endurance. Despite muscle soreness throughout his body, he gritted his teeth and persisted in completing the training before taking a shower and cooking. Today, Kalin made braised pork belly in brown sauce. Gao Su's eyes suddenly lit up. This is a good thing. But where did you find the soy sauce and sugar? Pei Xiaoya replied confidently, cold storage. I also cleaned up the last 2 zombies there, by the way. Cold storage. Gao Su looked at Pei Xiaoya incredulously. On the right side of the cold storage. That's right, it's right there, Pei Xiaoya continued. No one has been taking care of it for over a year, and the trees around have blocked the road. Yesterday, while you were repairing the circuit, I followed over and discovered it. What's inside? Gao Su asked curiously. There are these seasonings, and this. Pei Xiaoya took out a bottle of sugar-free cola, and with a slight force, the bottle cap was unscrewed. The sound of the familiar carbonated drink instantly chilled Gao Su. Damn it, he roared, the bottle I drank yesterday ran out of gas. You're such an unkind woman. That's right, this woman is the least kind. Kalin said as he took out a bottle of orange soda from beside him, opened it with a bottle opener in front of Gao Su, and drank it in large gulps. I used to not drink at all, but now I feel really good. Gao Su picked up the braised pork belly and poured it into the rice pot. While mixing, he said, I can't live with you. I can't live with you too. After that, he picked up the pot and strode out. Don't pay attention to him. Pei Xiaoya took out a plate of cut ham from the refrigerator, let's eat this. That night, Kalin fell asleep again in the duet of Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya. The two of them kept communicating until midnight, and Kalin finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted angrily, be quiet. I can't sleep anymore. However, she only heard Pei Xiaoya's delicate and charming voice respond, Sister Kalin, do you want to play together? Get lost. Kalin replied angrily, then continued to bury his head in sleep. Gao Su gently embraced Pei Xiaoya and lay on the soft bed, chatting softly as if time had frozen for them. Their bodies were tightly intertwined, and Gao Su's bracelet wrapped around Pei Xiaoya's slender waist, pulling her closer to his chest. Pei Xiaoya's head lightly leaned against Gao Su's shoulder, and her eyes showed tenderness and satisfaction. Their conversation was as natural and smooth as flowing water, and their words were full of care and love. Every word jumps lightly in the air like a note, weaving a wonderful symphony. Their laughter intermingled from time to time, as clear and pleasant as a silver bell, conveying happiness and joy. In this peaceful moment, they seemed to have forgotten all the troubles in the world. Only the warm embrace and sincere emotions of each other constitute a small world that belongs only to them. They enjoy this tranquility, cherish each other's companionship, and in the embrace of love, their souls receive endless nourishment. In fact, this park not only has a zoo, but also a restaurant with exquisite decoration and an elegant atmosphere. The decoration of the restaurant has been completed, but there are still some problems with the refrigeration system, so many ingredients are carefully stored in the cold and refrigerated storage. Unconsciously, half a month has passed. During this period, the three of them devoted most of their time to training and reinforcing the base. Every day, Gao Su is always the one who wakes up the earliest. He will first run a long distance around the edge of the park to warm up and patrol the territory. During this process, he felt the morning breeze brushing against his face with a hint of coolness, blowing away his drowsiness. He looked around and saw the flowers, plants, and trees in the park thriving in the sunlight. Birds were also singing happily, as if cheering on his efforts. After confirming that there were no abnormal situations around, Gao Su returned to the control center and woke up the other two people. They will first engage in aerobic exercise on an empty stomach, feeling the fresh air filling their lungs and bringing a sense of vitality. After each day's training, Gao Su and the other two can deeply feel the soreness in their muscles, which keeps them constantly on the edge of their physical fitness. In this devilish training process, their physical fitness improvement is most significant. They engage in high-intensity training for up to 6 hours every morning, noon, and evening. After the training, the three of them will take turns taking a hot shower to relax their tired bodies under the hot water. Then, they began to enjoy a delicious feast. During this process, they looked at the sunset outside the window, felt the peaceful atmosphere, and their hearts were filled with satisfaction and gratification. They know that they are one step closer to their goal. In a blink of an eye, it took another 10 days. For the past 10 days, the three of them have been repeating the rhythm of training, bathing, and eating. The morning sunshine arrived as promised, casting a mottled light and shadow through the dense leaves in the park. The gentle breeze blew and the leaves rustled, as if accompanying their training. Today, Gao Su is going to teach two women the 18 hands of the Black Dragon. The boxing technique I'm going to teach you now is called the Black Dragon 18 hands. Gao Su looked serious. The Black Dragon 18 hands is a set of boxing techniques developed by the Longjiang police through years of experience and practical combat. It was gradually popularized after its creation in the 1980s, but was later banned from learning by the military due to its overly sinister moves. I've heard of it. Pei Xiaoya interjected. I've heard from a senior who was 2 years older than me that this is a strength-based combat boxing technique, and the most important basic skills are arm strength, wrist strength, and finger strength. Learners need to do a lot of strength training and aerobic training every day, as well as practicing basic skills such as footwork, body posture, and breathing. You're right, Gao Su nodded. I see Kaylin's recent physical fitness has also improved, so starting today, I will teach you this set of 18 Black Dragon moves. After speaking, Gao Su took a step to the right with his right foot while turning slightly to the left, with his legs naturally extended and his toes pointing forward to the side. The right fist is protected slightly to the right below the right forehead, with the center of the fist facing inward slightly downwards. Bend the left arm slightly, press the left palm on the outer side of the left hip of the left hand, with the palm blade facing outward, and swing the head to the left, looking forward. First move, Qinglong's paw probing. I saw him taking a left swipe while lifting his right knee and striking his left palm forward to the left. Use your right paw to strike downwards from the outside of your right knee and visually inspect your right knee. Immediately, while landing backwards with the right foot in a left lunge, strike forward with the right paw and close the left fist to the waist, looking ahead. The two women followed suit and gestured. Looking at their clumsy movements, Gao Su couldn't help but laugh and say, the requirement for this style is that the right claw strike and front strike must be powerful. Pei Xiaoya, are you using claws or pounding? Kaylin, learn to use force, be sure to be ruthless. Pei Xiaoya, didn't you eat? Gao Su, you. Before Pei Xiaoya could finish speaking, Gao Su lifted his leg and kicked. She instinctively took a left swipe, while raising her right knee and striking forward with her left palm. Gao Su flashed, grabbed her hand, and smiled, that's right. Meanwhile, in the building surrounded by zombies, Special Police Captain Xiao Wui and his team are engaged in a thrilling battle. They seem like incredibly sharp swords, piercing directly into the enemy's heart. Vice Captain Jifu demonstrated extraordinary bravery in the battle. He was as fierce as a tiger descending the mountain, shouting loudly, everyone hold on, we must not let these monsters break through our defenses. His voice echoed in the open building, as if it was a provocation to the enemy and an encouragement to his teammates. Tong Xian, as a sniper, kept shooting, and every bullet seemed like his oath of victory. He shouted, I won't let them get any closer. His gaze was firm, and the weapon in his hand seemed to blend in with him, with every shot carrying hatred towards the enemy. Qi Yi and Zhang Mingrong provided strong firepower support, and their weapons roared as they repelled the zombies one by one. Bullets flickered in the darkness, illuminating their resolute faces. They only have one belief in their hearts: to protect their comrades in arms around them. On the battlefield, the tense atmosphere is suffocating. Every time a zombie approaches, the team member's heartbeat accelerates, their fingers tightly gripping the trigger, ready to give the enemy a fatal blow at any time. Sweat slid down their foreheads, but their eyes never wavered. In this city ravaged by zombies, the harsh weather makes the battle even more difficult. The pouring rain hit the ground, and a thick mist filled the air, greatly limiting the vision of the special police officers. Song Binbin and Pan Daiwen worked closely together to provide cover for each other. Their eyes were firm and sharp, revealing their determination to fight. Song Binbin hid sideways behind a broken wall, his gun ready to fire at any moment. Pan Daiwen was on the other side, vigilantly observing the surrounding environment. There was a hint of anxiety in Pan Daiwen's voice as he reminded, be careful, they're getting more and more. His eyes kept scanning around, not letting go of any potential threats. As a military doctor, Gong Huiqi's figure quickly shuttles through the battlefield. Her eyes were firm and focused, holding a medical bag in her hand, providing timely medical support for the injured team members. Her voice was filled with determination and concern. She said, stay vigilant, I will do my best to help you. Her presence gave the team members confidence and strength, letting them know that they were not fighting alone. Ding Jing and Wu Xinzhou are the snipers in the team, hiding in the dark and searching for the best shooting time. Ding Jing calmly said, I saw a group of zombies approaching, ready to shoot. Her fingers lightly rested on the trigger, her eyes focused and firm. Wu Xinzhou replied, okay, I will cooperate with you. Aim at their heads as much as possible. His voice was low and steady, revealing his focus on the battle. They worked together in perfect harmony, waiting for the best shooting opportunity. In this harsh environment, each of them is leveraging their strengths and collaborating with each other. Their body movements are smooth and decisive, with each expression revealing a desire for survival and concern for their teammates. They are a united whole, fighting against endless zombie threats together. As night falls, darkness envelopes the entire city, and the surrounding environment becomes increasingly eerie and terrifying. The chilly evening breeze howled through the dilapidated streets, mixed with a strong stench that made people nauseous. Under the moonlight, the figure of the zombie appeared even more terrifying and terrifying. They stumbled and emitted a suffocating stench, constantly attacking the building. The team members clenched their weapons tightly, their faces tense, and their eyes exuding determination. They know that this is a battle of life and death, and every minute and every second can determine their fate. In this dark world, they rely on each other. They stood tightly together, shoulder to shoulder, forming a strong defensive line. Their heartbeat and breathing seemed to blend together, and every action was so tacit. Jifu nervously swallowed his saliva, his fingers trembling slightly, but he tried to control his emotions. He knew that only by staying calm can he better cope with the crisis at hand. His voice sounded in the darkness, breaking the tense silence. "Everyone hold on, we must not let these monsters break through our defenses." His voice was firm and powerful, inspiring everyone's morale. Tong Xian stared tightly ahead, his eyes shining with determination. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Let's go up together and eliminate all these monsters." His voice was full of courage and determination, inspiring every team member. They broke through to the street, and under the leadership of Captain Xiao Wui and Deputy Captain Ji Fu, Wu Xinzhou and 9 other soldiers engaged in a thrilling and bloody battle with groups of zombies. The pouring rain plunged the entire city into mud, washing away buildings and streets, creating turbulent streams of water. Captain Xiao Wui tightly grasped the weapon in his hand, and the rain slid down his resolute face. His eyes were firm and sharp. He commanded the team members to engage in battle while discussing the next tactics with Deputy Captain Jifu. As an observer, Wu Xinzhou's eyes were as sharp as eagles, staring through the rain at every detail on the battlefield. He constantly reports the location and number of zombies, providing important intelligence support for his teammates. His fingers lightly danced on the firearm, ready to shoot at any moment. Pan Daiwen covered the military Dr. Gong Huichi with a gun, and they shuttled on the battlefield, providing emergency treatment for their injured teammates. Pan Daiwen shouted, "Gong Huichi, how is the situation on your end? Is there anyone who needs treatment?" Gong Huichi anxiously replied, "The captain is injured." Zhan Mingrong and Qi Yi, as heavy firepower support, carried heavy weapons and continuously fired deadly firepower at the zombie swarm. The rain hit their faces, blurring their vision, but they relied on their well-trained skills to accurately target and knock down the zombies with one blow. Qi Yi shouted, "Zhan Mingrong, we need more ammunition support." Zhan Mingrong replied, "Damn it, I'm running out of bullets too." "Damn it." Song Binbin and Tong Xian, as assault fighters, skillfully shuttled through the battlefield. Song Binbin shouted, "Tong Xian, put on the bayonet. Let's charge towards that group of zombies together and buy time for our teammates." Tong Xian responded, "Okay, let's go." Their body movements were quick and decisive, and every swing of the bayonet carried deadly power. As a sniper, Ding Jing hid in the dark, her eyes focused and calm. Her fingers gently pulled the trigger, and each bullet hit the target accurately. Ding Jing whispered, "I saw a giant zombie, I will take care of him." Her face was calm like water, but her heart was filled with passion for battle. At this moment, Song Binbin shouted in the communicator, "Captain! Captain! We have found 3 assault vehicles that should be reparable." On a rainy night, Jifu was soaked all over. He grabbed the communicator and the rain slid down his cheeks. His gaze was firm and he said, "Captain is injured. Now I will take over the command, your position. At 7 o'clock, at the intersection." "Okay." Ji Fu's voice echoed in the rainy night, and he pressed all channels. "Everyone, with Song Binbin as the center, get close and concentrate. Ding Qian, please cover up. Zhan Mingrong and Qi Yi, please suppress the firepower." Zhan Mingrong pulled off his earphone and angrily cursed, "Suppress your cock. I don't even have a bullet left." Qi Yi threw him a magazine and said coldly, "The last one." Zhan Mingrong put on his magazine and let out a sigh, "Damn it, pull it down. The dead egg is facing the sky." Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang and a bullet flew past his scalp. He quickly hid behind the cover, cursing in his heart. The enemy's firepower grew stronger and bullets whizzed around them. Ji Fu shouted, "Pay attention to cover." Ding Qian's sniper kept spitting flames, providing cover for her teammates. Chi-yi and Zhang Mingrong used the terrain to counterattack, their eyes fixed, as if they had already set aside life and death. Damn it! Zhang Mingrong scolded angrily, there are enemies hidden in these zombies. Who are they? Bang bang. Ding Qian shouted in the communicator, someone is indeed hiding in the dark and shooting at us. Damn it! Jifu scolded angrily, eliminate these bastards. Duh. A burst of gunshots rang out, and the scene fell into intense combat. The injured Xiao Wui grabbed Ji Fu's sleeve and said, Old Ji, hurry up. Ji Fu looked down at Xiao Wui and then turned his head to ask Gong Huichi, how is the captain's injury? Gong Huichi anxiously replied, we must find a place to perform surgery on him immediately. Ji Fu held down the communicator and said, can the car be used now? It's working. Song Binbin responded loudly. Everyone, retreat. Quickly. Accompanied by Jifu's hoarse roar, all team members alternate to cover and retreat towards the vehicle's position. At this moment, the sound of gunfire at the scene was deafening, and bullets rushed past them like lightning, as if the sickle of death was mercilessly waving. Even worse, those ferocious-looking zombies have gathered into a dense and massive group of tens of thousands of people. They are charging towards everyone with their teeth and claws open, like wolves and tigers. The situation is already perilous, as if the end of the world is about to come. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and it was gloomy. The strong wind was howling, making it almost impossible for people to stand still. The battlefield was filled with smoke and flames, and the surrounding buildings collapsed in the sound of gunfire, as if the whole world was trembling. Blood stained the ground red, and a strong breath of death filled the air, suffocating. Chapter 8. Training. You are listening at novelfull.audio. This translator is experiencing an error, please try another translator. Chapter 9. Military Camp. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Now, 14 months have passed since the end of the world. Over the past year, the national machinery has completely collapsed, and food and medicine have become the most scarce resources. After 3 years of virus outbreaks, many people have developed a habit of hoarding food and medicine. At first, everyone could barely make ends meet by relying on their previous reserves. However, starting from the second month, many people began to feel anxious and their food reserves at home were almost depleted. So, one after another, people took risks and rushed out of their homes to search for food and medicine. Under the threat of hunger and death, people have to engage in a deadly battle with zombies. Despite being in dire straits, zombies are no longer the most terrifying enemy for those survivors. However, there are very few people who can safely find food and medicine and bring them back to the base. On the contrary, more and more people have become prey to zombies, which has actually strengthened the ranks of zombies. A large number of survivors died, and the remaining people gradually gathered together to form bases of all sizes in order to survive. The number of newly added zombies in the city has sharply increased, and these zombies have been starving for a long time. Compared to similarly hungry zombies, they are even more ferocious. Driven by hunger, the zombies began to crazily attack various bases. Some larger bases can still withstand zombie attacks, but those smaller bases ultimately cannot escape the fate of being submerged, turning into a bloody battlefield. Zombies roam the streets and alleys all day long, and during the day, they enter a dormant state. And once the sun sets, their crazy bloodline will instantly awaken and start searching for food everywhere. Those panicked survivors, no matter how they reinforce their bases or hide in dark corners, cannot escape the tragic fate of being devoured by zombies. Gao Su once encountered a group of survivors who refused his advice and entered a supermarket, only to be attacked by countless zombies. These zombies are grayish-black in color, with almost no facial features on their faces, leaving only large, flesh-blurred holes. They haven't eaten food for a long time, and they are charging towards the supermarket with their teeth and claws open, like piranhas smelling blood and going crazy. The female survivor crawled out of the ventilation duct when suddenly a zombie grabbed her leg. The zombie was tearing fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, it tore off her entire leg. The female survivor let out a mournful scream, and her other leg was quickly caught and torn off, leaving only two bloody and bare leg bones. Sharp claws and surging blood stimulated the frenzied zombies below, rapidly converging towards the female survivors. In just a few seconds, she was submerged in the surging tide of corpses. Gao Su kicked away a bone and smiled, "Does this story sound good?" He Kalen smiled and said, "Don't you feel nauseous when you say this during dinner?" Gao Su pointed at Pei Xiaoya and smiled, "Look at how clean she is eating." He Kalen smiled and said, "Amazing." Pei Xiaoya smiled and said, "Chen Wei is amazing. He can dissect and eat at the same time." He Kalen looked at Gao Su and nodded when he saw him. Pei Xiaoya patted He Kalen's shoulder and sneered, "You still need to work hard. Your rival in love is not ordinary." Gao Su put down his bowl and said, "I restored the surveillance system today." Pei Xiaoya said, "This is a good thing. I've been wandering around the park these days, and the defenses are in place everywhere. Now that we have surveillance, we can better guard against intruders. But there's one more problem." Gao Su knew what Pei Xiaoya meant. "Are you trying to say that we have too few people?" Pei Xiaoya said, "Well, to make this place operate normally, we need at least 20 people. In addition, the zoo over there can also be utilized, such as searching around to see if we can find some live animals, including pigs, cows, and sheep." He Kalen smiled and said, "It's almost impossible." Pei Xiaoya looked disdainfully at He Kalen and said, "Before the end of the world, the domestic animal husbandry industry was very developed. Even without human breeding, many livestock could still survive." Gao Su said, "These are all things for the future." Pei Xiaoya said, "Currently, what worries me the most is still those Afrikaans." He Kalen said, "Indeed, although those zombies are terrifying, those Afrikaans are even more dangerous." For He Kalen, who was almost raped, she still felt lingering fear at this moment. As the three of them were talking, they were only halfway through their meal when coincidentally, the monitor emitted a beep alarm. Gao Su suddenly stood up and rushed to the control panel in the monitoring room with a swift step. His hands quickly operated on the keyboard, and all monitoring devices had been restarted. He stared closely at the surveillance screen, and suddenly, his body tensed and a surprised expression appeared on his face. He Kalen exclaimed, "Afrikaans." Her voice was sharp and frightened, her face instantly turned pale, and her body involuntarily trembled. Gao Su quickly took out 3 walkie-talkies and 3 fully charged electric batons from the nearby metal cabinet, and handed 2 of them to He Kalen and Pei Xiaoya. His eyes were firm and serious, and he warned, "Kalen, stay here and watch the surveillance footage. If there is any situation, please contact me at any time. I will give you the gun and this electric baton." He Kalen's expression was tense, and she clenched her arms in both hands. She nodded and said, Her voice trembled slightly, but her eyes showed determination. Gao Su turned his head to look at Pei Xiaoya and said, "Xiaoya, let's go out. Look at the situation." His voice was calm and decisive. Pei Xiaoya's eyes were firm, her body stood straight, and she replied, "No problem." Her voice was full of determination. The surveillance footage was playing footage of the invasion of the Afrikaans, and the atmosphere in the room was extremely tense, with everyone in a highly guarded state. Gillett should have gone missing in this area, maybe he died a long time ago. A low voice broke the silence. "Damn it, if it weren't for dealing with those 2 Chinese bases, the colonel wouldn't have waited so long for us to find someone," complained another person. "The colonel was confused by those Chinese women," the third person agreed. Gao Su stared closely at the surveillance footage, with a thin layer of sweat rising from his forehead. The invasion of these Afrikaans made him feel uneasy, and the conversations outside the surveillance deepened his worries. Gao Su turned to He Kailan and Pei Xiaoya and said, "These people are not kind." He Kailan's face was serious. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't let them catch me." Pei Xiaoya tightly grasped the weapon in her hand and said with a firm gaze, "We cannot let them underestimate us. We must let them know our strength." Gao Su took a deep breath and said, "All right, let's first observe their actions and find a suitable time to counterattack." Everyone remains vigilant and ready to take action at any time. The three of them once again turned their gaze to the surveillance footage, closely monitoring the every move of the Afrikaans. They know that this battle has just begun, and they must give their all to protect themselves and the safety of the base. The tense atmosphere permeated the air, and everyone dared not relax at all. However, these dozen or so Afrikaans walked closer and closer in a fierce manner, but when they rushed to the park gate, they were all dumbfounded. This place has obviously been reinforced, the gate is tightly closed, and the surrounding walls are towering, as if telling the story of its past glory and strength. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves and forms patches of light, reflecting the tense atmosphere. The leader of the Afrikaans carried a police officer on his shoulder to rifle, his eyes vigilantly fixed on the front, while looking at the reinforced gate in front of him. He nervously said, "Don't worry, maybe the other person has already targeted us." His voice carried a hint of fear, as if he was worried about something. Gillett might have been killed by this group of people. Another Afrikaner gritted his teeth and said, his fists clenched as if ready to launch an attack at any moment. "Since we haven't found a survivor base here, Abudu, go back and call more people and get 2 more cars over," said the leading Afrikaner to an accomplice beside him. "Okay," Abudu nodded and turned to leave. His footsteps were hurried, as if he was avoiding something. A group of people were cursing and parting outside the gate, their eyes filled with vigilance and fear, about 300 meters away from the gate. What are these people waiting for? Looking at the surveillance footage, Pei Xiaoya's face was filled with doubts. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a hint of concern appeared in her eyes. "Wait for dawn, wait for reinforcements." Gao Su took out the last grenade from his bag and placed it in Pei Xiaoya's hand. "Don't be caught alive." His eyes were firm, as if giving the final command. "Well, don't worry. I won't be a prisoner." Pei Xiaoya tightly grasped the grenade in her hand, her voice firm and powerful, as if promising Gao Su. Looking at the 2 beautiful women in front of him, Gao Su's face showed a slight smile, and his eyes were full of encouragement and trust. He gave a standard military salute and said in a loud voice, "Prepare for battle." As a military doctor, Pei Xiaoya did not hesitate to use military etiquette and said, "Dare to fight, win." Her gaze was firm, as if showing her determination to Gao Su. However, He Kailan was a bit at a loss. She nervously looked at Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya, saluted in their way, and stuttered, "Kill. Enemy." Her voice trembled slightly, as if trying to restrain her inner fear. Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya exchanged a smile, their eyes full of encouragement and understanding. Gao Su lightly patted He Kailan's shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid, we will protect ourselves." He Kailan nodded, with a hint of determination in her eyes, as if telling herself to bravely face the upcoming battle. "Don't laugh at me." He Kailan retorted, her face slightly flushed, as if feeling embarrassed for her nervousness just now. "Xiaoya, let's go." Gao Su restrained his smile and his gaze became firm and decisive again. "Yes." Pei Xiaoya responded, her voice filled with determination and confidence. 2 hours later, it was dawn. Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya hid behind the door, while He Kailan whispered in the walkie-talkie, "The enemy is here." They are divided into 2 teams, one team is cleaning up the surrounding zombies, and the other team is cleaning up the fake trap set by Gao Su. "Captain Mona. It seems that all the zombies around here have been cleaned up," said an Afrikaner. "Sure, everyone be careful, there must be quite a few people inside," another Afrikaner agreed. "Yes, there are so many traps here," said another Afrikaner. At this moment, someone shouted loudly, "Captain Mona. No. These are all fake traps." Before he could finish speaking, with a swoosh, an arrow hit his neck. Pop. The Afrikaner covered his neck and blood spurted out. "Be careful, everyone. There are enemies." Captain Mona cleverly hid behind a car. "This person has served as a soldier," said Gao Su. "How did you tell?" Pei Xiaoya asked in confusion. He was avoiding the front of the abandoned car, which was the engine. "Normally, bullets cannot penetrate, let alone my bow and arrow," Gao Su explained. "Indeed, anyone with a brain can tell this time that they have entered someone else's territory, and the other person is definitely not easy to manipulate. Based on past experience, the other party will issue a warning and then send someone to talk. Usually, they will detain the negotiators and threaten those inside to open the door. But this time, the other party came up and killed without saying a word." "Captain Mona, there's a fierce character nearby," said an Afrikaner. "Damn it!" Captain Mona angrily said, "Didn't you come back and say that there are only a dozen or so Chinese people here? I have cleared and occupied everything around here. Those Chinese people were scared out of their wits long ago, and those who didn't run were all caught by us. I never thought there was such a place here." Captain Mona, who first discovered this place, looked at him with fear and cowardice. "His mother, you don't tell the truth. Go back and skin you alive and bake." Captain Mona threw him in front. With a whoosh, another arrow flew out again, and Captain Mona was already panicked. After being pushed down, he quickly ran back. He had just taken 2 steps when an arrow hit his back. Seeing this scene, Captain Mona with a group of people felt his scalp tingling. "This arrow has fast speed, high accuracy, and no sound yet. I don't even know where it came from, there's no way to escape." Captain Mona, who has rich experience in civil war, shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, the opponent may only be one person." Everyone immediately understood that if there were many people on the other side, what would fly over would not be arrows one by one, but a shower of arrows. "Captain Mona, what should we do now?" someone asked. "Do you want to rush up?" asked the other person. A soldier from the Afrikaner brigade named Yasha had a chilling and fierce gleam in his eyes, an extreme thirst for blood, as if he had been born for war and slaughter. "Aren't we still carrying 2 Chinese women? Take them out and let them block the arrows for us." Yasha's voice was cold and heartless, as if those women were just tools in his hands, used to satisfy his selfish desires and war needs. Yasha opened the rear car door and pulled out 2 women with disheveled hair and disheveled clothes. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair, their bodies trembling as if they had already sensed the impending tragic fate. "Damn it, move forward!" Yasha ordered fiercely, his tone filled with contempt and disgust towards these 2 women. Upon seeing this scene, Gao Su's heart was filled with anger and helplessness. He gazed at the 2 young women, each with injuries all over their bodies, and the horrifying scars seemed to recount the pain and torment they had suffered. Their eyes were filled with panic and helplessness, like 2 frightened lambs, driven forward by the people behind them, completely unaware of what they were about to face. Gao Su clenched his fist tightly and angrily said, "Damn it, these bastards." Pei Xiaoya's eyes were also filled with anger and determination. She gritted her teeth and said, "We need to save them." Gao Su was used to struggling in the apocalypse and had seen too many such scenes. But every time he sees such a scene, an uncontrollable sense of justice surges in his heart. These people are simply insane. Gao Su said angrily, his fists clenched with anger, and the veins on his arms bulged. He knows that they must find a way to protect these innocent lives as soon as possible and protect them from more harm. In the apocalypse, women were already in a disadvantaged position, often treated as tools and food for sexual pleasure, and even subjected to even more cruel treatment. Pei Xiaoya, who is full of justice, also expressed that she cannot bear to see it. She claims to have seen the bottom line of human morality, but the behavior of these people is even worse than what she has seen. These people have lost their basic conscience as humans, and we must not be soft on them. Pei Xiaoya gritted her teeth and said, her eyes twitching slightly with anger, as if she was about to spew flames. That's right, get rid of these bastards, Gao Su agreed, his eyes firm and sharp, as if he could penetrate all darkness. You tell me. How can we do it? Pei Xiaoya's eyes were firm, and her voice was full of strength and determination. Okay. Just listen to me. Gao Su clenched his fist. Hurry up. Damn it, you two despicable women. Yasha cursed while rudely driving the two women from behind. When he saw them walking into range but not being shot, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Stop. He was even more convinced now that the people inside wouldn't shoot women. His mouth slightly raised, revealing a sly smile, thinking to himself. In this way, we can use this to deal with the survivors inside. Captain Mona, what should we do now? A team member asked anxiously. Bring the car over and let them lead the way later. Captain Mona's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. He quickly had the car driven over and then tied the two women to the front of the car. He hooked up the chin of one of the women and smiled maliciously, saying, take off their clothes and make the people inside envy. Don't do it. The two women cried bitterly, their voices filled with fear and despair. However, their plea for mercy did not earn sympathy from Yasha and others, but instead made them even more excited, with a ferocious smile on their faces. After hearing Captain Mona's order, the team members showed a grimace and lewd expression on their faces. They know what this command means, which is not only an insult to the two women, but may also provoke a strong reaction from the survivors inside. Under Captain Mona's stern gaze, they became even more excited. Some team members turned around and began to execute orders, their eyes showing contempt for women. Some of the team members appeared even more reckless, their cruel smiles and lewd expressions made people feel nauseous. They seemed to see all of this as a carnival, a feast where women can be played with at will. Despite some dissatisfaction in their hearts, they still chose to obey. In this cruel world, survival is the most important, and the orders of Al-Qaeda leaders may be their only hope for survival. So they quickly took action and stripped off the clothes of the two women, exposing them naked in front of everyone. The cries and pleadings of the two women echoed in the air, but this did not change anything. The faces of the team members remained cold and heartless, as if all of this had nothing to do with them. As the car slowly started, the women were tied up in front of the car, helplessly facing the unknown fate. The team members closely followed the car, their hearts filled with tension and unease. They knew that this move could trigger a frenzy of revenge among the survivors inside, but they had no choice but to hope that Captain Mona's plan would succeed. Gao Su clenched her bow and arrow, while Pei Xiaoya's hand holding the baton was covered in sweat. She trembled and said, Gao Su, you must promise me that if I can't pull the glory bullet, I won't be captured. I promise you. Gao Su's eyes were firm, knowing that this might be their last chance. The Afrikaans aimed the front of the car at the gate, tied the hostages in front of the car, and quickly got on. They looked at the fake trap set by Gao Su in front of them, filled with contempt in their hearts. With a loud bang, they drove in forcefully. This time the charge went very smoothly, and the opponent did not actually shoot, which secretly delighted everyone. At this moment, a blood clot drew a parabola and landed in front of the Afrikaans, followed by two more. Where did you get the blood package? Pei Xiaoya looked at Gao Su with a questioning expression on her face. In the cold storage, there is an animal emergency blood kit that may have expired, but it should still be useful. Gao Su said calmly, then he pressed a gate switch, and the electric doors of the two residential buildings on both sides of the road slowly opened. At this moment, the surroundings were unusually quiet, so quiet that people felt scared. They don't know what will happen next, but they know that this may be a critical moment for their survival. The people inside the car quickly brake to a stop. Came a familiar low growl from everyone. Countless zombies rushed out of the buildings on both sides, and the strong bloody smell immediately attracted all the zombies, even attracting zombies from other places. All of them are trapped in the car like canned sardine. You didn't even clean up the zombies here. Pei Xiaoya looked at Gao Su in surprise. No, I just changed the wiring of the electric doors in these residential buildings to wireless remote control, and then introduced zombies into these buildings for today. Gao Su's eyes were full of determination and determination. You're amazing. I admire you. Pei Xiaoya couldn't help but sigh. Damn it. We were fooled. The car door won't open. Yasha watched as zombies gathered outside and immediately rolled down the car window, climbing out of the car. He grabbed a woman as a shield and crawled out from behind her all the way. But at this moment, a tall zombie rushed over, and Yasha quickly pushed the woman and dodged herself. Whoosh! An arrow shot rapidly towards Yasha's back, and Yasha dodged the fatal blow on her side based solely on intuition. After hiding, he realized that he couldn't let go of the hostages and had to hide behind the woman and charge inside. He grabbed the woman back in front of him and strode towards the park gate inside. Just as he was completely focused on staring ahead, his hand was suddenly bitten by the woman holding onto his chest. Upon seeing this scene, Gao Su coldly said, "You deserve it." Pei Xiaoya sighed and said, "We can't save you too either. We hope you can forgive us." Gao Su knew that Pei Xiaoya was not a holy mother, but rather a judge of the situation. If He Kalen was by her side in this situation, her holy mother's heart might flood, and the three of them would be destroyed. Gao Shuyan watched the woman mutate in front of Yasha and bit him back. At this moment, he no longer hid and climbed up to the wall, bending his bow and arrow, staring at the others. If someone wants to escape, they will shoot arrows without hesitation to help them escape. Gao Su is a well-trained soldier, and his daily training is on how to kill enemies. In the face of these thugs in the apocalypse, he had no mercy. He controlled the situation steadily within the range of his bow and arrow, and after watching the group of guys all fall, his gaze fell on the inside of the car. Captain Mona was actually hiding inside, he was actually steady. Everyone else was running away, but he didn't dare to run and hid tightly in the car. Upon seeing this, Gao Su hitched an arrow and aimed it at his car window. Whoosh! Bang! Their car's windshield was shattered by an arrow, and zombies who had just finished nibbling on others heard the sound and ran back towards the car, along with Yasha and others who had already turned into zombies. They rushed into the car, following the broken glass and desperately grabbing the only surviving person inside. Captain Mona looked at the zombies outside the car window in horror, his face filled with despair. He kept tapping the car window, trying to stop these terrifying monsters. But everything was in vain, and the zombies' attacks became increasingly fierce, as they were about to scratch through the car window. The 40 members of the Afrikaga Brigade who participated in this operation have all been wiped out, and the rest of them are still stationed at the base without knowing. Pei Xiaoya stood on the wall, watching thousands of zombies wandering around outside, and couldn't help but swallow her saliva, her heart filled with fear. "These zombies are in trouble now," she said with a trembling voice. "Excuse me." Gao Su shrugged, still maintaining a calm expression on his face. "Let's take some time to slowly clean up." "Hey! You're so optimistic." Pei Xiaoya sighed helplessly. Gao Su patted her shoulder and comforted, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." His gaze was firm and confident, making Pei Xiaoya feel a little relieved. "Let's go back." Gao Su smiled and walked towards the door first. The two of them reinforced the gate again to ensure everything was safe before leaving this dangerous place. Unconsciously, 5 days have passed. Time flies so fast. Pei Xiaoya sighed. Gao Su nodded and said, "Yes, the Afrikaans have come here a few times in the past few days. Through telescope observation, I found that almost all the people who came were Afrikaans women. From this, it can be confirmed that the people who were eliminated here should be their main force. What should we do now? Pei Xiaoya asked. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Su said, we will continue to strengthen the base and continue to exercise to maintain good physical condition. Currently, we are facing two main problems. First, summer has passed and autumn is the cold winter, and we need to prepare enough winter clothing. Second, weapons and equipment. In China, civilians are not allowed to hold firearms, and even many knives are under control. Therefore, the only way to obtain weapons is to go to the police station or military camp. Police station or military camp. Pei Xiaoya's face showed a worried expression. This is not an easy task. Gao Su smiled and comforted, don't worry, I remember there is a military camp about 20 kilometers west of Tsuishan Park, where we should be able to find the weapons we need. How can we go then? Pei Xiaoya asked. Outside the park, the cars left by the Afrikaans can still be used, and we can drive them, Gao Su replied. But the car is already damaged, can it still be driven? Pei Xiaoya was somewhat skeptical. Gao Su confidently said, don't worry, I've been studying how to fix it these past few days. It shouldn't be a problem. I've prepared all the necessary tools and can start repairing in the next few days. Pei Xiaoya looked at Gao Su's firm gaze, and her unease gradually dissipated. Okay, then I'll help too, let's work together. Gao Su smiled and nodded, just help me tonight. Pei Xiaoya blushed and said, okay, I'll wait for you tonight. After Gao Su drove his car into the park, he began to carefully inspect the condition of the vehicles. He found that there were some minor issues with the engine and transmission of the car, but they were not irreparable. He decided to start repairing from the simple part. Xiaoya, can you help me get the toolkit? Gao Su said. Okay, no problem. Pei Xiaoya quickly went to fetch the toolkit and handed it to Gao Su. Gao Su took over the toolkit and began dismantling the damaged parts. He explained to Pei Xiaoya while operating, this engine is a bit aging, we need to replace some parts to make it run normally. Pei Xiaoya watched attentively from the side, occasionally asking some questions. Gao Su, what is this part used for? Why do we need to replace it? Gao Su patiently answered, this component controls the engine's fuel injection. If it is damaged, the engine's performance will be affected. So we need to replace it so that the car can run more smoothly. Pei Xiaoya couldn't help but exclaim, Gao Su, you are really amazing. If only I could also know how to repair cars like you. Gao Su smiled and touched Pei Xiaoya's head, saying gently, you're also very impressive. Especially at night, I feel a bit weak the next day. Just as the two were sweetly interacting, Kalin walked over and couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw their intimate behavior. Oh, you two are really sweet. You never forget to show your love when repairing a car, Kalin sneered. Pei Xiaoya felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. Gao Su glared at Kalin and said, we're just discussing car repairs. Don't think so. Kalin sneered and said, I didn't just think about it. Why is it so powerful at night? It feels weak in the morning or something. I heard it all. Gao Su, you can clean up this girl tonight. I promise not to be jealous. Pei Xiaoya said coquettishly. Don't. Kalin smiled and said, you two continue to play two-person wrestling, don't count me. You can't play. Oh. Pei Xiaoya smiled with a wrench, our comrade Xiao He is quite unrestrained and wants to play with the first emperor and two empresses. Damn it. Kalin raised his middle finger. Gao Su didn't want to bother them and focused on repairing the engine. He opened the hood and carefully inspected the various components of the engine. He found that some parts were severely worn and needed to be replaced. He took out the tool kit and began dismantling the damaged parts. Xiaoya, pass me the wrench, said Gao Su. Pei Xiaoya immediately handed him the wrench. Gao Su skillfully used the tools and soon replaced the damaged parts. Gao Su, you're angry. Pei Xiaoya exclaimed. Gao Su smiled and continued, I'm not as idle as you guys. The next day, Gao Su began repairing the transmission. This section is quite complex and requires deeper knowledge and experience. He consulted the car maintenance manual and carefully studied the structure and working principle of the transmission. Xiaoya, help me get a screwdriver, said Gao Su. Pei Xiaoya quickly found the screwdriver and handed it to him. Gao Su carefully dismantled the transmission, inspecting the internal gears and chains. Gao Su, this gearbox seems very complex, said Pei Xiaoya. Gao Su nodded and explained, yes, the transmission is an important component that controls car shifting. If it has a problem, we will encounter difficulties while driving. So I need to carefully check every detail to ensure that it can work properly. After 2 days of hard work, Gao Su finally completed the car repair work. He started the engine and heard the familiar roar, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Okay. Pei Xiaoya said excitedly. Gao Su smiled and said, it's okay. On the 3rd day after preparing their gear, Gao Su and Pei Xiaoya set off, knowing that they could not only obtain weapons but also winter supplies in the military camp. They drove all day on a short 20-kilometer road to get there. The reason is actually very simple. They must avoid densely populated areas, and the speed cannot be too fast. Along the way, they also encountered a wave of corpses, and the two had to hide in the car, waiting for 5 hours before daring to continue moving forward. On the way to the military camp with Pei Xiaoya, Gao Su kept desperately recalling the geographical environment here due to the road leading to Zhongshan Road. It is not too far from the workers' new village where the military camp is located. However, in the current situation, if the previous situation is unclear, there may be unpredictable dangers in the past. And he doesn't have a gun in his hand, there may be unknown enemies besides zombies. Judging from the sound heard, there are countless zombies in any direction. The two finally arrived at the entrance of the military camp with fear. Gao Su jumped out of the car and scanned the surroundings, only to find no abnormalities. Although it's unclear, from his current position, at least 30 zombies are hovering here. At this moment, the sky is getting dark and it seems that he must stay overnight here today. He raised his hand to signal to Pei Xiaoya. Be careful. Gao Su reminded. As his finger pointed towards the gate of the military camp, he suddenly felt a surge of hope in his heart. Although there are no military figures, that is still their only hope at present. The door is open, and the two zombies wandering nearby should not catch up with them before they run to the door. This is their only chance. Go ahead. Gao Su hesitated a bit, but Pei Xiaoya beside him just shook her ponytail and nodded slightly. The two of them ran towards the gate of the military camp, with Gao Su's bow constantly aimed at a zombie. He doesn't want to approach before shooting because arrows are precious and cannot be wasted. Finally reaching the gate of the military camp, Pei Xiaoya ran towards one side of the gate with a baton, while Gao Su ran towards the other side. After they worked hard together to close the door, Gao Shucai breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if he's lucky, but there's a zombie soldier lying outside the door, with its lower body not far away. Seeing the living, the zombie roared and crawled towards them. Gao Su quickly drew out a dagger and aimed it at the temple of the zombie, thrusting it in. The black blood slowly flowed out. He rummaged through the zombie and found a pistol and 3 magazines. He tightly grasped the pistol and said with a smile, "Good luck. Take this." Gao Su handed the pistol to Pei Xiaoya. What are you doing for me? Let's search separately and meet here in an hour. If there's anything, you can call through the walkie-talkie. Is that okay? Well, no problem. Pei Xiaoya finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, and Gao Su breathed a sigh of relief after listening. Pei Xiaoya took a deep breath and began to look around her environment. Although no zombies were found within sight, she must quickly locate the armory and clothing warehouse. She tried to suppress her inner fear and tightly held the pistol. Okay. Gao Shugang said 2 words before stopping, and then widened his eyes to stare ahead. Pei Xiaoya also looked forward. A lightning bolt flashed across the sky, instantly illuminating their path ahead. Densely packed. It is indeed densely packed. The square in front of the military camp was crowded with zombies, who looked at the 2 people at the same time as lightning struck. The terrifying scene was like hell. Run quickly. Gao Su shouted, run separately. Pei Xiaoya ran to the right, and the cold wind blew on her face. She only heard the deep roar of the zombie. Pei Xiaoya. A voice came from Gao Su, although somewhat ambiguous. Gao Su. Gao Su shouted, pay attention to safety and use walkie-talkies to communicate. Pei Xiaoya felt a bit confused for an instant, then lowered her head to look at the gun tightly held in her hand. She was very afraid of being alone in this hellish military camp. I understand. At this moment, the zombies stumbled out, making hungry cries as they walked. Pei Xiaoya could see their torn skin, as well as the 2 black holes on their faces that were originally left at the eye position, walking towards their fresh flesh. Pei Xiaoya took a deep breath and ran towards the gap between the approaching zombies. Half an hour later, she took a deep breath again and began to look around her environment. Although no zombies were found within sight, she must quickly locate the arsenal and supplies warehouse. The gun in her hand is her only refuge at this moment. Chapter 10. Special Police. You are listening at novelfull.audio. Gao Su walked cautiously into the office building, every step carrying caution and vigilance. His heartbeat appeared particularly clear in the quiet environment, as if the entire building could hear his breathing. He walked up the 2nd floor step by step, and in his memory, there was a weapons storage room on the 2nd floor of this 5-story building. His thoughts lingered in his memories, and every detail flashed through his mind. On the corridor of the 2nd floor, 3 zombies are wandering. Their figures appeared particularly eerie under the dim light, and their roars echoed in the air, as if a warning to the living. Gao Su tightly grasped the dagger in his hand, his eyes firm and calm. He knew that in this dangerous world, every action must be cautious and not make any sound, otherwise it would attract countless zombies. He quietly approached each zombie and quickly and accurately solved them with a dagger without making any sound. Every attack is like lightning in the darkness, instantly taking the life of the zombie. After resolving the immediate danger, Gao Su continued to move towards the weapons room. His heart was beating faster and faster, and he knew that there might still be countless dangers hidden in this building. When he walked to the weapons room and gently pushed open the door, a stale aura rushed towards him. In front of the office desk, there is a female corpse lying on the ground. Her hand was tightly holding a pistol, her temple was shot, and her blood had dried up. Gao Su quietly approached the corpse, his gaze fixed on the pistol in the female corpse's hand. He carefully put away the pistol and found 3 bullet-loaded magazines on the female corpse. In this arsenal that had not been visited for over a year, Gao Su was incredulously surprised to find that there were still a small amount of weapons remaining. These weapons may have been left by the last survivor, or they may have been stored by the former guardians of this building. In the ammunition cabinet on the left side of the automatic rifle rack, Gao Su found 8 empty automatic rifle magazines and several boxes of ammunition. He reached out to pick up a box of bullets, weighed it, and felt the heavy weight. Then, he began to organize these weapons with a surprised expression on his face. He discovered that there were 13 automatic rifles, 3 sniper rifles, 3 general-purpose machine guns, 20.3 pistols, 1 trench gun, 1 grenade launcher, 30.4 fragmentation grenades, 20 multi-purpose bayonets, 3 military telescopes, nearly 10,000 5.8 mm bullets, 3,000 7.62 mm pistol bullets, 12 sets of individual portable equipment, 8 sets of helmet night vision and communicators, and 20 walkie-talkies, all of which yielded fruitful results. His expression quickly became distressed, and he realized that the problem now was how to take away these weapons. Gao Su remembers that before the end of the world, when he was resting, he also liked to read some online novels. The male and female leads in those novels had a function, which was infinite space. As long as they waved their hands, everything could enter their own space. He couldn't help but sigh that there was no such good thing in reality. With so many things, he can't even move them alone, and the car can't come in either. Gao Su scratched his head. It was indeed a big problem, and he needed to find a way to solve it before he could leave with these weapons. Press 10 magazine clips, put on individual carrying gear, hold 1 automatic rifle and 1 pistol each, and hang 6 grenades around your waist. He pondered for a moment and decided to search this place again. After finding Pei Xiaoya, he could only drive to move things. Ah! Suddenly, a low roar came from the shadow outside the door. Gao Su was instantly alert, his eyes widened and he stared tightly in that direction, his body involuntarily tensed. A figure wobbled out of the shadow, stumbling step by step. Upon closer inspection, Gao Su saw that it was a zombie whose body had decayed to the point where a large number of maggots could be seen wriggling on muscle fibers. A thin layer of sweat emanated from Gao Su's forehead, and he clenched his gun in a stabbing posture. In modern warfare, many people believe that bayonet fighting is a chicken rib and only serves as a performance event during large-scale military exercises. However, before the end of the world, when Gao Su trained his soldiers, bayonet fighting was a compulsory course because he believed that any situation could be encountered on the battlefield. Now he faced the zombie crawling slowly towards him, covered in maggots. Clearly using a bayonet was better than using bullets to solve it. The decaying zombie had already approached, and a pungent stench hit its face. Gao Su took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, directly aimed the bayonet at the zombie's head, and then launched a swift attack. A silent attack, the bayonet accurately and fiercely inserted into the zombie's forehead, then quickly retracted, splashing thick black liquid. Before the decaying body collapsed, Gao Su continued to maintain his attacking posture, striking and retracting, and the entire movement was completed in one go. Gao Su stood up and had to leave before other zombies entered the weapon room. From the clicking sound they make on the glass fragments, it can be seen that more zombies will soon come here. He quickly walked out of the door and, as he looked left and right, he found 3 zombies on each side. Gao Su's gaze was firm and his actions were decisive. He quickly and efficiently solved these zombies. Throughout the process, his heart rate quickened rapidly, and a tense atmosphere permeated the air. After solving these zombies, Gao Su continued to walk towards the 3rd floor, secretly praying that Pei Xiaoya would also be safe. Gao Su thought while running quickly in the dim corridor. His heartbeat became increasingly rapid, and the tense atmosphere seemed to condense into substance, tightly enveloping him. Pei Xiaoya quietly shuttled through the military camp and almost reached the training building without firing a gun. However, she was not aware that a group of zombies were quietly approaching. Night shrouded the military camp, and a gloomy atmosphere permeated the air. The cold moon hangs high, and the faint moonlight shines through the clouds, casting a bleak shadow on the ground. The cold wind howled through the empty barracks, emitting an eerie roar, as if it were the mournful cries of zombies. When a female soldier zombie covered in black blood flashed out of the shadows and tried to grab her wrist, Pei Xiaoya quickly reacted and retreated. At the same time, a tall male soldier zombie also walked from behind her. She decided not to waste bullets, but to use the Black Dragon 18 hands taught by Gao Su to deal with these 2 enemies. She used a communicator to contact Gao Su, informing him of her location and the zombies she encountered. Gao Su replied to ask her to handle it carefully. Faced with the approaching zombie, Pei Xiaoya's heart quickened, but her gaze remained firm. Her body was tense, like a cheetah poised for action. Under the moonlight, her figure shimmered with a cold light, blending with the darkness around her. She turned left, put her left hand on the rack, and the dagger in her right hand flipped back at the temple of the male soldier zombie. Simultaneously lifting the right foot, turning the right body into a bow stance, putting the right hand on the rack, and striking forward with the left paw, accurately gripping the neck of the female soldier's zombie. Next, she inserted a dagger into the forehead of the female zombie, and a thick black liquid spurted out. Looking at the two fallen corpses, Pei Xiaoya recalled Gao Su's training for her and He Kalin. These trainings were effective at critical moments, allowing her to successfully cope with zombie attacks. Despite not firing, her actions still caught the attention of the surrounding zombies. She could only quickly run up the stairs, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the silent military camp, as if she was racing against death. She didn't realize that she and Gao Su were not the only living people here. Two police explosion-proof assault vehicles suddenly broke into the military camp, and Gao Su had already seen this scene on the roof of the office building, while Pei Xiaoya was completely unaware of it. Two police cars collided head-on, killing countless zombies and heading straight towards the training building. The zombies smelled the breath of the living and began to frantically besiege the police car. The car window was broken, and the zombies' paws reached in. The police resisted with all their might and engaged in a thrilling battle with the zombie. Pei Xiaoya was shocked when she heard the commotion outside. She rushed to the window and saw the scene of the police car being surrounded by zombies. Her heart is beating faster, I don't know what to do. At that moment, a zombie broke through the police car's defense and rushed towards her. Pei Xiaoya widened her eyes and instinctively raised the dagger in her hand, ready to face the fatal blow. A young man jumped out of the cab, holding an assault rifle and shouting, "Hurry into the building." Zombies from all directions excitedly rushed towards them. Smelling the fresh scent of human flesh on him, some zombies became more agile in their movements. At this moment, 3 more people jumped out of the car, shooting alternately, forming an orderly firepower network. Immediately after, 5 people jumped out of the second car and quickly occupied advantageous positions, forming a firepower suppression against the surrounding zombies. Xiao Wu. Xiao Ding. Occupy the high ground. Yes. 2 special police officers, a man and a woman, climbed up the protruding part of the 3rd floor of the training building. It can be seen that the female is a sniper, and the male should be an observer. Gao Su carefully observed through the telescope and saw another person on the rooftop, who should be Pei Xiaoya. "These guys are really tough to deal with," said a special police officer. "Don't talk nonsense, focus on the battle," another special police officer replied. It can be seen that these special police officers are very professional, while the rest of them have dispersed and formed various firepower points. Thousands of zombies dressed in military uniforms surrounded them, indicating that these zombies had evolved, not only in speed but also with long fangs and sharp claws. At this moment, the special police officers were incredibly determined. "If I were to sacrifice here today, at least I would still have my comrades and colleagues by my side." They engaged in close combat with the zombies, using their fighting skills and weapons to engage in a deadly battle. Their actions are swift and decisive, with each attack carrying deadly power. In battle, they cooperate with each other, creating opportunities for each other and delivering a fatal blow to the zombies. At this moment, a female shout suddenly came from the rooftop. "Hurry up, everyone come into the building." Everyone present was surprised at the words and said, "Dot." After hearing Pei Xiaoya's voice, the tense string in their hearts finally loosened, and their eyes focused on the man behind them who had already been seriously injured. The man frowned tightly, his face cold and stern, his eyes deep and sharp, as if he wanted to see through this battlefield. He said in a low but firm voice, "All retreat into the building. Quick. Withdraw, listen to the captain." A slightly immature female voice sounded. The injured captain shouted, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Ding, you are responsible for covering up, everyone withdraw." "Yes." They alternately covered each other with firepower and began to retreat towards the inside of the building. At this moment, the captain of the special police turned black in front of him. His body had already lost too much blood and was on the verge of collapse, eventually fainting to the ground. A few gunshots echoed upstairs, as if they were an enemy provocation, making the atmosphere even more tense. Everyone rushed into the building when they learned that someone was covering on the rooftop, disregarding so much. Snipers and observers also climbed through the window and entered the building. However, the building was not safe inside, and the special police charged all the way, killing more than 10 zombies before reaching the rooftop. At the moment they pushed open the safety door on the rooftop, they saw a girl with long black hair and a high ponytail standing there. Her fair and rosy face exuded beauty and handsomeness, dressed in neat military uniforms, with a tall and handsome figure. At that moment, time seemed to solidify. The special police stood there dumbfounded, their eyes drawn to the beautiful girl in front of them. Her beauty is stunning, as if she were the female lead who stepped out of a movie. Ji Fu, deputy leader of the 3rd Special Anti-Terrorism Group of the Municipal Special Police Detachment. Ji Fu, who was the first to react, saluted her with a loud and firm voice. Pei Xiaoya also responded respectfully, Military Dr. Pei Xiaoya. Ji Fu nodded and pointed to the lying special police officer, saying, "Our Captain Xiao Wui is injured and needs your help." Pei Xiaoya's face changed as she quickly ran to Xiao Wui's side, crouched down, and began examining his injuries. Her movements are skilled and swift, and her eyes are focused and firm. At this moment, our Captain Xiao Wui, that's our team Dr. Gong Huichi. Ji Fu introduced to her. Pei Xiaoya nodded and stood up, taking out gauze and injections from her bag and handing them to Gong Huichi. This injection has been taking a long time, and its efficacy may not be ideal. Her voice was calm and composed, revealing a professional confidence. Gong Huichi took the injection, gave her a grateful glance, and then began injecting Xiao Wui. Pei Xiaoya walked to a corner, took out her walkie-talkie, and pressed the call button. Gao Su. Gao Su. If you hear me, please answer. Her voice carried a hint of anxiety. However, only husky busy sounds came from the walkie-talkie. Gao Su. Gao Su. If you hear me, please answer. She repeated again, her voice slightly raised. Still busy. Pei Xiaoya's eyebrows slightly furrowed as she tightly grasped the walkie-talkie, with a hint of concern in her eyes. After a while, a voice finally came from the walkie-talkie. I'm Gao Su. I'm Gao Su. Pei Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief, and a faint smile appeared on her face. There's some news, you might be interested, she said softly. Is it about those special police officers? Gao Su's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Yes. Speak up. There is news from Chenwei. There was a brief silence on the intercom side. Okay, I'll come over. We'll talk about it later. Gao Su's voice was tinged with excitement. Okay. Pei Xiaoya hung up the walkie-talkie, her eyes flashing with a hint of determination, as if silently cheering on Gao Su. Zombies began to impact the roof of the training building, and Ji Fu led his team to defend it. The team members demonstrated their bravery and skills, engaging in a deadly battle against the zombies in their own way. Ding Qian, you and Wu Xinzhou are responsible for sniping and strengthening zombies at the high ground. Ji Fu shouted loudly. No problem. Ding Qian answered calmly, her eyes firm, as if she had already locked onto the target. Kill these bastards. Wu Xinzhou excitedly said, his fingers already on the trigger, ready to give the zombies a fatal blow at any time. Pan Daiwen, Song Binbin, Tong Xian, as attackers, you should suppress the firepower of the zombies in the hallway and not let them charge up. Ji Fu continued to command. Don't worry, Lao Ji. Pan Daiwen said firmly, his eyes flickering with the flames of battle. My day, there's no way out anyway. Song Binbin said confidently, his lips slightly raised, revealing a cold smile. Let's do our best, brothers. Tong Xian swore, his voice filled with determination and courage. Qi Yi and Zhan Mingrong used their heavy firepower ammunition to strike other climbing zombies. Jifu issued an order. It's all on me. Qi Yi replied boldly, holding a heavy machine gun in his hand, ready to bring devastating blows to the zombies. Anyway, at most it's just a dead egg facing the sky, said Zhan Mingrong arrogantly, his eyes filled with the desire for battle. Gong Huichi, you cooperate with Dr. Pei Jun to provide emergency treatment to the captain. Ji Fu's voice remained firm in the chaos. I will do my best. Gong Huichi said seriously as she quickly took out her medical bag and prepared to treat her injured teammate. It's okay, we still have a foreign aid. Pei Xiaoya encouraged, her eyes filled with concern and determination. Gong Huichi exclaimed, hold on, we can't let these monsters get close. Her voice was firm and powerful, and her eyes showed an unparalleled determination. Wu Xinzhou clenched the weapon in his hand and responded, no problem, we can definitely hold on to this rooftop. His eyes were filled with determination, as if declaring their determination to the whole world. Pan Daiwen roared angrily, the firepower cannot stop, we must not let them charge over. The firearm in his hand kept spewing flames, forcing the zombies to retreat step by step. Song Binbin waved his big knife and reminded everyone, be careful, protect yourself. His sword technique was incredibly fierce, and every time he swung it, he could repel approaching zombies. Tong Xian manipulated heavy weapons and shouted loudly, let's fight together, we can definitely survive. His weapons caused huge damage to the zombies, as if declaring war on these monsters. Qi Yi's face showed a resolute expression and he said, that's right, we are invincible. His words were full of power, making people feel his indomitable will. Zhan Mingrong shouted, fight to the end. His ammunition poured out like a rainstorm, giving the zombies no chance to breathe. Gong Huichi and Pei Xiaoya cooperated harmoniously, wielding knives to kill zombies while providing cover for each other. Gong Huichi said, we cannot be afraid, we must fight for survival. Her eyes were firm and brave. Pei Xiaoya responded, that's right, we can definitely defeat them. Her voice was full of confidence and courage, as if telling everyone that they will surely defeat these evil monsters. In the desperate situation of running out of bullets, the special police officers engaged in close combat with the zombies. Ding Qian waved her iron rod and let out a roar, fight them. Her eyes were filled with fearlessness and determination, as if she wanted to defeat all the zombies. Wu Xinzhou held a short sword and engaged in a thrilling battle with the zombies. His movements are swift and accurate, and every attack can cause fatal damage to zombies. Pan Daiwen demonstrated astonishing strength as he used his strong body to collide with zombies and knock them down to the ground. His roar was as loud as thunder, as if it were an unstoppable beast. Song Binbin's knife technique became increasingly fierce, as he repelled the zombies one by one, protecting himself and his teammates. His gaze was firm, and there was only one belief in his heart. To live. Tong Xian used his heavy weapon to smash the zombies, crushing them to pieces. His bravery is admirable, as if he were an invincible warrior. Qi Yi used his fists and feet to kick the zombies, causing them to retreat step by step. His skills are agile, and every attack is full of strength. Zhan Mingrong was searching for weapons that could be used on the side, and he was prepared to use all means to fight against these despicable zombies. His gaze revealed perseverance and decisiveness. Gong Huichi and Pei Xiaoya worked closely together, using their wisdom and courage to engage in a deadly battle against zombies. They support each other, encourage each other, and fight for survival. The battle was over, and the rooftop was already covered in blood. Everyone retreated to the vicinity of the water tower. Dr. Pei. Our captain's injury. Do you have a solution? If you have a solution, please help the captain. Ji Fu looked serious and pleaded at Pei Xiaoya. Pei Xiaoya's lips curved slightly and said, "It's very troublesome." Ji Fu was stunned, his originally cold face filled with disbelief. Even in the apocalypse, as a military doctor, as a soldier, and even as a Chinese, one should not turn a blind eye to death. Other comrades looked at Ji Fu with indescribable eyes. "Dr. Pei, if you can save Captain," Ji Fu took a deep breath and looked straight at Pei Xiaoya. "Our team will obey your orders from now on." "Oh." Gao Su climbed up from the rain pipe, "But why do I have to raise so many of you?" Everyone was taken aback and the muzzle of the gun instantly aligned with Gao Su. "Captain Gao." Pei Xiaoya walked up to Gao Su and saluted him, while mischievously sticking out her tongue. Gao Su frowned slightly and thought to himself, "This woman really knows how to handle things." "Captain Gao." Ji Fu waved his hand to signal the others to put down their guns. "Hello, Captain Gao." Gao Su replied, "Hello, Comrade Special Police. I agree to the conditions you proposed. I can include you." Pei Xiaoya lazily smiled and said, "If you want to save your captain, there is no such condition here." Looking at Pei Xiaoya's casual expression, Ji Fu clenched his fist and said, "Dr. Pei. I don't want to joke with you about this." "Of course, I'm not joking with you either. His wound should be infected now, and if left untreated, amputation is certain," Pei Xiaoya said with great certainty. Upon hearing this, Ji Fu remained silent for 3 seconds and solemnly said, "Okay. Our team is now all listening to you. Captain Ji." A group of comrades looked at Ji Fu anxiously, not expecting Ji Fu to agree. Ji Fu took a deep breath, clenched his fist, and said firmly, "Do you still want to run around?" Tong Xian said, "I am willing to join." "I'm Pan Daiwen, willing to join." Pan Daiwen also spoke loudly, with a hint of determination in his eyes. He straightened his body and patted his chest hard, as if showing everyone his determination. "I am also willing, Zhan Mingrong." Zhan Mingrong followed closely with a resolute expression. He clenched his fist tightly, with bulging veins on his arm, as if he was cheering for himself. "I am willing, Wu Xinzhou." Wu Xinzhou did not hesitate at all, his gaze filled with determination. He straightened his spine, his face filled with determination, as if he was ready to face all difficulties. Song Binbin joins. Song Binbin clenched his fist and spoke firmly. His eyes were resolute, his body tense, as if ready to engage in battle at any time. Qi Yi joins. Qi Yi straightened his body and his face was filled with determination. His gaze was firm and sharp, shining with a cold and dazzling light, as if telling everyone that he was ready to face any challenge. Sniper Ding Jing is willing to join. The handsome female sniper pulled down her hood, her expression cold and indifferent, and her black shoulder-length short hair showed a hint of rebellion. Her eyes were firm and sharp, sparkling with a cold and dazzling light. Her fingers were moving flexibly, as if ready to pull the trigger and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any moment. Gao Su smiled and looked at Gong Huichi, asking, "Comrade Team Doctor, what about you?" Gong Huichi first shook her head, then nodded and whispered, "I'm willing to join." "Really?" Her eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation, but she finally made up her mind. Her body trembled slightly, as if restraining her inner tension and unease. Then she took a deep breath, straightened her spine, and her eyes became firm. "Okay." Gao Su said, "Let's go to the office building first. I found some weapons and equipment, as well as some cotton jackets." His tone was calm and firm, with a hint of determination in his eyes. "You two don't live here." Ji Fu looked at them in surprise, his hand already touching the trigger, ready to deal with any possible danger. "Don't be nervous." Gao Su handed him his military officer certificate. "I found it when I woke up and kept it with me as a souvenir." His movements were calm and confident, showing his composure and confidence. Are you from the 1174 Special Operations Brigade? Gifu's tone carried a hint of surprise and respect. Yes. Gao Su's answer was concise and powerful. Ji Fu saluted Gao Su and said, "Commander, I used to be from the 1174th Brigade, with the unit code Hunter." His body was straight, and his movements were standard and neat, displaying the demeanor of a soldier. Gao Su replied, "Welcome to join." His expression was serious and solemn, showing his recognition and acceptance of Ji Fu. "Chief, I want to ask you about someone." Ji Fu's eyes showed a hint of anticipation and eagerness. "The Hunter Squad." Gao Su guessed. Ji Fu nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Is it Deng Xian?" asked Gao Su. "Yes." There was a hint of excitement and anticipation in Ji Fu's voice. Gao Su shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but I can tell you that the mission we carried out before the end of the day failed and almost wiped out the entire army." His tone was heavy and serious, with a hint of sadness and helplessness in his eyes. Ji Fu did not appear depressed by this news, in fact, he had already thought of this possibility. He silently turned around, ready to carry Pan Daiwen on his back. Pei Xiaoya looked at Ji Fu and said, "Carry the person on your back, let's go. If you delay any longer, your captain will be dead." The group bypassed the zombies and arrived at the back of the office building, flipping through the window. "I have already cleaned up this area, you can rest first." Gao Su said, "Xiaoya, let's handle it briefly first, and you can also check the injuries of others." Gao Su's tone was very calm, showing his professionalism and calmness. Pei Xiaoya glared at him and said, "I forgot to tell you, these people were with Chen Wei before." Her words made Gao Su instantly feel like he had been beaten. He pinched Pei Xiaoya's shoulders with both hands, widened his eyes, and looked shocked. "What are you talking about? Be gentle." Pei Xiaoya moved her pinched shoulder, "They all know Chen Wei." "Yes, Captain Gao." Ji Fu said, "Dr. Chen is our captain's fiancé A.E. What are you saying?" Gao Su couldn't believe his ears. He frowned and showed a surprised expression on his face. Xiao Wui, lying on Ji Fu's back, weakly said, "Yes. Captain Gao." He grabbed Gao Su's arm and said, "Wei Wei and I have lost contact. We've been looking for him these days." Gao Su's tone appeared very indifferent. "I understand, you take care of yourself first." His face was a bit gloomy, and a hint of worry was revealed between his eyebrows. Arriving at the weapons room, Gao Su said, "Rest here today." His eyes looked around, observing everyone's reactions. "Your name is Ding Jing, right?" Gao Su looked at the cold and arrogant female sniper. "Take your observer to the rooftop to guard, and change positions in 4 hours." Ding Jing saluted Gao Su, then carried a sniper rifle and walked out of the weapons room with Wu Xinzhou. Pan Daiwen. Zhan Mingrong. "In 4 hours, you and Ding Jing will switch positions." Gao Su continued to arrange. "Yes." The two of them answered in unison. "Song Binbin, you and I are guarding the Eve in the front hall." Gao Su's gaze turned to Song Binbin. "Yes." Song Binbin straightened his body. Similarly, 4 hours later. Jifu and Xie will switch positions. Gao Su turned his head to look at Jifu and Xie. Pei Xiaoya and Gong Huiqi stay to take care of the injured. Gao Su added. "No problem." Pei Xiaoya smiled, "With me around, he can't die for now." "Do you all have walkie-talkies?" Gao Su looked at everyone. "Yes." Ji Fu replied, "We all have it." "Great, let's adjust the frequency band. We need to call from the walkie-talkie." Gao Su nodded. "Okay." Everyone agreed with Gao Su's arrangement, and they also felt the professionalism and decisiveness of this captain's officer. Everything was calm in the first half of the night, except for occasional screams from zombies in the night sky. Returning to the weapons room, I saw Ding Jing curling up in the corner resting with her gun in her arms. Gao Su looked at Xiao Wui's situation again and asked, "How are you now?" Pei Xiaoya shook her head and said, "We must deal with it immediately." Gao Su saw Xiao Wui's pale face, and he knew that the person's situation was very bad now. If the wound was not treated in time, not only would his arm not be able to be saved, but his life would not be guaranteed. "What do you mean, how should we handle it?" asked Gao Su. Pei Xiaoya said, "The conditions are limited now. I have discussed with Xiao Gong and we must handle it on the spot." "Okay." Gao Su said, "I believe in you." "That's good." Pei Xiaoya said, "I'll do my best." After speaking, she took out a pill from her bag and stuffed it into Xiao Wui's mouth, then said to him, "Captain Xiao, swallow this pill." Xiao Wui nodded while holding the pill, and Gong Huichi fed him some water. "What kind of pill is this?" asked Gao Su. "I don't know." Pei Xiaoya shrugged and said, "He Kalen gave it to me and said it could save lives." Gao Su looked at Pei Xiaoya incredulously and thought to himself, "You're really amazing." In fact, he didn't know that Pei Xiaoya had carefully asked He Kalen about the recipe inside. It looked like a powerful pill, which He Kalen had brought with him before the end of the day. He said it was a secret medicine passed down from the family. After seeing Xiao Wui's complexion recover slightly, Pei Xiaoya began to remove the bandage from his arm. As the bandage was removed layer by layer, blood flowed out in an instant. This was the first time she had seen Xiao Wui's wound, and at the same time, she lamented that Gong Huichi's skills were not as good as those of a young nurse. "Xiao Gong." Pei Xiaoya smiled and said, "Your skill, ah." Gong Huichi lowered her head and whispered, I'm still a college student." Pei Xiaoya shook her head and said, "Take out the bandage from my bag." Pei Xiaoya said, "Use a bandage to compress the wound until the bleeding stops." "Okay." Gong Huichi wrapped the bandage with both hands and pressed it onto Xiao Wui's wound. After a while, the bandage turned red with blood, but it still couldn't stop the bleeding. Pei Xiaoya shook her head and said, "Go away." Gao Su patted Gong Huichi's shoulder and said, "Let her come." "Oh." Gong Huichi looked left and right, as if she couldn't find anything clean. She decided to take off her coat, then took off her shirt, kneaded it into a ball, and pressed it against Xiao Wui's wound. In addition to Gao Su and the injured Xiao Wui, 2 other men on the scene instantly blushed. At this moment, Pei Xiaoya was only wearing a bra, and her chest shook and trembled slightly with each movement. Gao Su sighed inwardly at the woman as he took off his coat and draped it over her. "It's cool at night." Pei Xiaoya smiled and said, "Thank you." She also felt warmth in her heart at the moment. After an hour of effort, the blood stopped. Pei Xiaoya started cleaning the wound with physiological saline to remove impurities and dirt. "Xiao Gong, remember to use saline to clean the wound and its surrounding area after hemostasis, so as not to get infected. You just bandage him, it's easy to get infected. He still has a life now, it's really lucky." "Oh." Gong Huichi lowered her head. Then Pei Xiaoya used a clean bandage to wrap Xiao Wui's wound again, fixing it professionally. Gao Su saw that her hands were covered in blood. He crouched down and pulled her hands, rolled up her sleeves, and wiped away the sweat from her forehead. Pei Xiaoya's face showed a faint layer of crimson, and the moonlight shone through the window on her face, appearing so charming. At this moment, her beauty was no less than that of Chen Wei. Gao Su looked at his watch and it was already 5:27. "All right. Everyone rest now. We'll go back to base at dawn." "Okay." Gao Su sat down with a gun in his arms, leaning against the weapon rack and closing his eyes. Pei Xiaoya picked up her coat from the ground and covered him, leaning against him and falling into a deep sleep. Stopping the woman's gentle breathing, feeling the warm body temperature, Gao Su's lips curved into a smile. He thought to himself, if Chen Wei really finds his happiness, maybe he should let go. What are you thinking? Pei Xiaoya asked softly. I didn't think much. Are you thinking about Chen Wei? I guess so. Are you still looking for her? I will continue to look for her, just out of care and commitment to my friends. Pei Xiaoya simply hugged Gao Su's arm and said, that's good.